In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold you, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me see me shining, calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back. I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
saw you look at me that way, it broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of, a moment of, a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of, a moment of, a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
I was in the field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. I never know what's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. I'll be gone in a second. Now I've learned my lessons. I'm picking up my weapons. I'ma be a legend. Keep the energy high as they coming to go. I believe in myself and I'm taking it home. I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. And I'll never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone, stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever who we are, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we're awake.
A new day, new matches, a new patch.
Whoa.
And for me anyway, a new haircut to start off a fresh day here at ESL 1 LA Online, powered by Intel. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. I hope you guys have been having a good day as well. It's a nice early start to the morning, but we want to get into some fresh Dota. Unfortunately, I am not alone in that adventure. I'm going to be doing so with my cohorts. I've got Grant and Blitz joining me on the panel. Gentlemen, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling alive. I'm feeling fresh as hell, a solid. I think I got like 6 hours of sleep, so oof.
Solid 6 hours? Blitz, how'd you do?
I got like 5.
Oof. And why'd you only get 5?
Because I was playing Dota and scrimming.
Yep.
How'd you know that we were scrimming?
Because you guys left it on public so I could watch it. Let me just say.
And how did it go?
The boys won. They won again. Blitz just shitting on teams right now, so what are you going to do?
It's a little unfair having a professional coach being able to, but
Yeah.
Dude, I'm the lowest.
Was there a candy cap, Blitz?
Yeah, I was the lowest rated player there by like 2,000 MMR. That was the handicap.
Who'd you end up playing with?
Chives, who's quite good. Save Dota,
good.
Empyrean, Meepo, he won. If I randomly pick like Magnus, he lost. Like, how is that? That's probably not what Ice Frog wanted with this new system.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of the changes. We can just go through some of the heroes. We had pretty much almost all nerfs.
Yeah.
The only buff was the Dust, which got 10 less gold cost. But other than that, the Centaurs, Death Prophets, all these strength heroes ended up getting nerfed, as well as some of the more popular supports, such as Keeper of the Light. Yeah. Is there any nerfs that really stood out to you that you thought were particularly good?
I mean, they're nerfing Fire Spirits again on Phoenix. Like that, they're just like, 10 damage. Never mind, we'll go to 30, and now they're going like somewhere in between. I think that one will definitely have the lane phase, right? We are seeing so many Phoenix Centaurs. They both get little nerfs.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's curious because I don't think these nerfs are a big deal, but they always end up being, because after patches like this, all of a sudden people stop paying. So I'm like, 5 damage at level 1, really that big of a deal? But I guess it is.
Yeah, and they also nerfed
Beastmaster.
Roll down again. Pop-Tart, go all the way down. There was a hero that I wanted to see. Surprisingly, they nerfed Wraith King, who I haven't seen touched in like the past like week in these games.
It's the NA nerf.
Yeah, I didn't actually think that hero was broke at all. Like from a pub experience, it's really annoying for sure. That's where I agree with you most, Grant. But I don't think like in competitive play he's having some like crazy impact where any team is even like first 3 picking or banning or anything with it.
I mean, how big do you think? It's only base damage by 2.
Yeah, but it's just again a hero that literally
Already,
no one's touching in the pro scene, and usually Ice Frog balances top down, right?
Yeah.
It definitely felt like some of these nerfs, especially any of the strength heroes that got hit, they also got hit by an overall change that they made to the HP regen.
Yeah.
Right? HP regen now, every level going to 0.08 rather than 0.1.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
I don't know. I didn't even see that in the changes. Are you sure not crazy?
Oh, maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Crazy with a 4. No, I'm just kidding.
That'd be weird if they just decided to nerf all strength heroes.
But we did have the overall, what was it? Wards can now be attacked by the owning player.
Yep, Shadow Fiend buffed a tad if you don't care about vision. If you're in a 1K
Just buy
pub, I
wards
guarantee
to
and deny
plant
you
him
can
and
get
deny
2.
him?
That's
Okay,
4
okay.
damage, baby.
Sure,
you're back.
sure.
Wait, you get 2. Isn't that 2 damage?
I thought you get 2 damage per soul, don't you? And you
Oh,
can
I
deny
thought you
2
meant
wards.
per soul.
No. I just
You
meant
get-
because you can deny both your wards.
All right, well, we'll see what the patch does inflict on the matches that are upcoming today, as we're going to be starting off Na'Vi versus Chicken Fighters. Chicken Fighters' first appearance on this stream. Of course, you could have checked them out on the other stream, ESL_Join Dota Red. We're going to follow up by Blitz's favorite matchup of the day, Liquid versus Alliance, and then we're going to end it on a nice, spicy one of Secret versus Ninjas of Pajamas, Puppy versus PPD.
These captain matchups in Europe. That's the biggest thing about Europe. You just have these Kuros, these PPDs, these puppies. You're just like, damn. It's a rough region to have to draft in.
I think what I really like about it is all the Tier 2 teams that we're going to be seeing, like quote-unquote Tier 2. Yeah. They're actually really competitive, and you don't know where they're going to play. Cyber Legacy was a good example of that.
I owned.
I think Chicken Fighters is a pretty good team.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I think you do. I always bring up Charlie, but you have Seneko. Seneko's one of those guys, right? He's been highly valued for what, like 5-6 years, whether it's Navi, whether it's Team Spirit. That dude is just really, really good and a really smart Dota player.
Blitz, what are your thoughts on the matches today?
Oh, I thought we were just talking about Seneko.
Or you can if
We're
you
talking
want.
about everything.
Oh, okay.
It's your choice. People's choice right now.
People's choice. I think that the matchup that probably I like the most is probably Chicken Fighters versus Navi, because I think Chicken Fighters is pretty like up and coming squad. They're like not bad at all, from what I've seen them, and from what I heard, Alliance did ask Seneko if he wanted to play, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm gonna
stick it out.
I'm gonna stick it out with the boys," and so that would be I would like to see people rewarded for that kind of like. Because it's easy, right, to just like change your roster yourself and be like, okay, well, this is a good opportunity, but to see like what you've built and you want to see like how things went and stuff like that, I think it's pretty cool. So we'll see how that works out for them in like that decision.
Yeah. You want it to work out.
Yeah,
you
of
hope
course.
it does, but obviously
And
you are
Cypher-
in Europe.
And Navi is not like infallible. The games that we watch from them, like they did have sloppy games, and Chicken Fighters is a pretty fast team.
Yeah.
So I could see them win.
I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one to watch, and we'll see what ones you guys are looking forward to, what matches you're looking forward to. Hit us up on social media. You can join the conversation on Twitter at ESL Dota 2, and don't forget to add in that hashtag ESL1. We'll check up on your tweets, and maybe we'll have a little bit of back and forth between us. I've been a little disappointed. We haven't got any really hype questions yet.
I got one, but it was about BSJ's not here, but I guess we can ask him. He's over there. BSJ, is your hair naturally curly? Okay. He said yes. That was the only question I saw.
Fascinating question. Thank you so much to everybody at home who wanted to know the hard-hitting truth about BSJ's hair.
We appreciate it. Now we know. I have naturally curly hair. Blitz, your hair looks pretty straight.
It is.
It is.
It's jet black straight.
Yeah.
Can't do much about it.
Cap. It's too easy. It's too easy. I'm good.
All right. Well, besides that, we've got Navi versus Chicken Fighters. Anything else for Alliance versus Liquid Blitz?
Really hope we don't lose. Like,
No?
no, man.
All right, great. You guys sound super confident about it.
What do you want me to say? Like, the thing is, I'm not there right now in Europe, so I have no idea. I just get these updates in like the form of like weird letters of like, went bad today. We'll update you later. I was like, wait, what?
All right, I'll show you how to be a coach. Say I am the Chicken Fighters coach, and now you're asking me, this one is going to be easy. They may have nerfed my Lycan. I am Charlie, but it doesn't matter. We play fast. We've seen Navi. What are you going to do, try to poach Seneko again? Too bad. You already kicked him. Now he's going to kick your ass.
All right, and with that, we'll let Blitz try and figure out what he needs to do for his coaching session for his upcoming match. But first, it's going to be Navi versus Chicken Fighters. A break, and come back for that epic match.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
A moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. A moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless.
that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, 'cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. 'Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause I was running roads so many nations.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do us quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I'm the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah,
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that boofy, it's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, Hennessy is minor lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
I was in the field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. I never know it's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. I'll be gone in a second. Know I've learned my lessons. I'm picking up my weapons. I'ma be a legend. Keep the energy high as they come and they go. I believe in myself and I'm taking it home. I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. I'll never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone. Stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of phases, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
It's early in the morning here in Los Angeles. You know what always gets my blood pumping, Grant?
What?
Some Dota and a rousing story of revenge. That's what this first match could be about, as it's Seneko in Chicken Fighters versus his former team in Na'Vi. And we are going to be breaking it all down for you. I've got Grant. I've got Blitz. Smartest boys in the house to talk about this matchup. But what do you think?
BSJ sucks.
Bad. Just kidding. What do we? Straight up, honestly, I think this one might be. We keep saying it might be an even matchup. It ends up not being me, but like just straight up on paper, you look at the players on Na'Vi and you're like, they should be favored, right? You have Nine Pasha, one of the best. You have Magical. This guy's very good middle. But then Slayer. Slayer's one of those guys I always look at support, and he's always there. But I've never been like truly impressed with him. And I think in this day and age, as a support player, you actually have to be like someone who's like, that guy's real. And I'm not saying he's a bad player, but like I don't look at his play and be like, man, he is very individually gifted, I guess. But I think he's a good teammate. That's just what I say.
That's I look at Sioma Slayer a little bit differently.
Okay.
But Blitz, what do you think about him?
Think he's really good. But why? What do you think of him that you say you look at him differently? You also think
I think he's good. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think he's really dope.
Like like why? Like mechanically, or just like what he does in game? Or?
I mean, I think he's always in like the right position where he needs to be. I feel like maybe in this current Navi, maybe he's been less impact. But in his previous teams, he's been really high impact support. So
yeah, I think he's very good.
Okay. I mean, I've always liked him, but he's one of those guys. There's a bunch of those guys who are like, man, this guy's good. When's he gonna be great? And to me, he's never really hit that, I guess. And I think individually, like if you're just a very talented player, you'll eventually hit that. So
do you feel that same way about other people on, say, like Crystallize? Do you feel like he's also somebody who's been like, he's really good, but he hasn't been great yet?
I still see upside for Crystallize, and that's the thing, because I think on a carry player it's a lot easier too, because eventually you will just have a patch where your heroes are good, and like as a support I don't really see that, but as a carry, all of a sudden if Slark becomes just amazing again, then I'm like Crystallize, like he shows up, he carries games solo. It's hard for me to like compare supports and carries like that, I guess, because it's hard for me to see that individual skill on a 5, honestly, a lot of times.
Well, maybe Sioma will manage to dissuade you of those notions in this game one. What about the Chicken Fighters side? We've got Seneko captaining the team after he was benched from Navi about 6 months ago.
Yep.
He's now leading a group of Europeans and some new names, some old names. We've got Saberlight, who we saw recently at the Summit.
Yep. On Chaos.
Yep, on Chaos. He was standing in. We have Supreme, not to be confused with Nisha's brother. We made that mistake earlier. Different player. And then an old name, Era.
Era. The comeback.
Back in the mix again, playing support. Not playing 5 like he did for the final try, but instead he's going to be playing the 4 position.
So he's pretty much played every role because he used to play middle. He even played carry for a bit. I think the only one I don't remember is offlane. And
I don't think he's played offlane yet.
I don't know. Era, he's one of those players, he's going to be solid for you. But I guess that's one of the players, I guess, you asked about. He's one of those who never ever like truly stood out, and maybe that's why he is switching roles. I think that's never a bad idea if you don't find success as a certain role. You can move around.
I will say, just based off of face value, I do value the Navi support duo more.
I agree with
right
that.
now, but you know, maybe Era is going to prove to be an exceptionally strong 4 position. Who knows?
I think Ilias is really good, especially for like how young he is and like how new he is to the scene. That he's got a captain, he drafts, and like he's their 5. Like I think he does a pretty exceptional job, honestly.
Yeah,
like it's kind of hard to get control of some of these older players, like these veterans. Like Crystallize is now pretty much a veteran. Like he's been in the scene,
which is crazy to think about,
for quite some time. Because when he first joined that Navi squad, he's like, oh, he's this like hot young new player. But
it's been like 3 years now or something since he joined Navi.
And it's really rare for like younger 5 positions to be a thing, because it's such a veteran role, and you do have to have like
leadership quality and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to like know what you want. You have to being a good leader. Also, like it's not just having good drafts, it's also like getting your team to be able to execute said drafts.
Well, Seneko was another young captain once upon a time, but now he's got a bit of veterancy to him. Let's see if he uses that to be able to outdraft his former team.
And I will say, Chicken Fighters, the last term they played, I believe it was Arena of Blood. They played, I want to say 14 games. They went 14-0. So, you know, very scary. I believe they played in the finals. It was aggressive mode. So, you know, we talk about like these tier 2 teams, you know, you got to be able to be consistent. Being able to go undefeated 14-0 in a tournament is pretty damn impressive. So that's why I do kind of favor Chicken Fighters. But as you said, I think Navi, just look at their players. 9 Pasha, he can carry games from the offlane, which is always good to have.
Yeah.
They banned the Lycan. All right, even with the nerf, everyone's still respecting the Charlie Lycan. You know, he'll first pick it in pubs, so he'll first pick it here, I'm sure.
Put some respect on that name.
Man. I'm curious to see how much this regen changes and like if it actually changes. I don't think we're not going to see like a big change in drafting already, right? Like it's first day, like no one really knows what actually happened.
No, honestly, the Europeans probably just like woke up and saw it and were like, okay. They probably haven't had like the most time to prepare, and I think if you haven't scrimmed, which I'd be really surprised if anyone got a scrim like an hour before they had to play or whatever, they probably are just kind of rolling the dice like everybody else is.
The only hero I could see, like one hero that stood out to me that I thought the nerf was kind of hard was the Phoenix. He's still the same hero, it's just his laning phase is a bit less, right? 5 less damage a second on a nuke. That's 20 damage for each one of the spirits. That's 80 damage in total if you land all 4. It's a significant amount
He lost
of damage
25% of his damage.
Oh. Yeah.
That's not small at all.
That's not small at all. So, but that is just his laning phase. We've seen him picked for many other reasons, so we'll see if people overlook that.
I think he is like a laning-based hero, though, because that was always the weakness of Phoenix, right? Is that his laning was terrible.
When it was 10 damage a second, it was like, why would I pick that?
Yeah, nobody could touch him. And now that they did double it, the values were so good that you could not pick it at some point. It's definitely like the European flavor of the month. But I think losing 25% of your damage in one fell swoop is kind of insane. What did they change about Coddle? I know they changed one of his talents.
Cast range.
I see.
I believe it was cast range. They nerfed his 15 talent cast range, and they maybe nerfed his cast range on one of his abilities.
They didn't change the old chakra magic, huh? Interesting.
No, they did.
Oh, they did? Okay.
It now is 1 second less. 3, 4, 5, 6 is what it's at. And I'm sorry, it's not the cast range, but it's the
I thought
AoE.
it was the Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, it's the AoE, the 20 talent.
Okay. Interesting. Weird nerf. Ooh, an instant Grimstroke Ember.
I think Ember feels really, really good right now. He's one of the few heroes that I feel like lanes up really well against Centaur, for example. He has a lot of good combos with him. Like, you don't have to just do Coddle. Like, Grimstroke Ember seems really strong too. Inkswell.
Riki, Phantom Lancer.
Yeah.
So many good safe laners to run with it.
And they take Puck on the side of Chicken Fighters. I think Puck is a good hero for sure. Like, the Ember Puck matchup works both ways. When it comes to mid, I think Puck has an advantage, and we've seen that before. But I think when it comes to the overall game, like, of course, they both have roots for each other.
Okay. So does that lead you, because it's laning advantage to Puck, but he gets countered the rest of the game, what does that mean to you? Would you rather put him in the mid so he can win that lane, but then he's a core that's countered later on, or would you rather put him into like a 4 position?
I mean, I think he's good mid, but I don't think you necessarily just want to like blind put it mid.
Sure.
I think that's a little bit dangerous.
So we're probably leaning more towards that 4-3 unless it turns out to be a really good Puck game.
Yeah. But you have second pick, so Navi have second pick, so they can easily just like turn that Ember into something else. Like he can, I mean, we've seen it do some weird things like 5 position, 4 position. I think I've seen him in every role except 3 this patch so far.
We have. Shout out to them. No Tail 5 Ember yesterday.
They lost with that, right?
Yes. Thank God. Pubs. I mean, pubs are already ruined, I'm sure, after that. But, yeah. They still go with the Phoenix. Still, I mean, as you said, like, you nerf his laning phase, but his egg is still, like, you get a good egg off, it's a team fight winner, just straight up. Chen. Well, this Chen here, we're going to give it another shot because we've been talking about it. It's still getting first pick, first banned, but we haven't been seeing it that successful. And there it is, the winter Wyvern.
Finally shows up.
It does. I believe we saw it actually in a game in the first series that was on a different stream. So winter Wyvern getting a little bit of love finally.
They have really defensive supports right now on the side of Chicken Fighters.
Yeah.
I actually think they pretty severely lack for damage. Like, they're going to have to pick some pretty greedy cores right now because I feel Wyvern, Puck, and Chen, they don't threaten you on the map too much at all. And their team fight is pretty good, but they're like okay at everything. Because Puck he's nice control, but he's not a stun. This is something that you should always remember. And Wyvern, his ulti is pretty much, it's kind of a stun. But there are ways around it. Like, they're very BKB counterable abilities. And I feel like Navi's lineup, it has a little bit more oomph to it. There's good team fight, good initiation. They have good catch, good single target.
I'm really surprised as the second pick. I'm feeling like, why does Navi have the better lanes when normally, you know, as first pick you get these counter lanes? And I'm just looking, I'm like, I don't know if you win Ember, Grim, or Phoenix Mars, no matter what you pick as Chicken Fighters.
Yeah.
It's just very strange to me.
Maybe the Phoenix nerf will be like insane, and I just, who
It
knows?
is actually. I mean, you said it's 25%, but it's still. It's weird saying like 25%'s a lot, but it is 5 damage at that level, but it's because there's so many different spirits. I don't know. It'll be curious to see. Whoa!
Okay.
Oh no, they didn't read the patch. Those chicken fighters. No, I'm just kidding.
So this explains why they decided to take 2 defensive supports. And
Yeah.
They're like,
Very
oh,
greedy.
you think we lack damage? We have Meepo. Don't worry. And it is a very good Meepo game so far. I'd say even Mars doesn't bother him that much. It's the Phoenix doesn't bother him, damn sure, because all the Meepo hits, takes care of you pretty quickly. He's extremely good against all the spirits because there's no item aside from BKB that you can buy to save yourself. You buy Yules, he just times it.
I mean, Meepo did lose. He lost 7 base agility, so he did lose more
That's
attack
massive.
speed. It is. He kept it still the same base damage, but he just lost to 7 base agility, and he kept the same armor. I don't know, it was really weird. And then you get your Meepo at level 4 instead of level 3. That is how big of a deal is that? It slows you down, right? Obviously, you can't just go to the jungle now at level 3. You have to wait till 4.
Yeah, it's a pretty big nerf, I think.
I think that really affects his, if he goes mid in his laning phase. So many times you see a Meepo, just about to run out of regen, but he gets level 3, and then you're like,
goes to
okay.
jungle,
he just
heals.
swaps it up. Maybe one of the Meepos goes back to base and heals up or something. And then one less Meepo until 11 as well.
Man.
So the first and second level are delayed. They still feel good about it, apparently. And
wow.
Sure enough, Riki against the Mars.
Okay.
I think it's good against Phoenix and Grimstroke, too. Both supports that can't really protect themselves. And
we saw, 2 days ago? No BKB on Phoenix. Ricky's going to feast.
That was yesterday, dude.
Was it?
Was it?
Was it that early?
Yeah, it was the Enigma game.
Oh, okay. Damn, that was
Legacy?
a long one. Yeah, you're right. That Ricky feasted, so see if the Phoenix watch it. But you got the last overall pick. I still think your lanes are really good. I feel like Navi could easily you win the laning phase and you kind of just roll over them with team fight.
I kind of want to see some BKB hero that doesn't mind Meepo mid. I don't know, like SF or something.
Like SF.
Yeah.
It's a good combo as well with Mars.
Yeah, especially if you think the enemy team lacks damage. I don't love SF Ember Spirit cores though together. That doesn't make me feel amazing.
I'm still just looking at Chicken Fighter's draft. They clearly planned this. This is like a pre-planned draft for sure. Looking at it, you have a Meepo Ricky core. Huh. We only got 10 seconds left. What do they got? They do Shadow Fiend. All right. Good call, Blitz.
Dang.
Is that a game-winning pick, though?
I think so. I think it's a really good SF game. SF loves it when he has a good mid matchup and they have no damage. SF hates it when multiple heroes can get on top of him and they just swarm him. They invade his jungle early on and he just gets wrecked. But in a game, when I look at Chicken Fighter's lineup, I think it's a little bit harder for them to do that. And I feel SF, even if he goes right-click build this game, which I think he will because he's against Wyvern and he can never get to his Yule's combo off, I think he's going to dominate. Once he has Satanic BKB, I don't see how he dies against Chicken Fighter's lineup. But maybe Chicken Fighters can do it.
You do need the problem is Ricky's Deezer Shadow Fiend, the fact that you need a Hurricane Pike or a BKB first yourself, right? Or something like that to get out of the cloud.
Yeah, but you'll get BKB's second item this game because if you look at Chicken Fighter's lineup, this lineup is not meant to scale into the late game. They're just going to want to fight
They want
nonstop.
to stomp over you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens as Chicken Fighters. This is a Meepo that they have 100% win rate with in 10 games. Is Navi going to be strong enough to bring it down? For that, we turn to Dakota and BSJ.
Thank you, Cap. I'm here with BSJ to bring you game number 1 of Navi versus Chicken Fighters. Now, BSJ and Navi seem to have put together a pretty well-rounded, established lineup. They are likely favorites coming into it. It's the Navi name. The old Grandmasters themselves going against Chicken Fighters. A bunch of familiar names, young, tough kids who have a Meepo lineup, which apparently is on a ridiculous 10-game win streak. BSJ, who you got in this?
I think Chicken Fighters may surprise some people. I believe in Meepo, especially players that specialize in Meepo.
And
yes,
even
they
with
did
the nerf.
They did nerf him, right? It effectively gave him 7 less attack speed, and his ult comes 1 level later, but the viewers or the people at home, they don't believe in Chicken Fighters as much as I seem to.
They're just Navi fans through and through is what it is.
That's what it is. The bias coming from home.
But what you're saying is this could be a potential value bet. Chicken Fighters, which I admit, coming into the region, I saw the name and I was like, okay, cool. We got probably a lot of new faces, but looking at the roster list, these are some very established veterans too. Era always brings a smile to my face to see him in the Dota game because I know him for his Fnatic heydays and being the most smile. We got him, you got No-Tail, you got Fly like this. That was just the classic. And I'm happy to see him still participating in the action here as we see Navi strolling into the old jungle nice and early to establish this outpost as their own.
Yeah, and you have Saberlight, who had a brief stint on Quincy Crew /Chaos and came to the NA region, took our wisdom with him as he came back to Chicken Fighters here. And now, these are all names you recognize for the most part, right? And that's something where these players have been around for a reason. They're not inexperienced. I'm expecting to see a clear-cut game plan from them and execution of that, which they're 1-0 coming off their first series, I believe, against Team Spirit. And this lineup has a clear-cut win condition. It's funny how this matchup between Ember and Meepo used to be so bad for Meepo, and now that Ember can no longer slide a fist or Remnant out of a root, it becomes real difficult if you ever get caught by that net. And you also have the Phoenix Egg, which Meepo, obviously most Illusion heroes do not count as hits against the Egg, but the Meepo clones, they do count. So maybe 1 or 2 volleys of those can quickly bring down the Phoenix Egg.
Definitely going to be an interesting battle between the two. Phoenix going to be very cautious with his egg positioning, and Meepo, whether he wants to commit to the egg or not, could put him in a interesting position in the fights to break out. But,
that was a pretty cool approach from Magical here. He immediately raises the wave and then right-clicks it down continuously, shoving it into the tower, secures all 4 CS, and now he's going for the Spirit, the Soul, accumulation. That was just funny. I've never seen that exact approach on SF before.
Do you think that's how he wants to take SF, or is it unique to going against Meepo?
Yeah, it might be that he's trying to push in the lane such that it comes back to him here. There's so many little things that you have to watch the matchup play out exactly because these mid laners, they have so much experience in each one of these unique matchups that they know exactly the little ins and outs of pushing every little edge they can.
And as the mid-game meta evolves and both players are kind of the same wavelength, then you'll see one try to reinvent the wheel yet again to try to take that to a new advantage above the other.
That's what's so fun about Dota, right?
Yeah, it's always going to be a constant curve of learning, and then suddenly you'll go to bed and wake up and Ice Frogs patch the meta. And you have to refigure it all over again.
Suddenly I don't have 7 agility.
And yeah, and that can matter. I mean, in this case, Meepo, his damage is not going to be affected, but if it did, let's say, for a lot of people on what they felt was super comfortable heroes, it could affect how many last hits it takes to take down a creep, and that just changes your whole rhythm.
Absolutely. I think the biggest nerf about Meepo is the ult being moved to 4 and 11 instead of 4 and 10, or 3 and 10, excuse me. I have to imagine staying in lane an extra level like this right now. He is level 3. Normally you would have your ultimate. Has to be a bit, it just has to slow you down. Usually you probably send a Meepo to go get a stack off at this point.
Yep.
And everything's just a little bit delayed. And Meepo, about the definition of a momentum timing-based hero.
Yeah, I'm sure also the players who do specialize in this hero have a regime, have something they always go through in their own personal checklist. And, well, they're going to have to revamp that list a bit as the Frog has changed things up a bit. As things do pan out in some of these other lanes, it's a bit of the calm before the storm. We've seen lots of trades, especially up north, with the Mars Phoenix lane. And of course, Chen always trying to get involved. Could end up getting spicy real fast if he finds that right opening with the creep.
You have to imagine Ricky struggles a bit against Mars. Mars in lane, he goes for the buckler for the physical damage resistance. And then that God's Rebuke is just so good for securing CS. A hero that didn't get touched in the recent patch yesterday. A bit surprised. We're seeing him nearly every game picked or banned. it's just such a reliable laning stage, and the offlane that's so powerful that you can pick a hero this early on in the draft and not really have to be concerned about them becoming a liability. That's what we've seen sometimes when you go for these more situational offlaners.
I imagine his value is only going to go up higher because some of the other prominent mid laners did receive a nerf. I know Centaur did for sure, at least his Retaliate.
Yeah, early levels, it went from 6 to 4%.
Yeah, so
per stack.
Mars might be seeming more valuable. Bottom lane,
Slayer's going to snipe a courier top.
Oh, nice snipe there. Yeah, a couple couriers going down early on in this one as supports are really committing hard for each other and trying to keep that in check so those precious cores can get a little bit more time to micro through the farm. And speaking of CS, right now the big breadwinner is this gentleman here, the Shadow Fiend, is 27-11 to Meepo's 23, who obviously has already taken his rotations through the jungle. And look at that, even a casual little ward to block out that side camp too.
Yeah, man, he could have been so close to getting more value out of that. Look at that dire ward.
I know.
Just a bit out of range. I think it's not possible, but that's funny.
But obviously that is going to be watched and something he will have to deal with eventually as we see the breakout here at the bottom and the first blood. Going to be going to Grimstroke here. Follow-up takedown successful as Crystallize gets one of his own, and Na'Vi now up in the bottom lane big.
I don't think this is something you see every single game from Safe Lane Ember, but Crystallize going for that early Blightstone against 2 ranged heroes. Puck starts with 0 armor, and Wyvern starts with 2. So that's pretty impactful value from 300 gold, and you're seeing it there. I'm not a huge fan of Puck offlane right now. It just doesn't seem to trade nearly as well as a hero like Mars. You know, I know it's a ranged hero and everything, but the 0 armor and the lack of base damage harass that she really lost from the last few patches, it adds up.
And what is it? Just makes it more troubled for her to go on the offensive, or is she just start eating too much damage from supports as well, I imagine?
I think it's the combination that you're not as much of a threat, so the enemy carry is going to have more health, and then you take more damage, and the enemy carry having more health means he'll be more aggressive on you. All those things kind of just snowball against you, and Saberlight gets... Oh, he misses the chain. Had a 50-50 there, where there are 3 creeps as well as the puck.
I mean, Era was around the corner, but, you know, it's not like he's got an early level in the Cold Embrace, only with the 2 points in Splinter Blast. How much can a Wyvern really fend off trouble like that? He's going to continue to rotate about. It looks like he wants to assist in dealing with that side camp, if possible. At least he was pinging it out. And knows he's going to have to assist his Meepo in trying to get that farm economy still on the high. As top lane, fight over the side camp. Chen's got the send, so... he's got power now with that stun. Setup could be coming.
Oddly enough, they do have a dire sentry that sees this Radiant Ward on the high ground, but they didn't check the high ground because the sentry was placed after the ward. Odd placement there, decision there. Bottom lane, we see Era being gone on by Inkswell. Don't think anything's going to happen from it.
Nah.
Actually, maybe. Crystallize is pretty low, though, and he's not quite 6 with no bottle charges, so he doesn't really want to participate in this.
Yeah, 10 charges on that wand. Grimstroke pops it, avoids the orb damage.
Ooh, my
Saberlight, man,
slide of fist.
He's eating so much damage, you know. Precious, tiny HP pool, and as you mentioned, the really small amount of armor. This little fairy dragon is it's made of glass.
Yeah, 190 damage effectively when he sleight of fists the puck. And he's basically taking pure damage because he has 3 armor minus the 2. So that adds up pretty quick on only a 10-second cooldown that only costs 50 mana. So I think that's what makes Ember Spirit so popular right now, is that most of his bad matchups in the game, such as Outworld Devourer, they're just not popular. As we see, Saberlight go for the silence, but he actually sleight of fisted the creep at the same time. Crystallize gets level 6. He's going to come back full. Going to be a bit concerned for Saberlight. Might die in the near future, but let's see if he chooses to back off the base, knowing that Ember just hit 6. And it looks like he's going to either ferry out. So yeah, he has a bottle coming out to him as well. So never mind. He's dodged the window and seems fully aware of it.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Chen. So I've been watching this action over here in the meantime. There have been 2 triple stacks here for Shadow Fiend to farm through. The first camp, he got the shovel. The second camp, you know, it was under the watchful eye of the dire ward. So Chen was messing with him a bit, trying to take some of the creeps. Chen's courier came a little too close to the action. And Shadow Fiend's like, you want to mess with me? I'll just take your courier. And does so. So they recognize that Shadow Fiend is
Top
getting
a
a lot
bit
of
of an
farm, but
engagement.
top, yeah, Pasha getting jumped on by Charlie. As we know, that is a nice bit of synergies. He's able to attack the
nice
back,
timing.
but turn around, spear into the wall. Slayer by his side.
No blink
Can
charges.
he muscle him down? With Grimstroke here, they certainly can. There's the Ink Swell. Can they pop? Can it do damage? Doesn't.
That was so
seem it's
close. He tried to
necessary.
finish it off, but the Phoenix Fire Spirits attack slow and the Grimstroke bug. That was super annoying. He's like, yeah, and he couldn't finish it off in time. Got the Rin damage, which from level 2, Phantom Embrace level 1 is 120. They buffed that to be from 80 to 120 level 1. That's a pretty significant amount of damage to be taking just for not finishing off the Phantom there. More neutral items for SF as he finishes off another stack with an Arcane Rune. Going for the drums build. Looking like they're fully intending to match the pace that they're expecting to get from the Meepo. Oh, the Faded Brooch on SF. He's going to keep it right. Is he going to give that to Ember? Let's find out. Surprised that item didn't
Tension
get
top
nerfed.
possibly here. Meepo's rotating over. We got 4 at attendance here from the Chicken Fighters trying to defend out this big stack on the side. Meepo's going to go to work on it with assistance from Era Splinter Shop. But here comes Magical, and he nukes it down. He wants a piece of that pie.
Supreme does get the last one.
That's all that matters.
Good old 6 heroes contesting a triple stack.
Yeah, on the other side of the globe, it's still Crystallize versus Saberlight in this bottom lane. Those are 2 fantastic names, by the way, to go toe-to-toe. Crystallize versus Saberlight.
Yeah,
it's like
definitely sounds
wrestlers
like-
from
yeah.
the 90s or something like that. Like they were on American Gladiators. I love
Well
it.
said, well said.
So Charlie's on the prowl now as Invis Ricky might be looking for some potential setups. He is seeing a crossing on the river here as Slayer and Magical are nearby.
Meepo, oddly enough, going for a Silver Edge first major item when he has a rookie on his team. So I think Na'Vi, as long as they are absolutely prepared with detection, sentries, and wards placed together, as well as when they decide to group up, I have a hard time imagining Chicken Fighters will be able to fight into them very well.
Yeah, what do you suppose the silver is strictly for the Mars kind of
I think it's
situation?
strictly for just catching them and you don't want to go blink. I'm not 100% sure the idea behind it, though, other than that. What would be his item otherwise? Silver Edge is a decent stat item, as we see Wyvern getting dove.
Yeah.
And Chicken Fighters looks like they intend to respond with all fronts here.
Yeah, the coil was laid down. Ember looks to retreat under that silence. Can he make it away? Yes! Pops out the last second. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Mars getting muscled down. Chicken Fighters do manage to grab 2 casualties for themselves in a response play. Pops the ult from the trees. Does some good work on Ricky with the
he
Ink
misses
Swell.
the raise.
It's decent damage, but yeah, missing that raise means Ricky can walk out.
Yeah, he tried to back off slightly and get that extra bit of range between him and the Ricky for that second Shadow Raise. Would have been a pretty sick play, to be honest with you, but didn't quite work out for them there. Really close. I like the attempt. Both teams, I'd say, doing what they're supposed to be doing. Na'Vi making aggressive moves, Chicken Fighters responding accordingly, and everything said and done, I think both teams, even though Chicken Fighters is a bit behind now, are okay with what's happened so far, and they are just going to be looking to hit this Meepo timing. But SF, #1 net worth, pretty much neck and neck with Meepo, both mid laners free farming, as we see a Wyvern Curse onto Crystallize, who's getting about solo killed by
Jumps
a
back.
support Wyvern.
But, still lives.
So
Oh,
he's
here
invis.
comes trouble. Look at that. Surprise.
He gets him.
Shadow Blade Meepo's here. Poof, poof,
That
poof.
was sick. That was well played. He netted immediately after poofing.
A salty Saberlight hits the Ember with the tip.
Very nice. He's like,
I
this
wasn't
is-
there, but you're my lane enemy.
You slide a fist me, I tip you. Something like that.
This does put Meepo ahead in the net worth. You know, of course, a lot of credit to Magical and his Shadow Fiend. Certainly with assistance from the supports making all those stacks. He has been keeping his net worth neck and neck with the Meepo up to this point.
I like this offlane puck build, to be honest with you. I think when you have a Meepo, you have to build your entire lineup around him. You have to consider drums, pipe, Vlads, all of these items that make your Meepo just that much tankier, that much more survivable when he's manning up on people. And I don't think I can remember the last time I saw an offlane puck, or a puck at all, really, go for a pipe. But against the Radiant lineup, I think you need one, and you got a mech coming out on Chen, and nobody else is really going to build it. So I like Saberlight. The way they clearly know how to enable this Meepo, and it's not just about the Meepo player. It's about the rest of the team knowing how to play around it. As we see Na'Vi making another move. The Phantom on puck.
Oh.
Gets rid of it.
Pasha thought about running in and committing the arena, but they decided to pull off. At least they're waiting for more reinforcements. All 5 Na'Vi members are here now at the top lane. The chains are going to be successful. Does not get away. The ult comes out from Era and narrowly keeps him alive. The Hand of God will help in that. And Na'Vi want to continue to chase on inside. The arena being committed. They see Era, try to lock him up against the wall. Pasha looking to take him down. Barely successful in it. Magical will get the finish onto Saberlight.
Yeah, he barely kills him as he raises the last second of his TP, and they searched for him. Crystallize remnant it in while he was in the trees. Really adamant chase there coming out from Na'Vi.
5-player commitment to get to and the tier 1 tower. You do still have Ricky and Meepo farming elsewhere in the meantime.
Yeah, not all that bad. They do lose the tower, but a heavy investment from Na'Vi to get that tower. They still have Phoenix Egg, and they still have Shadow Fiend Requiem.
So what's important for Na'Vi is what's to follow from now. You've claimed a very prized top tier 1 tower. I imagine it's in their best interest to really try to take a hold of Chicken Fighter's jungle at this point, or at least find a way to restrict a lot of the growth of this Meepo.
Yeah, and at the same time, Chicken Fighter's just trying to buy some time for this Diffusal Blade from Ricky. I would say the Silver Edge from Meepo is probably a pretty big timing. 15 all stats for Meepo is no joke. Out of all the heroes in the game that can benefit from all stats, he's certainly one of them. Effectively 45 agility for damage across 3 Meepos. And he's going to be looking. He's on the prowl. There is a Radiant Ward and Sentry here, so if he walks to the left, they will see him, and they do. They ping him out. Whenever you're against these Invis heroes, very important from supports to place sentries next to every single ward. Otherwise, the ward is like a false sense of security for you. You know, you're like, oh, there's nobody there. But it doesn't really tell you anything of relevance, so just something to keep in mind if you're trying to learn how to play support, and for the 3 of you that actually care about playing support in chat. We do have just a era of peace, it looks like, coming out from both squads.
Yeah, not the most bloodthirsty game right now. Both teams giving a lot of respect to each other, not looking to go unhinged yet. And obviously with their game plans, certainly on the side of Chicken Fighters, they want to make sure that they get their precious Meepo, their precious Supreme at a comfortable level before they can make the full commitment. I'm sure having Sonico now with the mech in hand at the ready. Hand of God will be up in about 10 seconds time. We could see Chicken Fighters go on the move mid lane.
They had a sentry there.
Yeah, the vision nicely planted by Na'Vi to scout out Meepo, trying to make a strong debut with his Silver Edge.
Yeah, 9 Pasha also has a blink. Both teams pretty fight ready, other than the Ricky Diffusal, which comes out in about 800 gold.
Ooh.
They do find the steering chains.
They're
it's
not
hard to commit with the Wyvern
sure.
behind. It's only one Meepo. Usually the Wyvern doesn't necessarily save the Meepo because she only holds and breaks 1 target, but that was only 1 Meepo.
All right, look at the smoke from Na'Vi. They'll head north from the other side of the river where they have that potential vision. Jump across. Pasha right into the trees. Does manage to get the catch onto Chen. It looks like they could snipe down both supports. Mech and Hand of God going to be committed for this one. Chicken Fighters want to take the fight back to Na'Vi if possible. Beautiful setup from Saberlight with the coil. Moving in, going to be the Grim Stroke. They do end up losing 1 apiece here. The fight forward coming out from Supreme, looking to take it to him, and it's now 2 apiece. Magical moving in a little low on mana, a little low on life. Meepo shovels him down, and that's going to be the end of that. Now, Na'Vi's remaining fighters, Crystallize and Pasha, taking it to Era. Era forced to Cold Embrace, but his doom is imminent. And it is a 4-for-3 trade. Na'Vi will walk away the victors here and take the better gold and XP exchange.
That's about the fastest I've ever seen an egg die. He just pooped in on all of his Meepos as the fight continues. 9 Pasha, the cloud onto 2 though.
Oh, Chen just gets murdered. He shows up and gets slammed up against the tower.
It's probably how he wanted to go.
Charlie's there, participates with a little bit of that vape, but not going to be good enough. Not to stop Crystallize and Pasha from getting what they want. They claim their 2nd tier 1 tower. We'll check out the replay now. The moment of brilliance here. As both teams really throw down, it was hard to gauge who was going to really be coming out on top.
And this egg gets absolutely shredded in the back as you see the Meepo coming in. Gets feared, but the poof's in and boom, egg dead. But nonetheless, Na'Vi does claim, I believe, a 4-3 kill score advantage in that engagement, also getting the tier 1 tower. So I'd say they came out on top, but at the same time, it is only no net worth shift, right? It's about the same as it was prior to that engagement.
Is this one of those type of things like, you know, your Alchemist games where Meepo's on your team, he should be way up and ahead, and is he, you know, far enough ahead now, or is this, you know, pretty great for Na'Vi?
I would say since you have Ricky Diffusal, that's like pretty valuable net worth compared to how much it is. You know, 3,000 gold on most carries isn't that impactful, but on Ricky it is. And then at the same time, I think Meepo really relies on this first Aegis. So it's going to come down to whether or not they can get the Roche, and I think they'll be in a good spot. But if they manage to shut this down on Na'Vi, looking to gank up Supremes to Meepos, but they they poof just in place.
In place.
I think that
means
was a
they're
mistake.
stuck in their spot, and they're just going to swarm on in. Magical shows up to try to get the last hit, but it's Pasha who will
I don't know
claim
if he
the
meant
win.
to do that. I can't tell, actually.
Yeah. I figured he could have been just farming the camp, but with only 2 Meepos there, it's hard to say what the full intention was for Meepo at that point.
Yeah, and they're looking to do just that on Na'Vi. This is more of a denial Aegis. Yes, the SF will make great use of it if they choose to give it to him, but I think it's more about shutting down the fact that Meepo relies on this. Maybe they're going to look to contest. Meepo does have buyback.
Yeah,
about
and
half right now.
They're not taking it down super fast. Only about halfway dead now. You got golems running in. Hey, what's going on here, fellas? Mind if I hang out? Get that golem the hell out of here.
Golem,
get his kids out of here, too. They're too young. Roche still wants to swing out.
Oh, Centaur Stomp.
Now Na'Vi could be caught out on the side. Coil going to be committed, and that's going to be the life of Saberlight. Are Chicken Fighters ready to throw their lives away all for this Roche? Era also going to go down. Na'Vi just get right back in. And I think at this point, Chicken Fighters, they just have to tap out and let Na'Vi get this Roche.
That's a tough sacrifice, or I don't even know what you want to call it, from Chicken Fighters. This is crucial to your game plan, and now, as you were saying, the Alchemist effective. Is this Meepo ahead by enough? Barely neck and neck with SF. Yes, you're down by 2K, but that Meepo really relies on that first Aegis more so than almost any other hero in the game.
Everyone else from Na'Vi is getting a decent amount of farm for themselves, so they're all bulking up higher than where Chicken Fighters could be because they have that Meepo on top, which is fantastic, but then everyone else below, you know, aside from Ricky's Diffusal Blade, which is nice, everyone else, you know, they're kind of in Povertyville.
Meepo was looking bottom, but he walked through the lane. I think they see him here. I think they know he's here.
They're pinging.
Yeah,
They dusted. The hunt is on, but he quickly poofs away. Very close.
Well played from both sides, honestly. Supreme acknowledging that they're all missing, that they could just be baiting the Ember. Na'Vi knowing that he's there, and just by the nick of by the seat of tail,
skin of his teeth.
Skin of his teeth.
I'll
Thank
help you
you.
a
A
little
little
bit.
too early for me to think of.
Seat of his tail.
Yeah, skin of his teeth. There. I was thinking edge of his seat. You know, I couldn't think of it. But looks like Chicken Fighters is actually looking to fight.
Yeah, they're going to go right to Na'Vi, knowing that Na'Vi want to just follow forward with the tier 1. They're going to catch him from behind. They immediately take down the Grimstroke. Here comes the Wyvern ulti, locks the Ember in his spot while Meepo moves in and looks to burst down. Magical if possible, but they're not successful. Magical pops the BKB and shrugs him off and wants to take the fight right to him. Is successful in that. Na'Vi holding their line and shoving Chicken Fighters out from their turf. Ultra kill for Magical. He is the new king.
Pretty crazy how big of a buff that Shadow Fiend getting Fear on his Requiem was, just because it serves as a way to protect the egg. It serves as a way to stun all 4 of the Meepos. And you see the good initiation. The fight looks pretty good from the start for Chicken Fighters. They get the Wyvern Curse onto 2. They get the Coil onto the other 2. But SF, he just BKBs and Requiems. And here you go. Allows the egg to go off for much longer than you would think it would with all 3 of those Meepos right next to it. They have to commit harder than they want to on the side of Chicken Fighters to kill that egg, and they're going to pay the price on the way out. Magical getting that ultra kill. Well played all around by Na'Vi, but especially Magical.
Yep.
Pretty much played that fight perfectly, if you ask me.
Didn't have to use the Aegis or anything. I mean, in theory, it looked great for Chicken Fighters. They could kind of visualize what Navi's plan was, maybe getting a bit careless, just casually pushing forward that bottom lane when they missed their opportunity to get the jump on the Meepo. So Chicken Fighters say, let's go back their way and see if we can catch out some supports from behind. They're successful in that, but my God, Na'Vi were ready to swing. Here we go. Ember, though, in a bit of trouble. Nice little snipe here from the Meepo. And like you said, that's a pretty high net worth hero and good money for Meeps.
Yeah, 550 gold. I will say that they do lack damage, as Blitz was saying in the draft. Yes, you have Ricky, but he's really not that farmed right now, and his damage through BKB at this stage in the game is rather underwhelming, and so is Meepo's, because the fear from SF plus all the AoE stuns. SF going for a butterfly against Ricky, who's never going to get an MKB because of his net worth, and Meepo, who just doesn't work that way. So that's a very valuable survivability man-up item.
Jump
Nice.
in, Mars.
Oh.
Misses the spear back. And here goes Chicken Fighters. They get the 2-coil connection. The arena going to be committed. The Wyvern ult from the backside.
The egg, though, it's protected by that arena.
Yes, it is, and they're trying to run away from it. The arena walls come down, so Nico gets bailed out with a cold embrace. The nets come forward, but BKB magical. The Tyrant moving in, swings one down. Slayer picks up the next. Chicken Fighters on the retreat. Trying to make it out the distance. The gap closing. Crystallize steps in, gets the chains, locks Meepo in his spot, and the rest of Na'Vi will fight forward and finish him off. This is looking like a Na'Vi game through and through. It's getting quite unhinged as they go for Era. This will make it 22-9 with nearly an 8K net worth advantage.
This is a good Dota from Na'Vi. I think they're playing really well. Executions and fights. They look like they wanted to re-engage on Chicken Fighters since the arena as well as the egg were gone, but not magical. He's just a beast right now. You know, he's got Butterfly, BKB. He's got the Vlad's aura for the lifesteal, effectively getting his own little bit of a satanic without the active, and DD Rune bottled. He's quite the swagger fiend right now. Has that level 20 talent. Gives him that extra 72 damage from his Necromastery, and that presence aura on the buildings.
Yeah.
It hurts, man.
It's really hard to not look like a badass when you're having this kind of game on Shadow Fiend. Your 10th pick Shadow Fiend into the Meepo lineup. And look how fast they just bulldozed down that mid lane. Didn't stand a chance. Ricky's here now. Gets
No
a cute
Meepo.
little cloud, gets the 2-coil connection, but as you mentioned, without Meepo, are they going to have the DPS to do this? It's really just on the Ricky, and he already has to pop in the tricks of the trade. Oh, a spare for you, sir! Right into the wall. How's that feel?
I think that's exactly what they said when they speared him to the wall there. We'll ask Nine Posh afterwards if we get another interview with him. And Snako, he's getting chased down by Magical.
Don't do this! Don't do this!
He's just a wee boy.
He's just throwing money at him like, it's happening. It's happening, and I'm going to give you money for the funeral.
That was a very, I don't want to say depressing death, but you just have a guy walking at you, right-clicking you.
He's trying to pull the attention away from their homeland, away from their base, but it looks like the inevitable is near. I don't know how many fights are left here for Chicken Fighters.
I see what you did there.
What did I do? I missed it.
How many fights for Chicken Fighters?
Oh, that was a weak pun. Unintentional.
Yeah, that. Now you say it's unintentional, but because I called you out on it. They do have the Crimson Guard from the Mars. That's a pretty good damage mitigation, as amping up the damage problems that Chicken Fighters already have. You can't buy BKB on Meepo against so much just crap thrown on the ground, including the SF Requiem, which is really just the trump card for this Meepo. He has to run away, as you saw. He learned his lesson in the Bradian jungle. In the mid lane, he just ran all of his Meepos away. And to have a Meepo just be forced to run away like that does not feel good as Nine Pasha. He's leading the charge.
Yes, he is. Looking for little meeps if he can get them, but he poofs out. Oh,
nice dodge.
The bystanders nearby may pay the price.
He just dies so
and
fast.
the puck dies immediately. Grimstroke could pay the price and does, but at what cost here as Na'Vi fight forward, looking to go for the stuffed pig of Meepo. But Meepo calls in some friends without Shadow Fiend here yet. Oh, here he is. Oh, nice little silence, cancels out the ulti.
GG called.
But they haven't even turned around and put their full attention in. And as you mentioned, Chicken Fighters, they've already thrown in the towel. They know this one's over. This one, it's all Na'Vi. They look pretty damn good today.
Yeah, that was convincing. That's all I really got to say about that game. Shout out to Magical for a sick SF performance, and they just were playing well as a team. Teamfight execution was great. Movements were crisp. I think Chicken Fighters was able to stave them off for a few of those tower pushes, but eventually they get the towers, even though the engagement goes slightly even. The map control slowly but surely got lost. You get that crucial pickoff that leads into the Roche taking, and from there it just seemed pretty hopeless.
Do you think the
Chicken
patch
Fighters.
played any effect in this game at all? I mean, whether it be for the better or for the worse of either team?
I don't think it was that significant on the impact of this game specifically. Yeah, the Meepo got nerfed, but the fact that I think Na'Vi just looked crisper
Yeah.
and smoother with their rotations and
For sure.
movements, and they clearly knew how to shut down the Meepo.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was a cute little attempt, but Navi get the first win here. I'm excited to see now as we throw it over to the panel what their thoughts on game number 1.
A lifetime 100% win rate for Supreme has been shut down. His first loss on Meepo, Grant, and Blitz to break it all down.
Yeah, I think BSJ said it best. Navi looked really good as a team. They played together. You always see this. Hey, I'm gonna pick my Mars to protect my Phoenix. They actually did every single time. Like the combo worked every single time, and it just goes. Very good teamwork. And I wouldn't even say Chicken Fighters played that bad. They always took fights, but the problem was the Meepo made that one mistake where he didn't poof out. He died. He got picked off another time, and I don't know. The Ricky never felt like he's an aggressive killer, and never felt like he could.
No, he could never get to the back line. This was not like Miracle's Ricky where he was able to just assail. But I think that also comes down to the fact that he doesn't have enough frontliners. I think that was a big issue with their draft. You pick this, so your second pick, they took Puck so that they could flex the hero. But in my opinion, that was always going to be a 4 or 3. I think it's way too ambitious to pick it first 2 and as like your mid.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, so then you have a Meepo who doesn't want to go in because he doesn't want to walk into like Mars and SF, right? Like both those heroes combined will crush him. It's like a mini Mars Willow strategy essentially.
Sure.
And then you have your both supports that don't deal damage, aren't initiators, and then you have this Puck that has like 1,000 HP that deals no damage himself. So then Ricky has no one to go in. Remember when Nigma played it and they had mind control, just like double jump forward, walk in, dissimulate, like he casts everything.
Yeah.
They don't have somebody that can do that, so there's no space created for this Ricky to get to that back line.
Yeah, and also the laning phase, like bottom lane, I don't know, this Ember just destroyed the Puck and the Winter Wyvern. They got the first 2 kills, right? They got first blood and then the kill right after. It just felt like they had an overall better game plan, easier to execute as well, as you said. If you don't have a
100%.
front liner, it's harder. You have to like play perfectly in and out. If you don't have someone like a Mars who, he does jump in. If he misses his ulti, it doesn't matter. He just disengages.
Yeah. For me, this was the biggest fight where I didn't think Chicken Fighters could win because it was essentially a 3v5. The Phoenix egg, because of the Puck catching him with the coil, was really bad, and then on top of that, they lost their other support really quickly, the Grim. So then it was essentially a 3v5, and they still lost the fight. And if you can't win a fight there, then you're probably not winning the game.
So it sounds like it comes largely down to draft.
Yeah, I think Puck as a 3 works, but you need some sort of like 4 that has like really strong potential to go in.
Something that can frontline the Earth Spirits, Clockworks of the world.
It makes sense as to why they took Wyvern, because they wanted to pick Meepo and they don't want to get a counter pick themselves. But I do think like Chen plus Wyvern feels really they almost overlap. They're just both heals, decent-ish team fight.
If
pretty
you get
good.
run at, what do they do?
Yeah, exactly.
Not very much. Yeah.
And they already had a Spirit Vessel buyer in the early pickup of the Ember Spirit. So.
Yeah, I definitely think you go back to that draft and just do it a little bit better, because you had a run you lineup, as you said, with the like your 2 cores, but then the 2 supports aren't. So you're kind of like, which way do you want to go with it? And I don't think they had a way. And just ban that combo. Like, look at the egg. What do you know? Egg Mars perfectly placed again for like the 6th time.
A bit disappointing, especially since when we saw the Meepo Riki Grant, you were talking about how this seemed like a pre-laid out strategy, but it ends up having significant weakness, mostly because of their opener.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. Yeah, your opener, and then you just didn't have good lanes. How do you make a Meepo, Riki, and the 2 defensive supports good lanes? I guess I didn't really look at that now, and then I'm just like, oh, cool, you can regen, but I know Dakota has BSJ, but Chen did, obviously. He got the biggest nerf with all the regen nerfs, right? All of a sudden, this headdress is a little bit less, so maybe these greedier heroes like the Riki in lane, he can't just take as many hits as he used to, and I think it will add up. Same with the Meepo having 1 less. Usually, a Meepo will pass a Shadow Fiend eventually, but now that it's like a full almost minute to a minute and a half more, like the Meepo doesn't come online for an extra 2 to 3 minutes because of that, I think.
It's the Alchemist problem, right? You pick that hero, but you're saying, hey, enemy carry, you're going to have as much free space to farm as you want, right?
Yeah.
And now you have even more free because it takes a full nother level to start farming that jungle and stuff.
Yeah, and that's that really adds up, especially for a hero like Meepo.
Man, I just think, you just got to go back to the draft. And as I said, just maybe do something a little more simple. Do a Phoenix Mars, because no matter what, everyone can play that combo. Maybe not as well as Navi made it look, but you can instead of just having this Chen. I think I'm finally deciding Chen sucks.
Okay, Chen sucks. That's the word. Chicken Fighters, a bit of a mess up there in their draft and their openers. Can they fix it going into game 2? First a break, and then we'll see.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't
Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick. Push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Just like that, we are at a 1-0 for Navi. Both these teams coming into this day being undefeated in ESL. Both beat their first initial opponent 1-0, but now Navi is one step closer to being 2-0. They can close that out here. We've got Grant and Blitz to be able to break down the match for us.
Yo, I had an idea.
Yo!
What if, one by one, we shave our heads?
Sure.
Sure, go next. I'll do it the day after you do it.
Blitz, you said you wanted to.
I kind of do. No troll.
I promise you, it feels so good.
Blitz, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you would be hideous bald. Like, straight up, if you went bald, I'm sorry. Cap pulls it off. Cap is, I think Toby said, he's Bruce Willis up. You, I don't know, dude. If I was your girlfriend, you're dumped. Like, I am that shallow. You're done, dog. Like,
yeah,
shit.
you might want to check with Chloe
first.
first.
You should have said, you could have said, like, you don't think it'll look too good. You just straight up said, I think you'll be hideous.
Well, do you want honesty, dog, or what?
So do it with me. I think you might look okay.
I've gone bald before. I'm fine with it. You know, when you have hair as luscious as this, Blitz, like, you don't just take it away, so.
I see.
Let me just say, the one way to prove that you're not balding, just shave it all off.
And let it
You'll be able to tell.
Yeah, you actually can.
I checked through. I was like, no bald spots.
I think everyone
I'm
on our
good.
panel actually has a pretty good, strong hairline. Dakota's still going real strong.
Dude, Dakota's got a great hairline.
There's no widow's peak. It's actually just strong.
Yeah.
Let's see. BSJ's is actually pretty solid, too.
Oh.
BSJ's got, like, no issues there.
You're fine.
I'm good for life, baby.
Yep. We're all great.
This ain't going anywhere.
But you see Navi still scared of the Meepo. They actually first base it like, we could have been in trouble. I think it's fine.
I mean, if they fix their opener, we said it's not about the Meepo, not even the Riki. It was about their opener.
100%.
And apparently Navi, they agree. They say, okay, if they change that draft around a little bit, they can still make the Meepo work. And they've got to respect a man who has a now 90% win rate on Meepo.
Yeah, they banned both the cheese. Make life easy for yourself.
Both the nerfed cheese.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Huskar was like lighting the world on fire, but the heroes are still annoying to play against.
They are. They just changed the game, right? Like how they are and how timings work.
Is that just Supreme? Is that every team that he's on? Because you were talking about you guys always ban Meepo
Yeah,
against
and
him.
Hippomaniacs and Huskar. You're getting hit by one of those.
Okay.
You don't ban him.
Like, that's just the Supreme special. Like,
well,
you forget.
Supreme got nerfed by the new drafting with the 4 bans. He actually did. Like, surprisingly, Cheese people really did get hit harder.
We just forgot, like, I remember the first qualifier. We played against Hippomaniacs first, and it was my first time working with the guys, and we got Huskar, and I was like, oh, shit, like, that's not good. And they're like, no, it's on us. We didn't look across the screen. We saw Supreme. That's 100% on us.
Don't Chen. I mean, I'm fine if they want to run Chen again. Prove me wrong, but I just think Chen, it's his first pick, first ban hero, and it just. The thing is, you can theory craft about it all you want, but if you're 20% win rate over a bunch of games, clearly something's wrong with it.
I'd like for them to like Centaur or Mars with Rubik or Grimstroke.
Get some kill combos.
Let's
yeah,
go.
I'd be about it.
There's an early Grim.
I think Mars might be a little bit better here than Centaur. I actually think Centaur is kind of weak against Ember Spirit.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, get Charlie his win condition. This is our first TB in Europe, right, that we've casted?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, and it's a first phaser. All right.
That is, it seems like this team really likes to pick up their carries and their cores early on. Not
They just
afraid
do
of
something
things.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen somebody first 2 puck in a while. And so now they have. You're not athletic, BSJ. Now they have TB.
I
Grim.
thought it was a beautiful little ballerina prance that you did, BSJ. Maybe you can tutu on camera later on to the week.
Is there another core like Grimstroke to pair with Ember? I mean, where's Coddle got banned? Okay, Grimstroke's like your kill combo with it.
Yeah. There's some classic pairings. Like you can take Lich for yourself. You can take. Let's see what else is there. You could take Darkseer. He doesn't lane terribly against TB. The wall is really good, and the Surge plus the Ion Shell I think is really nice too.
Especially like with Ember, right? Because you want to shut down TB when he goes to the jungle. Darkseer doesn't do that, but Darkseer plus like an Ember definitely does. I like that.
Yeah. What else is there in terms of supports?
Rubik.
Okay.
Not really a pairing, but just a good hero.
Easy go-to. Helps you lane a lot against Terrorblade. Somebody who has a ranged nuke to be able to take down the range creep. The damage reduction is quite nice.
Slayer loves this hero. Even when it wasn't like a popular hero, they were still like any team with Slayer was first phasing it.
You still Stroke of Fate, you're going to feel really good as Rubik. Ooh.
The creep clear, the damage.
Voom Voom. Shoot them out one after another. Ranged nukes. I think Stroke of Fate's so nice to have. It's just a good ability. All those ones that don't require like creep waves. You don't have to like target them.
Oh. And the instant cast of it, especially like Rubik and Lesh done. Ooh. It's always a nice one.
Do you remember when Edict had no animation?
Yeah.
It's so broke. You could just like run at people and it would kill
No
instantly.
care, yeah. They banned the Centaur.
Death Prophet is still not banned. Did that hero get hit the hardest out of all of them?
I don't
in the
think
nerf
so.
patch.
Like, well, what happened? It was his axe got nerfed, which people weren't really buying, and then what was the other one?
Base damage was nerfed by 3.
2. Was it 3 or 2?
2 or 3, and then Spirit Siphon mana cost went up from like
Oh,
it was
I didn't
either
see
70
that.
to 80 or 80 to 90. One of them.
Okay. Then, yeah, I think she probably... I didn't realize they changed the mana cost, then, yeah.
I think she was falling on people's lists too, though.
Yeah, I think so
Already.
too.
Yeah, it was already... The hero was already going down by quite a bit.
It was one of those deals where it was doing really well in the regions we were watching earlier.
Yeah.
And those regions, when you only have 4 teams, you're not going to get the same kind of depth. You don't have the same kind of length and time either. Whereas this, a full-out qualifier or tournament that lasts 2 weeks, right? With 16 teams, you're really going to be able to push these heroes to the limit.
Yeah. The one consistent hero I'd say that remained from C to now is like Phoenix and Ember. I think Southeast Asia was running a lot of Ember. They were primarily running it as a Void Spirit counter, though.
Yeah, we saw that matchup a ton, actually.
And Void Spirit, we haven't seen too much of it.
Yeah, we saw him once
Mind
yesterday.
Control.
Mind Control.
Okay.
Oracle.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
you had to know it was kind of coming. Oracle TB. You already have a good, like... Your 2 supports are already way better this game than they were last game because you have someone who saves and you have someone who kills and pushes out waves. It's nice.
The one thing about Oracle is it prevents people from bat-riding your TB, which I think is really important.
Oh, there you go.
So they do still take Death Prophet. Okay, I think good amount of AoE.
Instant Pango.
And this is one hero that I've been seeing a lot as a counter to Death Prophet. Pango just like doesn't care. You get on top of her. Really tanky. They needed some sort of like initiator / playmaker too.
Creates a lot of chaos, gets a lot of stuns in for Terrorblade. Not quite the same as like the Mars from before of just like really locking people in, but
Navi sees this. So do you try to punish the lanes harder when you see these heroes, or like which way would you go? Because you have a Pango who's not known for being great in lane. It's not like Oracle's the best. Maybe always gets the range creep, but
I don't know. I think I take like Mars or something. I think I really would have liked Darkseer. I think this Oracle actually created a lot of problems in terms of drafting, because I would have liked Darkseer or Bat. I would have been alright with either, and because they have this Oracle, you're like completely dissuaded from picking either of them, I feel.
yeah, I think you're right. I think just Mars seems good.
Underlord against
Underlord.
TB.
That's another. That's the other one we forgot.
I was thinking about that from yesterday when we had 33, or no, sorry, Seb's Underlord.
Yeah.
What hero was he against that game?
I don't actually remember.
I don't either.
Surely wasn't TV.
Yeah.
It was not. I will say Seb, man, his ultimates were great. Always got everyone out. Always nice to have that mobility. You do have a lot of mobility now with the Ember and the Underlord around the map, especially since DP is like the least mobile hero. But you are going to be last picking your 5, it looks like, on Na'Vi, unless they switch up the DP, which we've seen. We've seen a safe lane support Death Prophet.
That's true.
I don't think there's any reason to do that, just because if you look at their lineup, like there's not a whole lot of reason to do so, because they are first pick, and like you're gonna reveal your mid hero anyways, or like what the switch is, and they're gonna be able to respond accordingly.
So you want another save? Winter Wyvern looks really good here. Pango, TB, save for Death Prophet.
Wyvern is
I
pretty
like
good.
Wyvern, yeah.
Wyvern's not bad.
I think that would have been a better ban than Lich, personally.
I don't know, man. I really like Lich against TB, and I think it pairs as a lane really nicely with Ember Spirit.
Gives you more of a kill combo.
Yeah.
Get kills, win games.
Anybody else? Shadow Demon?
Huh?
No, that's banned. That's banned.
I was like, did it actually make it through? I was actually surprised too. I was like, I didn't think about it either. They banned the Pug now. See? Nature's Prophet. Okay. Lane Dominator. Doesn't... Ooh. Yeah, Pango does not feel good playing into that 5.
I think the reason why you take the NP here is so you can deal with the lanes at all times very comfortably. Like the TB is going to try to cut quite a bit, and I think he feels okay again, or I think he feels pretty nice against like both these supports potentially. Grimstroke obviously needs levels, and Oracle doesn't really deal with the trains very well. And Pango doesn't want to like spend his entire time just poking at them.
Yeah.
It does mean they don't have like a clear save for Death Prophet, but eventually Underlord will build Greaves, Pipe.
Yeah.
They won't have that
save.
direct single target save, but they'll have just general good team fight.
Oof.
Auras and Shadow Fiend.
Okay. I think it's a...
Run it back.
It's another pretty good Shadow Fiend game. Obviously versus the Ember. Ember's one of those who just slight chains you, kind of runs away, does stuff, but besides that, I like it. I think this is a lot better draft, this game, from Chicken Fighters. I actually might prefer them. I don't know. What do you think, Blitz?
I think
I'll
they can
base my
definitely win.
stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I think they can definitely win for sure.
But you favor them.
Do I favor them?
The draft.
Kind of feel like they might just get run at is the only concern. I think their Grimstroke actually has to have a lot of farm. Like Arrow has to get a good game going because he needs levels. Him and the SF are going to be the only ones that can like reliably creep clear and save this mid tower, for example. Like I think if they don't lose their mid tower by like 15-16 minutes, then they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I think if this Terrorblade is allowed to just go into the jungle and farm, we'll see. Yesterday we saw FNG had some really good wards against like those junglers who like going at 4 and 5. We'll see if they want to do the same. If not, I think Navi, I agree. I think they're just going to run over you unless Charlie has a fantastic first 15 minutes.
Chicken Fighters have given themselves fighting chance here in Game 2. Now it just comes down to the execution. For that, we turn to our casting, the hot new duo of Banana Guy. Yeah, let's call him that.
Welcome on in. It's Banana Guy or Master Jammer Man. I'm not even going to try. I don't think
you nailed it.
I don't think we can come
Couldn't
up
have
with,
done better
with a
myself.
name better than what we can bring to the table. But what do you think about these drafts here? So we have the Terrorblade now making a debut once again over into the European region for the side of Chicken Fighters. But on Na'Vi, they got the Death Prophet. They got a very siege-heavy kind of lineup. Are they going to be able to run it at Chicken Fighters before they can really come online? The viewers at home feel like Na'Vi got this one.
I think I'm in agreement with the viewers this time around. I thought they had a better chance last game with their draft just because the Meepo, they'd done so well with it. Looked like a pretty good Meepo game. I kind of underestimated the Shadow Fiend Requiem against the Meepo in team fights. This time around, I look at the team fights for Chicken Fighters, and I see that you have a Pangolier with no setup stuns. And Pangolier on his own as a stun is relatively underwhelming, I think. And they just have damage issues on their side, I think, again, where you have this Underlord for damage mitigation, Death Prophet super tanky. They don't have a save for Death Prophet, though. So that's something worth considering, that Chicken Fighters could all in the DP at the start of the fight. And if they manage to pull that off, then fights should go quite easily for them. So it's just a matter of they're going to have to fight their way into to farm the map on the side of Chicken Fighters. SF, Terrorblade, that's a lot of jungle creeps that need to be killed. And it's just a matter of whether or not they can get out of the laning stage the way they want. Where Rubik Underlord, I think this is a really strong lane. They both have damage reduction. You have the Fade Bolt from Rubik as well as the Atrophy Aura from the Underlord. So those do add up a lot. Most carries hit for somewhere around 40 damage or less once you put those two together. So it can be pretty annoying to get those last hits. They're going to usually shove in the lane, look to pull the creep can. As we see an initial bounty rune fight.
Yeah,
already
we
used
have
Slight. Can't dodge.
Saberlight up top. We have 3 up top, fully committed here to fight over the bounty rune. Almost bring down Crystallize, but the Courier, ooh.
He has no salve or anything. He's only got 3 tangos. So a bit of a rough start for him there, but nonetheless, he is flying himself a salve as soon as possible.
So is Sonico going to TP? Yeah, so he's TPing down bottom. It's not going to be any sort of aggro lane setup here. He will join the side of the Terrorblade, which is going to be nice assistance because, as you mentioned, Charlie already is going to have a difficult time trying to accurately put down some last hits with so much damage mitigation in the lane. They will shove the Underlord back, but the Rubik will always be there by his side to kind of manipulate the creep waves and try to pull the wave back as best as possible. There goes our first Terror, and as we see in the mid lane, Magical taking it to Supreme early on with the early Soul Siphon. Excited to see Supreme run this Shadow Fiend back. He had to go against the Shadow Fiend in the previous game. Now he's looking to show what he can do with it. And at 6-1 with the DP, they're off to a fair start. But what do you think about the matchup overall? Is this something where DP should win until the Shadow Fiend gets some levels under his belt?
I'd say it's a pretty favorable matchup for Shadow Fiend, actually. You're one of the few heroes that can threaten DP if she actually Spirit Siphons you guys. We see an engagement top. Saberlight gets the Inkswell on him, but I'd say the trade was beneficial for Na'Vi mostly. And you're seeing Pangolier suffering in the TS, only has 2. Grant was talking about on the panel that Nature's Prophet 5, quite the lane dominator bully against a hero like Pango, and I think that's one of the first few times I felt Analyst Grant was on point. I'm kidding. We love Grant.
You're going to throw him under the bus like that? All right.
We do have a ward that sees the Courier running in for Slayer. He's 293 movement speed. That Courier's 300. I don't think you're catching it, Slayer.
And mid lane continued to tiff quite a bit there. Death Prophet forced all the way back, hit with that last raise, now can salve up. Supreme
you might kill him
on the edge of his life here, playing with fire, trying to go for some last second CS.
Salve.
But man, that salve just barely holds on as the Crypt Swarm flies through.
Magical's bodying him, though.
Yeah.
I thought this was a DP favorite matchup, at least in the later levels, and it wasn't that bad early, but the 2 points in Spirit Siphon coming out from Magical as opposed to the nuke, and looking to be very aggressive, bullying him away from the tower. Like an entire wave just died that SF was returning to base for, and he doesn't have a bottle or anything, so this doesn't look like it's going to get all that much better.
No, not at all.
Ugh.
Magical playing as Shadow Fiend, I guess knows the matchup pretty fresh in his mind, and at this point is taking full control as we see a trade out on the bottom behind the camps here. Looks like Slayer's able to get a nice snipe of Charlie's Courier. So Nico unable to protect that one. And he gets the deny of his own ward,
He
too.
denied the ward, but it wasn't in range of the sentry.
I guess he didn't know that. He must have seen the Oracle plant the sentry and assumed it was within range.
That's actually, okay, so they did change that in the recent patch for anyone wondering how he could do that. You can now deny your own ward at any time if it is your ward. You were the person that placed it. So it doesn't stop people from griefing in pubs against their teammates, but it does stop, if you know that you use a ward for a kill and the opponent's going to know that it's there, you can actually just kill it yourself to prevent them from getting the bounty later. And that's very relevant since wards give so much golden XP, but Oracle does go down bottom. We did miss that, at least I did.
Slayer able to kind of get the last little Fade Bolt snap, I would assume, to get that one finished. And previous to that, Ember also was dropped in the top lane, too. So a little bit of something nice going the way of Chicken Fighters there as they even things up. Now 1-1.
Yeah, but the CS in all 3 lanes is rough as Chicken Fighters. I'm mostly concerned about their mid laner Supreme here. He's just getting dove again. Magical, no fear here.
Yeah.
Just zoning him from the CS again.
So Magical, this guy plays pretty damn aggressive. I like it.
He just knows that the Shadow Fiend has no mana, so the Shadow Fiend can't actually threaten him back. And a little bit of tidbit of tips here for everyone at home. The best deterrent of aggression is your own aggression. So if the opponent is not scared of you at all, they will simply run at you a lot. So that's why it's really important to have mana topped off at all times, because these good players, they'll abuse you if they know you can't do anything about it. And as we see here, Magical putting on a clinic in that regard. Level 5.5 to Supreme, who's not quite level 5. So that level 6 DP timing coming out with the catapult in a few seconds here could be quite potent.
Yep. It's 5 minutes. Bounty time. As we see a swing over. Na'Vi able to grab the first 2 bounties, but you know, they still have another waiting back on this side for them if they want to grab it. They'll take advantage of the bounties across the map. Still, look at this mid lane. Finally, Era has to step over, but at the same moment, so does the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet heads the other direction, actually. Magical will take the southern road, and nothing will come of it. Yeah, Era just rotates over. Unfortunate to help, so we might see trouble on the other side.
No man on Sneko, though.
Yeah, can't really get the finish with the Purifying Flames. That level 2 Purifying Flames does so much good damage, but you do have to have the mana to support it. And look at this, Pasha getting run at a bit here. They're testing the limits.
They know Oracle has no mana. Another example of what we saw in the mid lane, making great use of the fact that the opponent is unable to fight back.
Oh, enough for just the Q, but that's not going to be good enough to save Charlie, and he falls at the same moment. Saberlight also going to be taken down top lane.
Navi's just really abusing them in these lanes, outplaying them, recognize the weaknesses of their heroes. This is really Secret-esque in the mid game, like the way Secret plays their mid to late game. You're seeing a basic example of it in these 2-on-2 lane matchups, or the 1-on-1 in the mid lane. Already up to a 2K net worth lead on the side of Na'Vi, and I don't know if the brakes on this train are ever going to be activated.
Right now, really just running at them. Era was able to snipe the haste rune away from
mid lane
Death
again.
Prophet, but Death Prophet doesn't care. She just keeps taking it to Magical. Is happy, or Magical taking it to Supreme, forcing out more rotations. This time, Magical may pay the price as full reinforcements for Chicken Fighters to show up in assistance.
Enough is enough.
They're just, please stop this woman, all right? She's crazy.
As we see, Underlord already has 6 permanent bonus damage. That feels pretty good this early on in the game. Not exactly a hero known for kill lanes, so not often do you come out of the lane with permanent damage.
And, you know, as you and the panel said, if he's going to be the one save factor for Death Prophet, he's got to build in that utility that much faster, and he is doing so.
Yeah, Crimson Guard Pipe looks pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what order he wants to go. Has the Soul Ring up. Raindrops, pretty good item nowadays, as we see more and more people buying it with that regen buff from the previous patch.
Yep.
Sneko just trying to drag the creeps off the tower, but this is a really nice rotation from Na'Vi. Ilias here to help push the tower. Slayer coming behind to lift, and that's 3 more permanent damage for 9 Pasha with 9 permanent damage. Very good role play coming out from him at the 8-minute mark.
Wow. Yeah, very well played. I'm sure all intended, as he can use that extra bit of bonus damage to wipe out this wave and get some more siege work onto the tower. But yeah, full-blown rotation. Charlie now on his own. It's a bit of an awkward spot. We could see Na'Vi decide to make the call to dive, but Oracle is returning now.
Suddenly, though, in the mid lane, Death Prophet is losing at levels. Only barely level 7, while SF is a full level ahead, level 8. Because of that overextension in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Saberlight is level 6 top, and Crystallize is only level 5. What am I missing here? Weren't they winning all 3 lanes in terms of CS, and now it's, I guess, 13 denies on Saberlight top has given him the slight experience lead. Both heroes are now 6.
And Nature's Prophet has been moving around a bit, so he's probably not been as comfortable. Crystallize has not been as comfortable in the lane to really comfortably CS if, you know, Nature's Prophet's partaking in kills elsewhere.
For sure, for sure.
So these are adding up a bit, and Chicken Fighters are, you know, grasping back this laning phase. And with Shadow Fiend kind of getting that little bit of a run back and now has all these side camps to farm through, he's got himself back into a somewhat relevant position. Looks like he's got queued up the drums.
The breadwinner of this laning stage, though, is 9 Pasha. He is #1 net worth by a decent margin 9 minutes into the game. And Underlord's really only weakness is his early laning stage. Once he gets to this point, he's a really big boy, and he is going to farm really fast. He can participate in a lot of mid-game team fights as an enabler for the rest of his team. As we see Na'Vi making another move on the mid tower. No exorcism level. He does have a point save, though.
And Saberlight thinking about committing in with the ult, but they decide not
smoke.
to. But you're right. They step back. They smoke. Supreme is a little low on the mana, but they're thinking to go for an approach as Slayer's been spotted out in the bottom.
Tower goes down.
Supreme's running through, looking to catch out stragglers from behind. Does he want to head to the high ground here? First
1 for 1 on the outposts.
And I guess that's all they wanted to come by for, is just the bounty. But yeah, as you mentioned before, Pasha was able to help in getting the finish through the bottom tier 1. And at this point, he's so big, you know, yeah, whether it be him trying to step into fights with the utility he's going to be bringing to the table, or if he wants to just kind of own a lane for himself, either way, it's a tension onto the Underlord that Chicken Fighters are just going to have to deal with, and it's going to be a lot harder now.
Charlie? That's the real Charlie. He has no Sunder. He does have a point save, though, so he could turn this. They have to be careful. There it is.
On to Pasha, but they don't have enough of a finish yet, so Nico's trying to burst him down with the Purifying Flames, but he will not get finished. So now he's got Salve and Purifying Flames heal on this Underlord. He's going to be just fine. So Nico has to turn and run. They do manage to get the snipe down as Nature's Prophet will fall to the hands of the Shadow Fiend. Pasha says, let's go.
Oh, they're actually Underlord ulting to base. Okay. Just a little bit of a regen rune for everyone on the team, allowing them the old boots of travel trick coming out. Underlord going to mid, Death Prophet defending top. A bit odd, right? We see this Death Prophet who's 404, does have 2 skill points saved, and she hasn't made a move on a tower just yet. Hasn't even leveled the ultimate.
Okay, she...
Level 10, no ultimate points. Going for the silence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, silence comes out at the end.
That was made sure to secure the kill. They had the ward on the high ground. That's going to expire now. And did allow them to see the Pangolier. Level 8 Pango going down on one side. A level 5 support Nature's Prophet. What was he doing over there?
He's just doing all sorts of clowny stuff all over the place. Being a nuisance, getting some good early wards in, but at this point hasn't been dropping anything. Probably going on expeditions to get more map vision for his team, but gets punished there.
Underlord does queue up the Pipe Crimson, as we mentioned. It is going to be the damage mitigation central coming out from 9 Pasha. Pipe looks like it's going to be first on the bucket list, and following that up will be the Crimson. So address the early to mid-game magic damage, then the Terror Blade afterwards. Death Prophet, not exactly a hero you think to be farming stacks, but these two camps have been consistently stacked by any team on Dire. Supports and pubs, please, if you're playing Dire, just stack these camps for your cores. You get 35% of that.
I mean, Na'Vi has been just good at stacking camps this series so far.
Yeah.
Even in the previous game, they gave Magical so much on his Shadow Fiend. It's probably just part of their routine. And anyone out there watching probably should consider, you know, getting some wards down and spying on these kind of
As a support, I like money,
sides.
so I think it's a no-brainer there. Win-win situation.
All right.
It's just so efficient. The Death Prophet's going to have a Eul's that much sooner. He's going to stick around for one more spawns of camps. That Yules is a pretty big deal for him. Pretty much invulnerability here for 2.5 seconds. Since they lack a save, it's even more important in this game. They do have the Oracle Fortune's End in order to remove him from the Yules, but that's not exactly reliable like a Shadow Demon ulti or other things we've seen.
Yeah, if you want to bring down a Yules immediately with that Fortune's End, you have to be like right next to him. Otherwise, it might as well just be the full duration of the Yules.
For sure.
All right, top lane, they're making chase for the weakest target on Na'Vi. It's Little Nature's Prophet
That's
again.
rude.
I mean, he's level 6 now, so he's got money coming. He'll have Wrath of Nature to work with. And look how much focus he pulled. Space has been created. They just recognize the wounded deer, and they want to take advantage of that.
True. Underlord does have the pipe complete. Doesn't necessarily have to fight just yet, but that might signal to them that they want to force this mid tower, as SF is the highest level in the game. Despite Underlord being the #1 net worth. He's the highest level, I believe, by a long shot here. Yeah, level 13. Magical's next at level 11.
Jeez, he's only got 1 kill. I mean, that's just all
I
from
guess
the
it's just all jungle
gains.
creeps, yeah.
Jungle gains right now. He's hitting the old gym and just decking up, but...
Ooh, Underlord has a Faded Brooch, too. God, I love Faded Brooch on pretty much every strength offlaner. Pretty much every hero in the game. Let's just be honest. I keep talking about that item. It just makes me excited.
Free extra move speed.
And there comes the mid-tower movement with that pipe, as predicted.
Yep. And Pasha rolls in right behind, goes for the big target of Shadow Fiend. Gets silenced, runs out the other direction. Here comes Saberlight rolling on through. The pipe popped. Supreme gets off the ulti. I mean, Underlord obviously shrugs off the damage. Now the Grimstroke ulti. They both have to run. Slayer able to turn around and get the snipe onto
Damage
Oracle
issues for Radiant.
before he can get too much done. Here's Shadow Fiend again getting targeted.
Chains in 2. Oh, nice double chains.
Dishes off some raises. Crystallize takes it to him. They both fall for it.
Kamikaze coming out from Supreme on the SF there.
As the dust settles, it's Na'Vi the victor. They lose their Ember, but they'll get a tier 1. And
Underlord 22 permanent damage, 120 damage temporarily to hit that tower.
He's the real core here. Look at him.
Yeah, he's
bulldozer.
He's a beefy boy.
So big.
Okay, settle down there, Dakota.
Well, Charlie was not participating in any of that, though, right? The Terrorblade.
Yeah, he didn't
Farming
have Metamorph.
elsewhere.
I guess he used Metamorph to farm, I have to assume. Maybe he used it to secure the top tower, but it was on cooldown, so that's why he's AFK, seemingly so. And you see here, 9 Pasha running in, tanking everything he can for his Death Prophet to walk away there. And even though they get this Grimstroke ultimate, it just... That pipe doing so much work at this stage in the game. Crystallized with the double damage. Dumping it out. 4-4-0 on the skill build on Ember. Max sleight of fist,
back in
max
action,
change.
though, yeah. Pasha's moving in. Almost takes
Still
down
a DP ult.
Nico on his own, but was not able to get the finish. There's that DP ult now being committed from Magical. Let's see how much Na'Vi want to rally behind this now. The only one
Should be a tier 2.
Not in participation is the Rubik. The Rubik pinging out where the Terrorblade could be. But yeah, Na'Vi want this tier 2.
Yeah, it's a nice movement because even if they disengage you like they did, you'll almost certainly secure the tier 2 tower with that Death Prophet ult. So pretty much a free win-win there for Na'Vi when they pop their abilities. Taking control of the game, up by 5 kills, up by 5K.
But that's where they have to be with
good.
this lineup, though, right? I mean, I'm sure they don't want to let this game go on and on and on when you're going against Terrorblade, when you're going against Shadow Fiend. Late game viability could be there for Chicken Fighters.
If they keep the lead extending, I don't think they care how long this game is. But obviously, if it stagnates, that's very good for Chicken Fighters. So as long as Na'Vi keeps shutting off the map, slowly but surely, you have Nature's Prophet to take the dead lane farm. You have Underlord to push in any lane that they so choose, and Death Prophet can actually play off map as more of a jungle farmer, because the lack of save does make that more necessary this time around. Giving the Dragon skill to the Ember. Quiet value applies on all your sleight of fist charges, or targets, excuse me. Ilias going for the Glimmer Cape, first item on Nature's Prophet. Like, all these items just say damage mitigation, and it is going to be more and more difficult for Terrorblade to dish out the damage he wants to do when he can't see the target, when they have Crimson Guard on them, when they have the pipe. I guess that doesn't affect Terrorblade, but you know what I mean. They also have the Ether Lens on Rubik. That Fade Bolt damage is very worth considering on all the illusions as well as the main hero. Minus 35 damage. Pretty significant there as we see a smoke.
Yeah, but it gets popped right away. Supreme, who had been poking his head out to the river. Now it could be a high ground for Chicken.
3-man silence.
A huge silence, huge Soul Siphon comes out. The false promise bails out Saberlight so he can roll forward with the ulti. Supreme to the high ground, muscling forward here. Good damage there onto Pasha. He tries to retreat, but it's too late. The Terrorblade there, dishing out a massive amount of DPS, just fends off Na'Vi. And now on the backside, it's Ember in trouble.
Wow,
Boom! Sniped by Era.
There you go. That's exactly what Chicken Fighters needed to do. Usually when you're this far behind, all you have to worry about is protecting your own ground. You know, you say they're going to try to shut us off from farming. We need to know where to stand our ground. Your own triangle is the perfect place to do so. That's usually the last place you have left when you are stuck with the enemy team controlling the map. And Chicken Fighters bring the fight to the chickens of Na'Vi that are now dead.
Just seemed so convenient for Chicken Fighters to be all at the ready when Na'Vi were just trying to make an approach themselves, and look how much they're going to get for it. Follow-up Roche takedown.
I think that was a bit impatient from Na'Vi. They didn't have the BKB yet from Magical. They didn't have Death Prophet Ultimate. Just a bit forced, I think, but it's really important that Chicken Fighters also recognizes that they're capable of fighting at any given moment in a specific location. And as you see here, they get the Oracle Ultimate onto the crucial target that disrupts the fight, the SF Requiem from the high ground. And that Grimstroke Leash, it matters a lot for allowing the Terrorblade to just dish out those right clicks on targets that are stuck together. And we might see another engagement from Na'Vi despite the Aegis, knowing there's no metamorphosis on Charlie.
Feeling confident that they have the Exorcism. They'll rip it out now. A big silence there on the Terrorblade. They're trying to burst him down before he could turn and Sunder, but he's going to be able to get it off right onto Pasha. Takes all the life back. Sprout not quite there to lock him in his spot. He's able to turn the corner. Now they put their focus instead on the Saberlight, who's forced to run within the trees, but he gets the swash off and can't make it away. Just barely able to take him down. Era also going to fall. Na'Vi able to recoup just a bit from that last fight.
I think Era was like a bonus find there. I think he was just trying to Slidefish change the Pangolier, and he just happened to get Era with it too. That's pretty funny. Next time, swashbuckle the other way, man. My teammates are grieving me, says Era. Mid tower is going to go down, though. Supreme doing a good job of trading. Has the Presence Aura affects buildings talent, so already coming into play for him. Very high level. Invis Rune. Looks like maybe a BKB coming out for him. Yes, sir.
Na'Vi not done yet. Look at this.
No DP ult, though.
They found Charlie, and he does not have Sunder this time. Meanwhile, it does look
stolen
like...
Requiem.
So Nico rolls in, trying to slow them down. He's now going to be the focus. Look at the Requiem. Boom! Hits the two of them. He's looking to raise one down. He's looking to grab the other. But Glimmer Cape.
Terrorblade dead on the other side, but has Aegis still and meta. He's ready to fight.
Yep. Here he comes for round number 2. Fully metamorphed up, charging on forward. They still couldn't even finish off. So Nico, who does the false promise. They'll finish off Little Magical. And Chicken Fighters will reclaim their jungle. Pasha on the run. They don't have an answer for his TP. He's gone.
Yeah, they're definitely going to run it back, though, with no metamorphosis when they're all alive. Based on the pace of the game, Na'Vi seems dead set on keeping, even if it means they're dead.
Yeah, I mean, Chicken Fighters will move forward, take this tier 1. But you're right. As soon as Na'Vi all come back, maybe another 15 seconds after that, Death Prophet's Exorcism back up. No reason why Na'Vi shouldn't just keep trying to push it to Chicken Fighters.
Yeah, Chicken Fighters is fully aware of this, knowing that the Metamorphosis is expired. They're going to back off. And tower defended. Nothing effectively gained in terms of objectives for Chicken Fighters. But suddenly this 5K net worth lead a few minutes ago, it's only at 1K.
It's kind of that theory I heard, I think it was during an OG match. It's like they keep taking the fight to the team, but more importantly, taking the fight to the team's side of the map. That way that when things do go south, they have so much extra ground to cover to be able to get any +1s or objectives. And Na'Vi will be ready to defend, especially this early on in the game, if they do try to push forward.
Yeah, they seem pretty content on slowing it down, though. Oddly enough, with no metamorphosis, maybe they're going to look to hit that timing window. Maybe Magical has said, okay, guys, all joking aside, I need a BKB. We need to chill for my 1,000 gold. But then maybe the team will say, it's probably worth it that we fight before the Metamorph. And it's all about deciding which one is more important. And Metamorphosis, 50-second cooldown. So based on what I'm seeing, they're probably just going to chill, let it come off cooldown, and get that farm on the Death Prophet. who took the 40 damage talent, and Ember has the Shivas queued up, so even more damage mitigation in case you were thinking they didn't have enough.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. Certainly says they want to kind of keep as a group and keep it going, not try any split Ember shenanigans.
Crimson Guard's going to be done for Pasha here.
Yeah, and I also noticed on the other side, Charlie is going to go for full crit stick. This man is going to bring the deeps.
He is recognizing his problem. It is not survivability. It is the fact that he doesn't kill anyone quick enough once these items all come out, and I like his itemization there. I like it a lot. Crits do apply to illusions.
Supreme and Era could be on the bad end of a potential gank, but look how fast Na'Vi pull away, recognizing that that's not what they want to do.
It's actually kind of funny that when the Crystallis got nerfed, or reworked, excuse me, from 45 to 34 bonus damage, and the crit strike got increased to 30%, illusions don't benefit from the bonus damage, but they do crit, so it actually buffs Crystallis on all illusion heroes pretty significantly, making you crit 50% more often from going from 20% to 30. So I can see why he would go for that as his damage item. Pasha looks like he's trying to defend the bottom tower, but he sees an overwhelming amount of heroes. No fortification to stall that out. Net coming out.
Got him.
Stay there, buddy. We're coming. Misses the swash.
Rotations are coming.
Pump faking.
I like the positioning from Charlie. They're trying to scout anyone.
Smoke.
They're going to scout it on the high ground.
Immediately broken.
Yeah, Na'Vi can't just run in and go for a flank play. Even though they now have that fresh BKB, they have Exorcism, they can have everything they want. Na'Vi need a good approach. They don't want to have some bad positioning here.
Good movement from Chicken Fighters, knowing that that would be the angle of approach for Na'Vi. Meanwhile, SF hitting the tower. Oh!
Thinking about taking the fight. Pasha is the one who should lead up to the high ground here. Rubik from the side dances with him a bit. Now it's Saberlight in a lot of trouble. And at this point, Chicken Fighters might decide to turn and run. So Nico says, take me instead. Throws him right in front, but he is quickly sniped down. Crystallize will earn that triple kill. And as you see, Supreme has to BKB TP. Chicken Fighters full retreat mode.
That Oracle level on ulti, it doesn't say exactly, but that cast range is pretty low. Way back when they nerfed it, and you saw he tried to walk in position to save his Pangolier. Yeah. And it just was not quite in time, as we saw at that other fight where it made such a huge difference. And we lose quickly 3 heroes for Chicken Fighters. Seemingly easy. Orb of Destruction for Ember. God, most of these neutral items are actually so good on Ember Spirit. Does now have the AoE -7 armor when you include his Blightstone. As well as a bit of a Scotty. That's pretty insane. 20% movement speed slow on all targets hit by Sleight of Fist. And queuing up the Lotus Orb at 9 Pasha. That's quite good against the Disarm from Pango, against the Sunder from Terrorblade, most notably, I would say. It just simply sends you back to what it was, because you also Sunder him. Spider Legs. Oh.
Yeah, how would that interaction work? We were joking
with
before the match with Grimstroke, Sunder, and a Lotus involved.
Okay, let's think about it. So with Grimstroke ult involved, what happens is you effectively take the first guy's health, and then you take the other guy's health. So you take the first guy's health and give it to the second guy, and you get the second guy's health. So it's like a nice round robin. So if you get a Lotus Orb...
What if the second guy has a Lotus Orb on?
Okay, you know what?
The first guy gets his health bounced back to him.
I'm actually calling Jenkins. He needs to make a video on this. That's the only way I can deal with this.
It'd be interesting if that accidentally happens, and honestly, it could.
Like, decides the game.
It really could.
Yeah.
Because honestly, how far-fetched is it for Grimstroke just to throw out his ulti and
Magical's just linked on the side and randomly goes from full health to 20% and dies? That could easily... I'm sure they did their studying with this first round. Grimstroke, Terrorblade. They worked through all the permutations. And
Titan Sliver. He picks up 2 for
that's
himself.
A nice item. Sanjin Yasha plus that.
Hey, that's a lot of status.
He even took the 30 attack speed on Terrorblade. I like that a lot here, specifically. We talked about all their damage issues. In BKB, he doesn't really die that easily. 300 health wouldn't make that much of a difference in this particular game. There's no, like, magic burst that he's just afraid of, you know, a Lion or a Pugna type hero. And meanwhile, both teams taking a tier 2. Na'Vi taking the mid, while Supreme's actually showing here, and they know Terrorblade's not here.
Jump in. They want to make the move. Was this a mistake? Supreme passed his
Forced to
mark.
BKB early. Yes, has a Satanic, so he's going to lifesteal up.
Yeah, but Na'Vi just double back. Happy to see the BKB used and think about a new approach. You know, Charlie is still top lane pushing, hasn't decided to pull back just yet. I don't even know if Na'Vi are fully committed to this. It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're still waiting for that ideal fight. I mean, Prophet is still sitting on 10 seconds for this BKB. Na'Vi have not found that window to really...
Roche is coming up soon, though.
Oh, that's true. At this point, yeah. I imagine they might as well be holding out for the Roche. That would certainly be a... Could this be... If Na'Vi don't get this Roche, how bad is that?
I would say Ember Spirit with Aegis will make pretty huge splashes in these fights.
Oh, we might even get to that point. Look at this. Chicken
Invis.
Fighters
The
fighting
Invis
up
rune.
into the high ground to
the
take
Invis
it to
rune.
Na'Vi, and they head out the other direction. Charlie, BKB'd, trying to dish out the damage.
That's
but
a,
this
that's
is
a
not good.
Metamorph and a BKB.
Yeah.
They're just going to
Na'Vi,
reset. They're
they
just resetting.
Yep. Oh, that is not good at all for Chicken Fighters.
Quick regen up. Go, go, go. Underlord from my pub the other day. Notice how they regen up and go fight Roche. Sorry. Shout out to that guy. But yeah, I was actually super tilted during that game. But really well played by Na'Vi. Just saying, okay, force out these engagements, or force out these ults, excuse me. The BKB's popped. Yeah. Metamorphosis is on cooldown. Let's push out our lanes real quick. We're not in any rush. It's up for about 50 seconds. And by the time that's over, we're going to check Roche. We're going to force the issue with our Death Prophet Ultimate, Death Prophet BKB, the Dragon Scale, plus the Plate Mail. He's pretty tanky. 23 armor, smoked up right towards the end of the Metamorphosis. You have to assume Chicken Fighters is not dumb enough to not see this coming, but Saberlight, he may get caught.
Oh,
quickly misses the root.
Tries to jump out.
Lift him back into the root.
The lift
nice.
is pulled up and pulled right back in.
Okay, nice job by Saberlight there. Gets his ultimate off.
To ult to make it away. Now they think about making their target onto Supreme. Charlie is so far away, he can't participate in this. Let's see how much Na'Vi can get done. Yeah, Magical's holding it. Magical's holding his BKB too. There he decides to pop both. As they go for the finish onto Sonico, Magical starts to Soul Siphon up, forced to Yules. The Sunder comes out. Can they take it to Terrorblade? By the time the Terrorblade shows up, he might be all they need. Here goes Supreme, unleashing the Requiem. Not many casualties here. Chicken Fighter's okay.
They're looking, though. No BKBs. Gets the two-man chains. He uses the Greaves already.
But no follow-up damage yet. There's the Shivas. The Grimstroke ulti's there. They get Saberlight down. He's going to be forced to buy back. Move in from Slayer with a big Requiem.
Dude,
not finishing yet. Will the Exorcism get the job done?
He lifted the SF into the Terrorblade and Requiem on top of them. That was actually really well played by Rubik, despite not seemingly turning into much.
It is still very long-winded and a bit awkward here. Now, as Na'Vi, they're a bit out of ammunition at this point. Here's Crystallize, though. Oh, man, Saberlight. Rocking him down, and here comes Supreme. He's the guy who's got the firepower, and he's looking to clean house. Nature's Prophet trying to escape?
No way.
He's gone. He is gone. He witnessed the whole thing.
I'm honestly surprised how long Magical held onto his ult there. You're forcing the engagement. You're committed in.
I wonder if he felt awkward because, you know, they didn't quite see Terrorblade or where he was.
He didn't have anything, though. He has Sunder, I guess. I don't know. Very strange there, but they're actually going to go for the Roche themselves on Chicken Fighters. As you said, 9 Pasha with the spider legs. He might get caught, though.
Okay.
Those are already in cooldown. Forced to ult immediately, and he has no TP, so he's not coming back. That is effectively a stall, but is it enough? That's the question. Death Prophet looks like he has no intention of fighting here. Just pushing out the bottom lane. Ember Spirit's dead for 20. This looks like a free rush for Chicken Fighters.
And Rubik was TPing there, but cancels it out, and looks like Na'Vi are going to hand this one over. And we might be seeing the first real power shift of the game. I know Terrorblade and Shadow Fiend have been the top two at the net worth for quite a while, but it's never really felt like Chicken Fighters are fully in control of this one. But the tides may be turning. I mean, Na'Vi are going to it's only going to be harder for them to close this one out, I imagine.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I don't know. This Underlord pick, it feels like the 1 overextension made it just so much squishier, and until he has this Lotus Orb, he keeps getting sundered, so this beefy boy just turns into a not-so-beefy boy when he only has 20% health to start the fight effectively, because he doesn't actually take any damage. And then the Terrorblade just sunders him, and he ends up getting hit 5 or 6 times and dying. They just have to be more careful, I think.
And what
underestimating
about the damage for
that turn
Na'Vi,
potential.
though? I mean, Ember went with the Shiva's guard first.
They have a lot of long, drawn-out fight damage, like spammable spells from Underlord, Rubik, Ember Spirit, the DP ult. I think it's going to boil down to if Chicken Fighters can win the fight within their ultimates as well as BKBs, it should be really easy. But if Na'Vi can not overextend, be careful about committing too hard into these like superior volley of stuff, like the single volley of spells is much more powerful from Chicken Fighters than it is from Na'Vi. So that's definitely the fight win condition for both teams, and that's what
that volley though is just gonna keep getting stronger.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Navi's
it's gonna be harder.
is getting weaker, and
yeah,
it's,
I agree. I agree with you there.
They're playing with the clock for sure. I don't know what sense of urgency we're gonna get from Na'Vi at this point. I mean, can they even afford to grant Chicken Fighters the time to have this Aegis? I mean, should Na'Vi keep fighting, or should they let this Aegis expire first? And if they do let it expire, I mean, God, that feels like it's going to be so long for Chicken Fighters to do what they want.
Yeah, you can just tell, right? Look at the net worth distribution. This is a unique one. This is a funny one here. We got top 2 net worths going to the Radiant side, SF and Terrorblade. The next 5 net worths are that of the Na'Vi squad, and then the bottom 3 net worths are on Chicken Fighters. So you're definitely all your eggs are in the Terrorblade SF basket, but it just boils down to the fact that because these supports are so poor on the net worth comparatively, if you can burst them down, 2 heroes against 5 just do not really match up, no matter how high their net worth is. And they are getting some good neutral items on the side of Chicken Fighters, though. Pangolier with that Quickening Charm, Seneko on the Oracle with the Telescope, Era with the Philosopher's Stone. Blitz was saying that he has to get big this game. He has to get farm. He has an Ether Lens and a Sight the Vise queued up. We were talking about the lack of stuns coming out from Chicken Fighters, and 2-man Sheepstick is pretty damn good on a hero like Oracle.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
So both teams, I like what they're doing, and they intend to bring the fight immediately on Chicken Fighters. They have nothing to wait for, it looks like. Smoked up immediately after that Roche pause, tactical pause indeed. Rubik, Slayer.
On the high ground,
has
does
Force-Staff, Ghost Scepter.
take the smoke, but they quickly chase onto him.
Will he actually get out with that Ghost Scepter? No, the raise cancels it. The blink, that is. But bottom lane, Ilias is going to force a reaction. Pangolier, Saberlight does save his tier 3 and looks like he's going to allow his team to group back up in the mid lane. Nine Pasha might like to cut him off. Oh, that was cool. They had the Oracle Fortune's End targeted at Saberlight, and he almost got 9 Pasha with it, but I don't know if it would have mattered. Mid lane is cut. Creeps mid are dead, so they are going to be forced to back off on Chicken Fighters. Pretty well played, I'd say, by Na'Vi to avoid the fight there, but both teams, this is just good Dota. Both teams are doing what they need to do
to win. They recognize what the win condition is for their team and try to achieve it right away.
He
They're
might have
not
to BKB TP here.
But
yeah,
he does exactly that. Yeah, doesn't want to risk with the follow-up, and that's the right call to make. But now,
they
Na'Vi,
see 9 Pasha, but he has ult. He has ult, so he can just use that.
But is he going to use it?
He's probably going to get one more wave and then ult. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they recognize.
Well played again by Pasha.
What is necessary?
The Greaves to keep the wave alive.
Oh.
Okay.
Obviously, Na'Vi trying to stall this one out as best as they can.
A lot of split push on Na'Vi. They have Ember. They have Underlord.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet. Got to be specific in this one, Dakota.
My bad. We still have tower money on the map for Chicken Fighters to close out as bottom tier 1, or tier 2 rather, still stands. So they'll fight forward to take that one down. They still hold that Aegis on hand.
Going for the Abyssal. Really amping up on the whole, we have stun issues on the side of Chicken Fighters. I like the atomization. The double Abyssal Blade could be really sick as well.
To the high ground
Repair
they go.
Kit plus Crimson Guard. That is still a pretty damn good amount of damage, all things considered.
My God.
From the SF Aura as well as the Terror Blade. Fort required to be used here.
And quickly heal up the Terror Blade. I mean, the supports are on the back lines ready to bail them out if trouble's afoot.
It is so hard to push into this lineup, man.
What can Na'Vi do? I mean, Rubik's waiting far on the side, but they need to find a way to remove those backliners if possible. Death Prophet throwing herself into the front lines.
Nice Force Staff.
Bails out. Lotus Orb's there. Still sieging away, not able to get the finish onto the tier 3.
They're looking, though. They know Pengler rolled it. They know he TP'd out.
Na'Vi
Two-man
on
chains.
the chase. Two-man chains locks him down. The lift follow-up. Grimstroke low. Magical looking to go for the finish. They're successful there. Supreme dishes out the Requiem. Wants to right-click in. Charlie already in the mix. Goes for Crystallize, who makes it to the low ground. No, Charlie forced to TP out. Makes it away. They recognize this is not their fight to take. They try to bail out big. Requiem stolen from Slayer. Dishes it on to Supreme.
That was sick.
And Supreme is going to be stuck behind and finished.
Dude, Slayer, like,
he can.
That's not just the only play he's made this game.
He
There
can
have
steal
been,
some spells and use them pretty damn
dude,
well.
These have been some sick Rubik steals, and his usage of the steals in these fights is also insanely good. Even when they ganked him as 5, he almost lived. Like with that Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, Blink Dagger. He's going for the axe next. You know, sometimes you wonder, should this Rubik build some team items? But I think based on his play, Slayer could do whatever the hell he wants.
Right?
Yeah.
He gets that pass.
And
No
once I see
judgment
this
there.
in my pubs, I'll be like, you do, dude, you do you, man. Build whatever the hell you want. I don't give a crap.
All right, here we go. Now back the other
225 damage on Underlord because of those kills.
Wow.
300 if
he
you
is
include
hitting
permanent.
so hard. They have to stop him. They roll through. They get him with a little bit of reflection damage. That's hurting him a bit. Now he can't even move. He is locked down hard. Crimson now
Might have
popped.
overcommitted, though.
Charlie, BK bead. Still has a
The
Sunder.
Sprout
He thought
plus
about using it.
Grimstroke leash.
It's a bit awkward. He doesn't want to commit too early with it.
He took the attack speed on Pasha. Wonder if he might regret that later. He does do a lot of damage, but not having 25 health regen at this stage for the sustained high ground pushes is a bit rough. He is going for the heart, though, so that solves that problem.
Yeah.
That problem is no longer a problem. And Vlad's Greaves on the Pango. Just a little bit of update on items.
Yeah.
Abyssal almost done on the Terrorblade. Oracle, Ghost Scepter, going for a Shadow Blade.
I saw that before.
It's probably pretty good for saving yourself, making it really hard to jump you, just for the sake of positioning in team fights.
Yes,
I imagine
but why
that's
not
why.
a Glimmer, though?
It doesn't last as long, I think, is the big deal. You're not using, like, Glimmer's more like reactionary on yourself, while Shadow Blade is like, I'm gonna sit invis and.
But at least you can use it on an ally.
His purpose is to use his ult on an ally. Supreme gets caught. Requiem Fear, but gets the BKB off in time because of that satanic status resist on the lift. Almost goes down anyways.
Pasha just hit him with that blade once.
Ouch.
Twice would have been enough, but.
Yeah, 103 permanent damage, and he's pretty much always going to have temporary damage from creeps dying because he is pretty, I'd say permanently farming this game. He is always hitting creeps. Number 1 net worth on his own squad, the real carry. I guess that's why he took the 60 attack speed. They might see him here. He does have ult, though. I can't really imagine them bursting him down unless Terrorblade buys the 38-minute armlet to reduce his own health pool.
Okay. Watch out, Sonico. He hurts.
Pasha?
And Saberlight looking for the opening here.
Oh, the
Jump in,
Abyssal.
Abyssal, and they evaporate Little Rubik. And Pasha's going to make the call to step out.
It just doesn't feel like they're up by 7,000, but I guess they're just out farming them across the map, most notably on the supports. If you look at the net worth advantage for Na'Vi, Nature's Prophet 5 has 6,000 more net worth than the Oracle, and Rubik has 5,000 more net worth than the Grimstroke. So that just goes to show how much of the net worth distribution. This looks like, I'd say Chicken Fighters is like America, and Na'Vi is, what's Na'Vi like?
I don't know. I don't know. This is your analogy. You got to finish it out.
I don't want to get myself in too much trouble if I say somebody else. I can make fun of America, but, Ilias does snipe a courier, does get 120 gold each. Actually gets 2 couriers. Effectively 290 gold for his entire team. That's just another 1K net worth.
Money.
AC down on the Death Prophet, going for the Blink Dagger. Really does lack mobility in the ability to just force the engagement.
I mean, we're already just under a minute before the new Roche spawns, and I'm pretty sure that's the Agnums now coming together.
Or the Refresher Shark.
Oh, true.
Both of which are pretty good for both teams. Refresher Terrorblade is very good. Refresher Death Prophet is very good.
Oh, yeah.
So either one will be quite useful.
Potential game changer for either side. I'm sure they know that. So look for them to secure the perimeter soon enough, and both teams could put their attention that way soon.
Underwood actually gets the Boots of Travel, as opposed to rushing the Heart of Tarask. He had the phase boots, but he's really prioritizing the ability to see that the opponent's forcing a tower, push them away, and then TP in order to put some split push pressure on. Trusting that he is not burstable before his ult channeling is done. They don't really have a way to stop him from doing
because
that.
he's pushing bottom lane and Roche is up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the approach from Dire. That's the only thing about Dire that's good against Roche is the fact that it's much easier for Radiant to push top, while it is easier for Dire to push bottom. And Dire being able to split up the map away from Roche is the benefit of that. So it's really nice when you have a hero like Underlord on your squad. And he does TP back to his team. Looks like they are just trying to control Roche. I don't think they're making a concerted move here. Slayer is farming the bottom half of the map. Gets the Minotaur Horn. Is somebody going to take that? The tier 4 items are coming out. Let's keep an eye out for what everyone's got. I think Nine Pasha is very content with these spider legs. Magic Lamp on the DP. That's really good. Pseudo Eon Disc there. Still Titan Sliver on Terrorblade. We got the Prince's Knife on Saberlight, so that Swashbuckle will become a 1.5 second stun on the first person it hits.
All right, here we go. Both teams meeting around the mid lane.
Leveler on SF. We saw that the other day. That's a lot of building damage, and you don't mind the 60 attack speed otherwise. Has the -5 presence or a talent. So -12 armor. Timeless Relic. Who will he give that to? They have virtually no disables. Probably the Grim. Or the Pengo. Or the Terrorblade.
Or the
Grimstroke. For the first try. You can tell he was like, anybody want this? Somebody's got one. It's pretty good.
Yeah, pawn it.
Minotaur Horn on the Underlord. That's 20 strength as well as the BKB active for 2 seconds. Not bad.
Pretty big. And the first ones to step into the pit is going to be Chicken Fighters.
They look like they want to contest this time around, though, Navi.
For sure they do.
The lift on the Oracle. That's a good target.
He's going to throw him in.
Oh, but the Abyssal.
Straight up and down.
On Ember. He dies immediately.
Abyssal. Ember's gone. He's going to buy back. Yes, he does. A lot of damage on Pasha, too. They can't handle the deeps that Chicken Fighters are dishing out. Oh,
wow.
word. And look at that. Death Prophet, too, can't even stand a chance.
Excuse me?
These guys hit like a freight train. Double kill for Charlie. The misses are the only thing saving Nature's Prophet, but not even that's going to be there for him. Now this is their Roche. They just came in and just like Mike Tyson punched him out.
I just love the build. All the builds from Chicken Fighters. I think it's really cool when you look at drafts and you say the weaknesses of this draft is this. And the best way to assess your weakness or like address your weaknesses is items, right? That's the only thing you can change once the game has started. And they have damage issues and lockdown issues. Nothing else is really a problem. They're sustained team fighting. They're overall just like natural scaling on their heroes. And you see this Daedalus Abyssal on the Terrorblade, even taking the 30 attack speed talent.
Here he goes again.
He bursted down, crystallized instantaneously.
Yeah.
In that fight. Like, he has a Shiva's 28 armor, and he just died in a few seconds because of that 12 armor minus from Supreme. And these buildings, they go from 16 armor to a lot less.
Yep. Certainly with the assistance of the Leveler, Shadow Fiend can
Jesus.
really lay in some thick damage.
Oh, that's thick.
That Rax didn't stand a chance. They look like a house of cards as they come crumbling down. Na'Vi already could be holding the line one of the last times here. But it looks like Chicken Fighters recognizing that they can't close this one out just yet. They'll play it a bit more safe.
Suddenly 11,000 net worth advantage. Terrorblade is way up there.
Yeah, he's gross.
Another Basher coming out for the Radiant squad. I assume that is the Pangolier. Yes, it is. Ilias, under a sentry. They see him.
Ooh, he's hiding behind the tree.
No Basher just yet. Gone. Had the sheep stick on Grim. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's very close. 500 off.
Wow, he almost has sheep. That's where we're at.
That's
Nearly
about the most
45
impactful
minutes.
5K net worth a support could have this stage in the game.
All right, here we go. This could be Chicken Fighters looking to go for the final blow. Still have Aegis on hand.
The jugular.
The smoke and run.
No BKB on TB because he had it in his backpack. So 20-second cooldown on that.
Can they do anything about it? He just jumps in, immediate Abyssal Blade takedown of Nature's Prophet. He's going to be out. minute
easy.
without a buyback. He gets lifted. He gets
The flicker.
silenced. Can they hit him with enough damage to stop him? Here comes Pasha. They lock Charlie in his spot. He has the Sunder.
It's Lotus.
Uses it, but yeah, no damage going to be gained or life going to
No.
be gained. It don't matter.
Oh
Charlie
my God,
does
he
not
just dies.
care
That's
about
GG.
his life. He just rocks him down, goes for the profit next. He ends up getting bailed
Wow.
out from the Oracle, saved, and they win, and they go to a game number 3 for Chicken Fighters.
Based on the last few days, it seems absolutely impossible for one team to win both of the first 2 games. Going to yet another game 3. You were talking about, I was trying to argue for Na'Vi. Potentially, they're up by 7,000 net worth. They get tankier. They have some decent damage output, but I don't think you can get tanky enough to survive minus 12 armor plus a Daedalus Terrorblade.
Yeah, that's a lot of credit to Chicken Fighters recognizing what they needed to itemize to get the best win condition
I really
possible.
do think if they didn't go Daedalus Abyssal, he went more like this Butterfly Scotty type build, it would just be incredibly underwhelming. Underlord only reduces your base damage, right? So he goes for the bonus damage from the Daedalus as well as the crit chance on his illusions, and just all around well played by both sides. I think Na'Vi overextended a few times, but it required Chicken Fighters to be ready for it, and I look forward to seeing what they bring back to us in Game 3.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Cap and the gang for their breakdown of game number 2.
That's right. We are truly blessed here in ESL 1 LA Online because every single series is going to a game 3, boys.
Yep.
Hallelujah.
Dota for days, baby. And yeah, I think BSJ's the best. Charlie kind of we hadn't seen Terrorblade at all in EU CIS, and well, he just single-handedly pretty much carried that game for him.
Blitz, is it EU who's behind on the meta?
I don't know. I felt like Navi's lineup could have won, but I do think there were some, let's say, inconsistencies with it.
Okay, what went wrong? How did they lose control of that game on the side of Navi? Because they were winning early.
I think they kind of lacked initiation and playmaking as the game went on longer. That's why I agree with BSJ. I think the Abyssal Blade pickup by Charlie was really smart. They almost always got the better jump. And eventually I felt like their lineup was going to win because Na'Vi, the amount of damage that they could output on this TB, TB really hates burst. He hates it when he gets hexed and then he dies in 1 second. These long drawn out fights where nothing worries you and they don't have a hard stun, like an actual disable, free TB game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free TP game, too. We literally saw they popped multiple times the Radiant Core just popped BKB and TP'd out in a losing fight, and it just saved them all that gold. They actually had nothing to stop it.
Ah, you said free TP game, too. Wow, I was like, did he just repeat what I said?
Nah, I took what you said, spun it up, broke it down, and made it better.
That's why Grant's on the next level as an analyst.
No, but it really did feel like I don't know, Na'Vi was ahead, but we thought they would be, right? You picked that Nature's Prov as your last pick 5. You do dominate the lane, but we said they need to get aggressive on Charlie. You need to get aggressive on TB in his own jungle, and he was just allowed to farm. And I know it's hard. It's obviously harder said than done. TB's in his own little cubby. It's hard to get in there without wasting too much time, but I don't know. I felt the Ember should have been a little more active this game by himself almost.
I mean, it just seemed weird that Charlie did have such a free game, seeing as they picked it up 1-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did not counter it with this Underlord, I felt. The Underlord was okay to a certain point, and you're hoping to end the game before the TB gets crazy online or anything like that, but I feel like having an additional playmaker in this game might have been nice, because you had Underlord plus Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that duo does not seem to be ideal if you're wanting to run around and get kills.
Yep, and I will admit I'm wrong. Slayer, by far the most impressive player, at least in this game, on that Ruby. He got, I believe, 2 or 3 Requiem steals that won him that team fight right there. He had a good one, but finishing the game seems to be the big problem for when you do draft. And that's the thing we said. If you're going to and I'm not saying they're copying OG, but if you play the similar play style, they play so fast, and they can end the game. When I'm seeing other teams try to play this fast, when you do have, the cores they do, you have an Ember, a DP, you have no building hitters when DP's ult goes down. So unless you're winning a fight on their side, you actually just don't kill buildings, and I think teams are struggling to end games because of that.
Yeah, you can see multiple fights that end up in front of their base that they do end up winning, but by the time they can actually do anything with it, the creep wave is shoved the other way. Everyone's already gone out.
People are respawning because
Yes, sir.
it's a long-ass run. From there all the way down, it's going to be 30 seconds, plus you have to clear creeps. You have to keep killing heroes. Yeah, another steal. And this one was, yeah, look at that. Instant Abyssal
Instantly.
Blade. Charlie carrying the fight. He actually just carried the fight by getting that kill.
I think this is a very competitive region. I mean, we could just keep seeing 2-1s all day.
Definitely. I'm all about it, man. I mean, obviously the next one, Liquid Alliance, people are expecting that, but
a lot of praise for Charlie here, but what about some of the other players? I thought young Jonas over there, he did pretty well for himself on the Pangolier.
Yeah, he did.
He did. Yeah, I liked it. I wish his item build was there. His play was really good. He got like a 35-minute Vlad. I kind of wish he went that a little bit sooner, but I agree. His play was great, and that's the thing. You're a disruptive playmaker, and you are. So I am praising Charlie Locke because he did carry the game, but he's a TB. That means people had to buy time for him, and the Pango, as well as the Oracle. As BSJ said, this Oracle had 5,000 net worth, and he still felt like the most impactful support in the game.
Yeah, another hero that hasn't necessarily been prioritized in the draft. It's really only, I could think of VP. They're the ones who like first pick Oracle and then paired up with like a troll or something. But sometimes you go through matches and we just don't see any Oracle picked or banned. So maybe we should raise that in priority.
Yeah, and it's a TB thing. And that's one of the things. When you do first phase that TB, do you want to waste your one next ban on that Oracle since you only get that one ban now after the first phase of picks? It's tough.
All right, what do we need to change going into game number 3?
Probably just pick more playmakers. Don't have like 2 heroes that fulfill similar functions.
And Grant, what should Chicken Fighters continue to do in game 3?
Draft like that. Give Charlie your overall game winner and then give your team a bunch of playmakers. I think you just let them do the thing. Let Charlie farm. It is kind of a 4-protect-1 in a way, but just do it.
All right, game 3 is going to come up after a break. We're going to take a look at some commercials, and then we'll be back, hopefully, with a draft like that.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota is the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over. This gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away, away from the shade. But now that we here, ain't no going back.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever who we are. No matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we know we're again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever who we are. No matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we know we're again.
Niece, what you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team team Bob. Who really got the block? Sipping to rock in a cop car. They say they wanna party with us. 12 asking how much be that poofy? It's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Game 3. This is where we separate the boys from the men, the chickens from the roosters, and this is where one of these two teams needs to step up and close out this series if they hope to be able to maintain their win spree here at ESL 1 LA Online. Grant and Blitz Dota, we've already talked about what we want to be seeing in the draft going into Game 3. Is there any players that we should really look out for? Who's going to be having that star performance when everything's on the line?
Okay, so Game 2 is Charlie, so it won't be him. Game 1, who did you get the MVP? Well, I'm not saying that way. I want to pick someone. Who in Game 1 do you think was the MVP?
Magical.
Magical. Okay, so we'll take those two out. Out of the other 8 players, who is going to make the difference?
So Supreme's got to get a run back at his cheesy hero.
Yes. They already banned out the Meepo.
I need Slayer.
Slayer.
Pop off.
Yeah, he owned last game as well. So
what
maybe
about Pasha?
Yeah,
I mean, he is the most recognized player on this Navi roster.
Yes.
Pasha, and for Chicken Fighters, I mean, Supreme had a pretty good game, but I want to see a little bit more from, let's say, Era.
Okay.
I want to feel Era.
A new era for Era?
A new era for Era.
Indeed. I go back to when you say Pasha. The problem is, like, last game, are you ever going to stand out? You're an Underlord, right?
For
so
sure.
do you, like, on a Centaur, you can stand out. Like, oh, my goodness, blink, 3-man stun. On an Underlord, it's like, oh, my goodness, he put Pit of Malice in front of the base.
You thought Seb stood out?
Yeah, I did. And that's because they were playing defensively. And I think in a game like this, when you have a team who's not considered better, well, maybe people consider Navi better than Chicken Fighters, but when it's not like a full tier, I feel you need to play aggressively. And Seb stood out because he was getting all these saves on his great players. And in a game like this, I think you need to be aggressive to stand out. But you're not wrong. Okay. Call me out and be right about I hate you, Cap.
That's what a good host does, Grant.
He does.
Grant, I just checked online, and it says that you've never cast a series that Navi has won.
Who said that?
I just looked it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's true. Chicken Fighters, congratulations.
Where exactly?
Yeah, where'd you look this up, Blitz?
Official DotaInfocasters.com.
Oh, my God. You know what? Oh, I just looked it up on this website, too, Blitz. It says here when you cast,
you suck.
Yeah. Wow. I guess Cap's read the same thing.
I've seen that website a few times. All right, what's left in the pool? What is our first pick? Phoenix, Centaur.
We got a call. No, Coddle Band, damn. Yeah, Phoenix looks good. Obviously, Chen didn't get touched last series.
Ember
Chicken Fighters
again?
first pick. Yeah, they do Ember.
Oh,
Whoa.
Insta picks.
Yeah.
Okay, the Nyx Assassin. I like that. I really like that here, especially against the Ember. Everyone
They knew
does.
instantly.
What
The reason why that's so fast is because they knew that they were giving up the Ember.
Yep.
They for sure said, like, okay, we're giving up Ember. That's all right. We're going to get Nyx Assassin Death Prophet out of it.
Mm-hmm.
No problem.
So we going to go for, did they draft Rubik last time?
They did. They did.
Yeah,
And
was that their second pick was?
They'll go Graham. Oh, yeah, because Grimstroke was taken last
away.
game by Chayton. I like that. I like both openings,
I
honestly.
think Grimstroke is really, really nice hero right now. Pairs up with a lot of cores. The wave clear ability plus like the Soulbind takes away so many different options. Like the Pango, for example, hates playing against this hero. You have a stun and a silence. That never feels bad.
Yeah.
A stun that you can put onto cores and
So you don't have to
enable
risk
them. Yeah, some heroes are just really enabled, like all those safe lane carries we talk about, that they just run at people, but they don't have a stun themselves.
Yeah, you Remnant in, boom. Very cool.
They had to know
Very
this was coming
nice.
as well, though, right? Like,
For
because
sure.
the only reason it didn't happen last game is because you picked the Grimstroke, but it did happen in game number 1, so
Yeah.
you
I
leave
think
it this time.
Nyx is a pretty good answer
For
to this.
both, yeah.
Because, like, if you think about it, that combination, you're going to stun both of them. If they put the Inkswell on Ember, he has Flame Guard up, you stun both of them. Maybe you get enough distance, you don't get exploded on.
And you did say you wanted to see Era. That's going to be his hero, and he is going to be the guy now. You got to set up these combos. Death Prophet against Ember as well. I mean, you always see it. The silence is good. It almost forces the Ember to get a BKB or for the other team to get a save like an Oracle.
Navi, you're going to make sure that Chicken Fighters don't get the Chen. The Chen, just because of its combination with Death Prophet, feels like maybe it's still valid as a hero, but...
You don't want to go to a game 3 and actually just get run over because you did get Chen, even though it's not had the best win rate, as you said. Death Prophet Chen, you win one fight, you're on the other side of the enemy base. You're done. Bye.
We've seen Mars be very successful against Death Prophet.
I think right? Navi should just run it back. Like, go back to your game 1 draft. Nothing's banned yet, right? You still have the Mars and the Phoenix, which they took 3-4, so they can
Centaur's
still do that.
still here too. Oh, they take Legion, which is really nice against the Chains from Ember Spirit. He can't ever burst you, and you have a form of lockdown. Plays very fast.
What are the weaknesses of Legion, though? Whoa!
Well, sometimes a bad laning phase means you are literally just a W.
Yeah.
And
That's a
in
lot
which
of
case
time.
you would rather be an Omni or a Baden who runs around.
Instead of someone who might click the R button and feed the
Yeah.
enemy, carry 18 damage.
I don't love the Zombie Man as a hero.
Yeah.
I think I never see Undying in a game lately. I'm like, whoa, Undying. But
Yeah.
maybe I'm just wrong. I think it is good against Legion
Yes.
for strength decay, and Legion has no easy way to fight because his way of fighting is like right click back, and you don't really have nuke potential.
Yeah.
And I don't think Nyx does too much to help him in that situation either, because I don't think they can fight and kill Undying unless he really messes up.
I think they know Chicken Fighters wants to get something bursty, and I will say, with Shadow Demon and Oracle out and even Chen, Undying, I mean, his Soul Rip early is a ton of health. Like, if you just duel someone and they get Soul Ripped early, like, Legion doesn't have items. He's not going to win that duel, which is kind of
Well,
nice.
the last,
Oof.
one of the last defensive supports.
Can't you just take Axe here?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Axe plus Grimstroke, too.
Axe Grimstroke, Axe Centaur, Axe Mars, or Grimstroke Mars, Grimstroke Centaur, or Grimstroke Axe. I'm okay with all 3 combos. I might lean a little bit heavier towards Axe. I think Legion, or I think Centaur might be the option that I'm okay with after that. Like, the stun is purgeable and it's kind of annoying, but Stampede is really good against Death Prophet ulti.
It got banned in the second phase by Chicken Fighters.
So we
Pango?
5 dazzles.
Then I don't know. I'm kind of down with Axe.
Axe, I agree. I think it's just the best here. Man, is this really going to be a 5 dazzle, though? I understand it's like a save and stuff, but God, I know it's just bad.
I mean, they could do something
Personally.
wild. This could be
DP
some
safe
sort
lane?
of weird safe lane DP or 5 DP, and then Dazzle's made against Ember Spirit.
I just think Dazzle, you just gain so much because you want items on that hero. Your
Yeah.
ulti is all about having more. So the more stuff you have, the more stuff you're technically like buffing up. They went to PL. So they're going to save their offlaner here.
Which is pretty weird because I think Legion is okay against PL.
For sure.
But I think the supports don't do anything against it.
Yeah.
They're definitely relying on this Legion commander being shut down by the Undying for Phantom Lancer to have a fair game. And we did see the Phantom Lancer, I believe, in their first series that we didn't cast, but it was on the Join Dota Red. That was a Phantom Lancer versus DP, and eventually Phantom Lancer did win.
I think after game number 2, I'm sure Navi's thinking like, maybe we shouldn't let Chicken Fighters just get the overall harder carry because they didn't have like a hard carry at all in that last game, and eventually the TB was just, especially with how he itemized, was just the overall best hero. So maybe by taking this PL, they're like, well, we secure that. I still don't know why you need to pick it here. Maybe they did think it would get banned though. Man, the panda. All right.
Was it Brian that says like whenever he sees TB he likes PL, or is it the other way around?
Yeah. He likes PL into TB.
You like PL into TB.
Why you were thinking another Charlie, possibly TB?
No, it's
not
just
another
good hero for him.
Because it is mobile. The thing is now, if you don't get the lockdown on Ember or PL right away, these fights are just going to be so much harder since how mobile both of them are. Obviously, Grimstroke and Undying, you're going to be able to kill them. The question is, what's getting done by your Ember and PL during that time?
You also don't have a great way to deal with the tombstones still.
You could do Sven. Seems okay. It's not like a carry that's like standing out looking at the pool. I think Sven's all right. Sven just hates it like when there's like a BKB piercing kiter, and there's nothing like that.
They ban the Lycan, all right.
They have the benefit of last pick, so.
They definitely can still put this. If it is Dazzle, I'm pretty sure if Ember goes middle, you want the Dazzle versus the Ember.
They could also Alk if they wanted on Chicken Fighters. I just realized.
I like that,
I think Alk is. He scales really quickly, and I don't think Ember and PL really bother you that much when it comes to like a certain. I think Alk's even better now, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that last pick, Nature's Prophet, and I'm just like, cha-ching. But they take Naga.
Siren instead. Similar concept, but not the same timing.
No, I think PL. I feel like if you have Alk here, like he'll never die because you have Dazzle, and on top of that, like they have no damage to kill you for a long period of time. But I think I'm okay with Naga too. It's just it's a different game that you're now playing.
So you said earlier, we have seen Ember Spear in every single position except for 3.
Hey!
Navi, they're going to run a Pasha Ember Spirit in its magical Nature's Prophet.
Wow. Okay, interesting.
Do you do this because of a laning thing? I'm looking at the
I
heroes.
think so,
Why?
right? Like, you don't want Furion versus Naga Siren.
No.
No, I think that's a free. I've seen Navi have to switch things up before, like at the major when we last picked Brooded, and then they put like offlane Viper.
Yeah.
So they're willing to do some stuff, but I mean, it did look pretty bad. So.
And I'm going to say it is going to be a 5 Nyx and a 4 Dazzle, and I kind of like that because you will get a little more farm because of that, right? Like a Legion Commander, he farms the lane, or she farms the lane, then leaves. Yeah. Then the Dazzle actually can get some farm. I don't know, man. I think this last pick Naga is going to be enough. I think it's a really good Naga game, and I know Charlie plays a good Naga, so.
I actually think Chicken Fighters' lineup is better.
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
They're pretty well-rounded across the board. I think that the only thing is they don't have something to utilize the Naga Sleep, but.
Okay. Well, Chicken Fighters, did they do it with their drafted Snake or get his revenge over Na'Vi? We'll see. Game 3, Dakota and BSJ.
Hi everyone, welcome to Na'Vi versus Chicken Fighters game number 3. I'm Dakota with BSJ once again. BSJ, look at this. So, do you think that Chicken Fighters may have outdrafted Na'Vi and they're in a position where they have to change things up, or is it something else to it?
They did already change things up as we see the odds coming out. Nobody has gained faith in the Chicken Fighters. Looks like it was the bias after all guiding them to Na'Vi fandom. Na'Vi. It is a 9 Pasha off-lane Ember Spirit, and that is quite the change of pace to match up against the Naga Siren as they do move the Nature's Prophet to the mid lane against the Death Prophet, so those are almost certainly better lane matchups. Nature's Prophet does not do well against these high armor illusion heroes at all, being that he is single target physical damage.
I have not seen Nature's Prophet mid lane in quite a while. Throws me back to like Matama Man, Liquid mid lane, Nature's Prophet. Probably has been some mid lane Nature's Prophet since then, but it's just it's going to be interesting to see one that gets such a higher farm priority to work with.
The big question mark for me is how this Ember versus Naga Siren matchup will go. If it goes well for Na'Vi, I really like their chances here. But if I see like a level 6 Naga and level 4.5 or 5 Ember, then my opinion will sway the other way. As I say that,
I was going to say, Naga seems to be going mid lane there,
yeah,
BSJ.
They are fully aware of the players playing their respective heroes. Meaning
so the
that
swippity swap swap's happening.
They got the exact matchup they want. already makes me lean more towards Chicken Fight moving forward in this game. Naga Siren should absolutely freefarm. The only issue here is the potential of Nature's Prophet really bleeding his level advantage into other lanes by roaming and utilizing that ult to turn the tide there. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, it can't always just be as simple as, oh, as long as you get the matchup you want in a different lane, it's going to be the same. The lane itself, I'm sure, plays a role in that with how the creep equilibrium could be, with camps nearby, or maybe just the heroes having easier access to maybe rotate over. That's got to be interesting in its own right.
I do agree, but in this specific matchup, I think Naga is favored against Prophet for all the same reasons, mid as she is in the side lane.
Yeah, for Naga.
So it doesn't change this specific one. Sometimes, like, the matchup advantage is based on your chase distance, the fact that you're not near towers.
For sure.
The pull camps, those kind of things can really influence that, but in this particular case, I don't think it matters. It's just the fact that Naga should be able to push in the lane freely, as you see here, and then rotate between mid and jungle with absolutely no pressure on him, so...
So more to see if maybe the Nature's Prophet decides to take his early burst of XP and farm elsewhere, or, decides to jungle himself, I guess.
Crystallize getting off to a good start top. I think the PL versus Legion Commander lane matchup isn't really that bad as it used to be. PL should get the farm that he wants out of lane, get level 6, and just head out of here. While Ilias being a Undying, the reason for this Dazzle pick, it's one of the few supports that can actually deter Undying when he is running at Saberlight. Notice how the minute he gets his Poison Touch on him, Ilias does not feel confident to run and hit this strength offlaner that they picked it against. So I really do like the conceptual counter of the Dazzle here because it is going to enable Saberlight to have a much better laning stage. That if they had picked any bullyable forward position, especially a strength one, this lane would have been a real nightmare.
Yeah, so Nico is going to be playing a much more selfless Nyx Assassin here to the bottom lane. As you talk about the counterpart Dazzle, he is babysitting Supreme on the bottom lane Death Prophet. Does this have any sort of a different factor for Death Prophet? I know you said for Naga mid lane all as well. Death Prophet now has a bit of a longer lane to chase forward like this. Could suck down someone like Slayer, forces Pasha to intercept, and just could work out to be a really interesting dynamic here for the side of Chicken Fighters.
The only issue with Death Prophet in the side lane is before she has points in her nuke up, she is at threat of the lane just doubling up on her, like you're seeing here. She is going to get gone in the bottom lane, as we saw Undying die in the top lane. Pasha chasing her down. No points there, no charges of the Spirit Siphon. Slayer does have Ink Swell, going to use it on himself. No stun from Seneko due to mana. He's too short.
He's almost blocking a bit right there, unfortunately. And now Seneko has to head out the other direction. Chicken Fighters will take a hard shot on that one, but they even it up for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think the fact that you can just double up the wave when you have a hero like Grimstroke and you just use that Stroke of Fate to push out the wave puts ranged heroes that normally bully, like Death Prophet, they just can't tank creeps, right? Your 4 armor, you can't really afford because of no Stout Shield innate.
That's a fantastic tip, and I feel like something that I need to be able to apply to my own game as a support, recognizing the type of core you're going against, and if they can't handle that type of pressure, maybe you manipulate the wave to push forward harder than trying to pull it back more.
Oh, absolutely. There's certain matchups where...
That's never talked about, I feel like.
It is a big deal. It's certainly adjusts the way you're supposed to play the lane. It makes the pull camp power more potent, because if you push the lane and then pull the camp, if they're a ranged hero, they can't really contest you very well because they can't walk through the creeps. So it does alter a lot of the side lane matchups, and I'm glad to know that.
Definitely learned something new with that. It's just a matter of the core needs to trust you as well.
Exactly.
That you're pushing forward. Let's dive them. I feel like in my level, the core's be like, what the hell are you doing? As we see bottom lane, a snipe takedown onto Pasha. Nicely set up right there. So Nico,
crazy.
These teams are getting a little more feisty with each other with these tips I see.
Who's going on who here? Slayer. He swells himself up. But Spear Siphon level 2, way better than level 1. Max HP as damage goes from 1 to 2.5%. So now that he's got those levels up on DP, that problem's not really the case anymore, because you're going to tank that much more effective health with that regen you're stealing with the Spirit Siphon, but also you have 2 points in your Crypt Swarm, which allows you to decently push out the wave. Can I talk? Okay, he's just feeding.
That's just
yeah, he's just a suicide. I was like, how did I miss? I'm like, look, I'm like keeping my peripherals on the mini map, and I don't see anything going on, and then suddenly a guy dies, and I'm like, come on. Charlie is level 6 in the mid lane. This is the highlight of the Chicken Fighters lineup. Already out to a 1K net worth lead total, but Naga, complete free farm in the mid lane. Even though Magical has decent CS, this is only going to ramp up for Charlie. Triple Wraithband, Glove of Haste, and a Courier does go down, but he's just going to keep pressuring with these illusions during the catapult wave. Doesn't have fort, so he's gonna lose his catapult here.
But Naga continues to get as she wants, as she pulls ahead in the CS game. Nature's Prophet holding his own in the deny part of things, but has not really looked elsewhere yet to intervene. Maybe top lane could be something they consider going for. He dished out the ult, and that could be it. Yep, right on cue. Not even necessary to be there as a witness. They just blast down Saberlight. The follow-up sprout's there, but Era is quick to react.
Charlie, Haste Rune, he's coming. Ganking Naga Siren mid lane.
Look out, everybody. Era's trying to bait them in to stay longer.
Courier.
Oh,
nice
Era.
Value.
No grave, so he goes down with the right clicks.
That's just a Naga Siren, though. He has no net, no ability to contribute other than just simple right clicks. So
it felt like Era was baiting him in for something for the Naga, and Naga's just like, I'll settle for the Courier. And
it's interesting that he came here, and it's like, you should probably just stay mid and pressure, because your hero just doesn't counter gang. That's just not what Naga Siren does. So at least not until points and net as well as the ultimate. He is level 7. And that is the kind of engagement that Na'Vi needs to look for. The fact that Magical, that ultimate, just crushed the Legion Commander. Basically went from 3/4 health to almost 0.
Yeah, when that Wrath of Nature went off, that should have been a huge red flag.
Yeah.
He's coming. Trouble's coming, but it didn't even matter. Went down before the opportunity. Bottom lane, Soniko setting up the stun, Soul Siphon, but look at the Slayer's reaction.
The Soul Siphon is
goes in right away with the Ink Swell, but he's just shucking up all that life.
Oh.
And just right clicks down for the finish. Here's Magical again. Looking to go for Soniko, but he's got the quick hasty
It's so
TP.
deceiving. You think he's going to kill him, then he siphons the second hero, and you're like, oh, this guy's regenning way more than we could ever kill. And he just lives. Seems like a decent counter to the Grimstroke. I actually had I had a Grimstroke support against a Death Prophet core in the lane the other day, and you try to go on him with Inkswell, and then he just Spirit siphons you up. And top lane, Saberlight does get level
bottom
6.
Though.
And bottom lane,
They're
everything.
going again. It's a little bit of the same. This time Slayer hoping to go
Only
for the
one
finish.
charge on the Spirit Siphon, though, so big difference this time around.
Yep, and with Magical there.
Oh, the Dazzle TP.
The Dazzle's here. He's got the grave now. He wants to be sure.
Duel, let him have it. Okay. They almost killed him in time, or too fast.
Era's chained down now, though, and without a grave, he will fall. So Na'Vi at least recoup a little bit of something.
I'd say that's a bigger reaction force from Chicken Fighters, so Na'Vi could maybe be okay with it. But at the same time, Charlie's just free farming mid and pressuring the tower. So overall, seems like a win for Chicken Fighters entirely, despite having to bring so many heroes to their own safe lane. Sunoiko's already level 5 as a 5-position Nyx. 8.5 minutes into the game. Does have a Quelling Blade over the boots this stage in the game against the Prophet. I don't mind that. Got to itemize according to the game.
For sure. Especially if it keeps him alive. Haven't seen too much of the Undying yet either. He had a little bit of solo opportunity to get some XP in that mid lane. Is now level 5, but
Dazzle does really remove you from the picture in terms of your laning stage. You're kind of a soul rip. You're no longer a decay bully type hero.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that in his skill build, the 1-3-1. And
so where's the bounce back then for Undying? Because he feels like one of those heroes that like Underlord before, like needs a good laning phase to get that momentum built up. If you don't have the momentum, like you're reaching.
That's why you're willing to pick Dazzle as a support when we've only really seen it work as a core, because the point of Undying is to be a lane dominator. And if you can pick a 1-to-1 support that actually just shuts down that entire part of his game, it may be worth picking something that's not so meta in the support role. So we do see Nature's Prophet actually farming up some Ancients, gets a tree, seems on theme there. And Supreme has rotated to the mid lane.
How funny it would be if they chop the one tree and just plants a new one right there. Like, you stay in that sprout. You stay in that. That would be the next level. But pressure's coming from Chicken Fighters to the mid lane. Everybody's starting to congregate this way, even from the Na'Vi side now.
Messes up the carapace.
I was going to say, yeah, fortunately.
Crystallize is here. Got to be careful.
That.
They don't have silence on DP, though, so he's pretty reliably able to get that doppelganger off.
Yep.
Bring it to Rask. He's quite tanky. But I have to imagine, I was talking about this the other day outside with Blitz. I'm not sure how this Naga Siren PL matchup goes. a hero matchup you don't see too often because neither one really counters the other.
Yeah.
So you don't see a Naga and then purposely pick PL and vice versa.
Yeah.
So
None rushing for Battle Fury or really Maelstrom or really any of those awkward items.
Nyx does go down in the bottom lane. Looks like they had a ward sentry, but he didn't quite have his ult yet, so making use of that. Dazzle does have his ult. Will they get him a shovel? That's the real question. Also has a Quelling Blade of his own with that lower cooldown. Super value tree cutting there. GG from Magical.
Like GG block her back in. The Sprout utilize the full cooldown of the Quelling Blade. I think this tower is fall. Can he get the deny, though? No, he can't. But no last hits there for Chicken Fighters, so they'll have to split up the gold, and now they begin to migrate up north as an outpost is taken back by Na'Vi.
Pasha's pressuring the bottom lane with this 2-4-0 build on Ember. I understand that this is the better fighting build, but I have to believe maybe 1 point in Flame Guard could be nice value for just shoving the wave a bit.
For sure, and he hasn't really needed to participate in any fights at this point.
I saw Limp for Alliance doing the same thing, or no, Quakefa, excuse me, doing the same thing where you are taking the tower as DP and you want to tank for your catapult, so you activate your ult and then Spirit Siphon a creep. It's a really cool way to put that extra bit of pressure on as DP in the early game, because most heroes like her as an ranged hero cannot tank the tower. So I saw that multiple times, and if you're trying to learn Death Prophet, really cool thing you can do there. Do take that tower. And another little tidbit for Death Prophet is whatever you're attacking will get hit by your ultimate. So if you're tanking the tower and creeps, as we see bottom.
Yeah, Saberlight denied that tower. They're looking for vengeance here. So Nico steps in now, gets his own stun, poison. Grave comes out with the bailout. Duel set up. Saberlight successful in getting the finish of Magical on that one. But big damage with the Inkswell, with the zombie, with the Pasha. They wipe out too. They're looking to go for more. Soul Siphon, not going to be enough.
That Inkswell is a 3.7 second stun for 400 damage. And it hit 3 heroes. That's going to win you a fight, no matter what.
Swole, am I right?
Yeah, you're all right. That is very swole.
Charlie, not participating in any of that. He is the dark horse for the team, hoping to be that, X factor to pull out. Continues to grind away at the top, but that has got to be a big momentum boost for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you do want Naga Siren to be atop the network charts like he is, but you have to be careful of him being the only one with net worth. Legion, an offlaner that's absolutely vulnerable to becoming a W, as Cap said during the panel, and that's something you do not wish for moving forward, as you're going to see this Inkswell again.
Yeah, very nice.
Nice Grave coming out from Dazzle, and then the Inkswell. Oh my God.
Oh, just wonderfully done right there.
Yeah. That's the Grimstroke plus Ember combo that we saw in the first round of the draft.
And Pasha, with that momentum, he can build up towards a Maelstrom. So if PL's not going to be the answer for Naga, let Pasha do it.
Yeah, Ember is very annoying for Naga. That is the negative for Chicken Fighters scaling into the late game. I personally wouldn't mind if he goes like Maelstrom, Radiance, Shiva, something like that. Radiance isn't ideal against the Nyx, so he might skip out on that, but he could really just put his entire itemization towards countering the Naga Sirens late game.
Whereas what can the Legion Commander do to assist with the PL, aside from just normal setup?
Really nothing, to be honest with you. You're just going to be a Blink Dagger initiation for your team. That's the one issue I guess I have moving forward. Nyx and Dazzle don't really do anything to PL all that great. Death Prophet's only a silence once he gets the mantle. They do have a sentry.
Inkswell Remnants in.
Oh, only stuns up the
Grave
in the
is
back.
there. Oh, he put the Grave onto the Nyx.
Yikes.
Oh, no.
Tip Era, do it.
Jump forward. They're going to make Era pay for it as well.
God, so much damage from that max slice.
They were really close together, so I can see why there could be a bit of a misclick, but that is so unfortunate. And now Na'Vi are going to move forward and get the tier 1.
Really nice movements from 9 Pasha and the offlane Ember. Something we don't see very often. I've never seen him play it, but it looks good. The silence plus the chains.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Hemorrhaging
this is looking real ugly real quick. And they have the defusal on PL. He's ready to fight. This is one thing that leans in the favor of PL in this matchup between him and Naga Siren. Naga really capitalized on the ability of the enemy team to not force fights this early, and that is not the case when you have these mid-game heavy cores with the defusal PL, as he does catch Slayer, but that Inkswell
so dang long.
Forced a song, actually. And TP away. I guess that worst, all things considered, that could have been worse, but really unfortunate. Imclaw for PL. Dude, you got to go pick that up, dude. Oh, no, never mind. It's Death Prophet that found that at the same time. You do want that Imclaw for PL. All illusions critting is a super value item for him.
Oh, I bet. So really, is there any reason Na'Vi should take this slow? I mean, this feels like such a huge power peak now.
You just keep going.
Defusal, Ember's got Maelstrom. Like,
You're farming.
Let's just go.
You're farming, right?
Oh
but
my
you
gosh,
want to make
Nature's
sure
Prophet
you
has
push
a
them in.
Maelstrom too.
They're the only issue I see with their lineup right now is the lack of team items. They don't have any auras, any sustain. So that could pose as a problem, but at the same time, I guess they don't really need it against the heroes of Chicken Fighters, to be honest with you. They don't have any like AoE nukes to poke down the PL. They do find Supreme again with the smoke. Inkswell, run it back.
So
And
Nico,
Seneko, he's just going to die, man. There's no
he
way that works.
witnessed the whole thing. He's got to go.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Na'Vi just run and train now. Feels like they're like on some sort of 8-0 kill streak at the moment.
Grimstroke is so good, man. That hero, I'm surprised he did not get touched in 7.25C. We have been seeing him nonstop, but that Inkswell is the hero. For
I was going to say,
wondering what's
you've
going
been
on.
talking about Inkswell nonstop. A lot of people like to
think of his ult.
Think of his ult and all the synergy there. That feels like just the frosting on the cake of Grimstroke.
It's okay, but in the past, when Grimstroke was broken originally, his ult used to be a slow, it used to be longer, and now it's none of those things, and the buffs that they've made up for have really come in the form of the Inkswell.
Na'Vi has a lot of money when you see the couriers on the top lane take flight
Oh
like this.
my
Look
God.
at them. Come with the money. Come with the items.
The brigade of couriers. Holy moly, couldn't speak there. That's pretty funny. Items galore. Ether Lens for Slayer, Maelstrom, plus the Mithril Hammer for Nature's Prophet. Pasha working on a Vlad's. I actually like that double back because I mentioned the lack of aura items, and it really is his job, I guess, because you have a mid-Nature's Prophet. Your supports like Grimstroke are going to buy these utility items like the Ether and like Glimmer Capes and Ghost Scepters as he has queued up. And Undying, let's be honest, that hero's not getting any farm, so he's not going to buy any.
He's unfortunately, the one sore spot for Na'Vi right now, but he had simply been just kind of outmatched and trying to recuperate from that. But, so someone's got to play like the more 5 role in this one.
Yeah, and he's been pretty surprisingly impactful, just soul-ripping enemies for the burst, soul-ripping allies for the burst heal,
his
and
tools
utilizing
are still
the tomb.
very useful.
So even though it doesn't seem good on paper against these heroes from the Radiant side, once that tombstone's deployed, they don't really have a way to retake that area. So they're kind of forced to run away. I don't think they can afford to focus the tombstone because of the Inkswell, honestly. Only that. Is the DP working on a Yules? Yes. Once he gets the Yules, it'll be really important that he Yules the Inkswell target because you can purge the Inkswell buff. As of now, it's the only really way for them to deal with it. They do have the Nether Shawl on Naga. Will he put that as his main item? It's pretty value. Yes, he does on high armor illusion heroes, as it gives all of your illusions the magic resistance, and it does also only clip into that armor by a small number when you have 23 armor to 18 minutes into the game. He's pretty damn farmed. Almost has a defusal. #1 net worth, but following the next 3 are Na'Vi, and they have a 5k net worth advantage. And as long as they look to itemize against the Naga as the game goes on, I am not a believer in Naga solo carrying the game past like 40 minutes. That is not what I believe is the recipe for success, but I am welcome to be proven wrong here.
Absolutely. We're getting close to the 20-minute mark, outpost time, as Chicken Fighters will take the northern outposts at this moment and really try to take over the Na'Vi front and move forward with the tier 2. Na'Vi have decided to kind of get back into the farming pattern a bit while...
Only level 1 DP ult.
Yeah, this is a cute little exorcism that's going to be scratching away at a tier 2. We'll see if Na'Vi want to try to defend it.
You and I have a weird, different definition of cute, Dakota. As they find Magical, nice blink duel. Is that going to lead to anything, though?
Magical's pretty farmed. This ain't no scrubby support Nature's Prophet, but with the assistance coming in from the
They're
Death
out of
Prophet,
position
that
now,
will be
though.
good. Pasha jumps in now, looking to try to finish the plate of Saberlight, and is successful, but the song is too late, and Charlie will bounce.
The benefit, I guess, of Song is that you can focus the tombstone during it, but there... I said it was a nice blink duel, but man, is that deep to be going to dive after that Nature's Prophet. He seemed pretty content to just man the F up and take him down with him as he dies, but dishes out as much damage as possible. And they have a lot of mobility with the Inkswell, the Ember Spirit, as well as the PL. They will have no problem getting there ASAP. And the odds seem to be going no better for Chicken Fighters than they were at the start. Actually, 2 times worse approximately. I agree with that. I'd say that's pretty accurate in terms of the chances for both teams to win this game. Looks like a free Roshan most likely since the Naga Siren sleep is down. Blink Blade Mail on Legion just sounds super underwhelming this game against heroes like Ember, against heroes like Nature's Prophet going for the BKB.
Oh, so Nico shows himself doing the cute little mana leak onto the Undying. Will he pay the price for it? They got the Dust.
And here's the 4-second stun. Oh, there it is.
Dust was like the one item that got buffed this last
Yes,
patch,
it did.
being 10 gold cheaper.
Hype.
Era graved up, but now reciting his final
Delaying
prayers.
the inevitable, yes.
Yep. And Chicken Fighter's still just handing over kills. Charlie's here now.
The Grimstroke ult.
Yeah. Can they do anything? Okay.
I think they're both
Some
just going to die
ghosts.
here. Actually, I don't know who's dying.
Oh, Ember is getting siphoned up from the front. Nice step in from Supreme. They get the finish there, but Magical
PL's
from
not
behind.
here. PL's actually not
He is
here.
dishing out the right click, and as you mentioned, without the assistance of PL, it is a bit awkward for Na'Vi. They're still holding it.
His Manta's in his backpack. PL, put the Manta in your...
It could have been so much better, though, if PL was here right out of
Put
the
the
gate.
Manta in your inventory, PL.
Man, you got the Manta in your backpack, brother. He's still got it in his backpack. He's running in without it. It doesn't care.
He's like, he tried to Manta to do damage there, and he's like, wait a minute, I don't have my freaking Manta. That's like 30 movement speed that he lost running across the map.
That could have been the difference maker for the whole thing. Na'Vi could have won by now if he was there just that little bit earlier.
Passive Manta. It's pretty funny. I've never. It's been a long time since you see that kind of thing. But queuing up the Abyssal on the PL has the Ring of Tarask for the extra bit of tankiness in the mid game, and despite what went wrong there, I think that was just a nice move by Chicken Fighters. I didn't realize myself that PL wasn't there, so I was like, I think they're just going to die making this move. But they clearly made that move because they saw the PL bottom. And
that did not go nearly as well when you consider the PL not being there.
That is true.
It
He
helps.
actually TP's in front of Vision. I didn't even notice that. He's just, they see that. That's very obvious punishment for Chicken Fighters to try to capitalize on with no PL there. They do get the net onto the Ember right after the silence. He was probably going to plan to dodge that net, but he couldn't with the DP silence coming from the other side. But those Tombstone zombies were racking up pretty fast, so forced to retreat regardless. And the Inkswell actually getting blocked by his own zombies. So it might have been a kill on Naga if he was able to get on top of him there. We do have the pause still going, guys, so don't worry. You're not missing anything. You just get to watch him have a backpack to Manta again.
Yeah, lots of ifs, unfortunately, for this fight. If the PL was there a bit sooner, had Na'Vi been able to take over, but also Chicken Fighters didn't have Era since he was sniped down at the beginning of that fight, so they didn't have the extra bit of sustain and the potential grave save. And we're going to get right back into the game.
Weird choice by Crystallize to TP away in Vision like that. You have a hero like Prophet, Nature's Prophet, that can reliably clear waves by TPing and coming back to the fight. You also have an Ember Spirit who can Remnant and come back. I think PL has to be very careful of TPing away from his team in front of the opponent because I just don't think that's his job in the game, and that is honestly, in my opinion, a big slip-up, and he should be careful to do it again.
I didn't notice that Magical was also the Aegis holder. That might have been just me missing that. But
It's nice.
He's
He's like their only Blink dual target, to be honest, of value. Maybe Grimstroke, but I don't think he's going to be in position with that Aether Lens where they can get the jump on him. So now it allows Prophet to play way differently in this game. If he has that Aegis, he can get dueled. He can come back to life with a BKB, stand his ground there.
Okay.
Now, Pasha might get caught by this. They have Blink duel with a Blade Mail.
They had
but they're all here.
safe smoke under their own vision. Can they find someone to jump? There it is. A nice catch, a potential setup, but they're going to need more to burst him down. Is the finish there? No.
Yeah,
he's able to
that's the
slide
problem.
out and make it away. They go for the grave save onto Saberlight. Can't do the same for Sunico, though. Supreme looking to fight in with Charlie. They dish out the song. Are they going to evacuate? Magical's there with the BKB, but it's just a hasty retreat from Chicken Fighters. And remember, they're the ones to lead this fight off, so that is a big win for Na'Vi.
Yeah, instant TP from Magical to push the bottom tier 2. Going to force reactions in multiple lanes as the rest of his team is pushing mid and coming. So I don't think they can fight. No Naga sleep, no Death Prophet
exorcism.
ult.
Yeah.
Oof. 60 damage for free is pretty nice on Prophet. That buff was, or I guess reworked technically, because they did increase the cooldown of his ult. I think everyone would prefer the increased cooldown with the increased damage.
Yeah, certainly. Na'Vi not too hasty yet as they wait for Pasha to come back up, but they do make the call to go to bottom. So Nico's here, going to quickly go for a D-ward, but has to be careful that it doesn't cost his own life. Gets hit with the defusal, but is able to separate himself.
Basher is done for PL. That's really scary for the DP who's buying a BKB, but that's not going to do all that much if PL gets on top of you. As I said, until the silence of DP is the only good part about DP versus PL. So I've noticed in my games that you have this like mid-game timing where PL's a bit rough, but once you get this Manta, oh, it feels so free against Death Prophet in terms of the game going on, because those ghosts, they only have one target that they hit, and the best way to soak up the damage is to have a bajillion targets, and that's what PL does
approach.
best.
They're on the high ground to pop the smoke.
No running away from this.
They try to jump and make
nice
it away.
Yules, nice Yules. That purges it, like we said.
Yeah, and
good disengage.
Purge out. Oh, they're trying to get Era. He's forced to grave himself.
Oh, the double lance value.
Oh my God, they're not going to be able to make it away. Era is going to fall. Oh, so Nico could be next. How bloodthirsty is Na'Vi here? They're going to dive to take down the two supports, and with them both out for 30 seconds. What are Na'Vi going to be able to do with this window?
I really like the 9 Pasha build. I talked about him itemizing against the Naga in a way of like minimizing her damage. I thought the Radiant Shiva stood out to me, but this is another way to do it. More team-focused items that also do focus on mitigating that physical damage with the Vlads and the Medallion. And really no one else to build it. The Force Staff from the Grim, he's super farmed for a support. Look at that. It's a problem with Naga when you're behind, right? You're just seeing the net worth on PL and Naga. It's the same, right? Carries.
Yep.
That means the game's even, right? No. You see all the other heroes.
Yeah.
It's 3,000 for the off-laner mid-laner discrepancy. It's 3,000 or 1,000 for the off-laners. 4,000 for one support and 3,000 for the other. Somehow
Naga
on
just
dying.
takes so much and everything that's out there, and then their real estate that's available to him is now so much more limited because obviously Navi's power at this point. So
Absolutely.
What's available belongs to Naga Mama. Everyone else, you get scraps. And as you can see,
I've never heard her called Naga Mama.
And the rest of her family is just a bit too skinny and not ready, or famished, if you will.
Famished.
They're not battle ready. They're hungry.
Ooh, Titan Sliver found. That's a very good item for Peel. He's going to take it. Now has the Titan Sliver plus almost a full Abyssal Blade. And we have the Enchanted Quiver on Magical. That is going to do 400 bonus range and 300 bonus magical damage for Magical.
I like it. And they just keep the pressure on all fronts meanwhile.
They don't realize that's real, but they might have pursued if they did realize that.
Charlie with an Arcane.
Choosing the Ring of Tarask over the Vanguard. That seems like a strictly wrong decision in his inventory there. He's really enjoying value backpack, letting him marinate for later. Charlie does have the Arcane Roots. They know this is real. Got to be careful.
Yeah, he's got to retreat back.
Inkswell again. Oh, just nets. That was pretty ballsy from Charlie not to be scared
He's still dancing with them a bit. While most of Chicken Fighters are in their jungle side still, Na'Vi are making the approach to move in for the
Double
Naga.
Lance.
Supreme gets the finish on the Magical.
They're going to focus the tomb, maybe? Okay. Not bad.
Nice.
Is this good for them?
Here's Supreme from the backside. Duel goes out. They're looking to isolate Grim. They take him out first. Supreme.
DP's really low, but he heals us.
Low, but living.
The grave.
And she's living. She makes it out from the back inside, and she's all good. This
she's
could
out of the
be
fight.
Chicken Fighters' time. As they
Grimshark
fight
bought
forward.
back.
Yes, he is. He's here now. They have that outpost, so he's able to get here super fast. Now Charlie on the run. Era's forced to grave and TP out hastily, but that leaves poor little Charlie behind, and Nagamama is dead. Supreme back in action, but at this point, Na'Vi have won them over.
Is this like Wagamama, but like fish version? Is that what you're going for here?
It does, you know, feel nice to say. I guess it's from saying Wagamama so much in the past.
We do see Magical body blocking Seneko with the trees. Dude, that's so annoying, man. That's so well played by Magical there. Good microing. Has the Mjolnir done, so very good damage output coming from him. And
this is actually trouble. Naga's out for 30 seconds. No
they have
buyback.
Abyssal Blade PL.
And this mid lane looks to be
Coming
theirs. No exorcism, obviously. No real answer at this point from Chicken Fighters. They're going to watch their racks fall.
Are they going to go for the deny?
Supreme tries to slow them down.
They could have had that deny with the Dazzle.
And they'll just take the 1 racks.
This is not the Dazzle you want in Dota right now. The Dazzle has such good farm potential, such high impact with every item that has a cooldown just because of the nature of his ult. And this 4-position Dazzle is pretty much chopping up to be what we have all thought about support Dazzles thus far. Seemed really nice in the laning stage versus Undying. I saw what they were going for. It seemed pretty good, but it has not played out according to plan. And Ember Spirit's going to finish up that Solar Crest. They're going to be looking to take Roche. Even this Undying is hard to kill. Ghost Scepter, 4-staff Spider Legs. He is incredibly mobile for such a seemingly not mobile hero. I don't really have a better way to talk about that one.
Oh, hold on.
Hold
we got a fight to possibly talk about here. As
the Tombstone
Charlie's
well
looking to
placed.
roam in. Saberlight to the high ground. The song comes out, and they will quickly deal with that Tombstone.
Is that
who are they looking to isolate? It's
trade for
Ember.
them?
He gets a chainsaw. Pasha. Remnant's out. They can't get the focus onto him. Now they
Kills
look to
the
settle
Dazzle
for Crystallize. Crystallize moves in, gets the finish on the Era. Era forced to buy back now. Magical looking to shift in, and they're fighting right at Roche's front door. And it's a bloodbath on the welcome mat here as they quickly wipe out 2 and 3. Hey, Roche, did you see that? Now we're going to beat your ass. As they walk in and go for the Aegis.
He's a witness. Finish him.
Get the hell out of here. You saw nothing. Now, give me that Aegis.
I see why they're doing what they're doing with the Naga Sleep. You can't win the fight if the Tombstone's there, but it's just showing how dire their situation is for the Radiant, and I don't know. It just seems relatively hopeless with a 21,000 net worth lead for Na'Vi. The problem with the Naga Siren I think I've seen this game, as opposed to like the Alchemist that the panel is suggesting for their 10th pick, is it just hasn't matched the pace of this PL. And both heroes doing the same thing for the first 15 minutes, but PL goes first item Defusal, and the game is seemingly out of their hands by the time Naga Siren has come online. And
plus Navi's backstaff, they have so many more answers for the Naga, while Chicken Fighters don't nearly have as much to deal with the PL. And now PL's not even the sole damage dealer. I feel like there's a Tricore pretty much unleashed from Navi's side, and that is just already too many for Chicken Fighters to deal with.
Charlie getting hit up here.
He is really the final hope here.
PL has cheese.
Jump
uses
in.
the cheese.
Duel.
Well
okay.
played.
Yeah, and he might get some free damage here.
That
Oh, the
was a sick
Grave.
cheese usage, honestly.
Grave song.
Pause, everybody. Chill the F out.
And this could be the final round. Saberlight tries to make a hasty escape.
Doppelganger dodges the silence.
But Supreme becomes the new target. And they block her up. They try to with the trees. Can they pinch her into the wall? The Grave's there, but it's not going to hold her out long enough. And she's down and out for over a minute without a buyback. Naga should be next. I think the Tau could come momentarily here. But she does manage to make it back inside the fountain. Na'Vi, have they overextended? They haven't really done any damage to the racks yet. Ooh, good stun. Here we go. Chicken Fighters.
The Abyssal onto the
Fighting
Dazzle.
him
He's
back
dead
a little.
instantly.
Pasha will be next to go down here.
He's
But
pretty tanky.
Crystallize. Crystallize is the one you want to get. And Crystallize, he's got Charlie. Sprout.
Oh, he tries to Quelling Blade, but it's the wrong tree.
Crystallize is there in front to wait.
And now what?
Does have a buyback, but okay, spends it.
They don't have any mana because of the Naga Siren Defusal, so... And the Nyx mana burn. I don't know if they can continue this.
It's only Naga and Nyx, so by numbers, Na'Vi feel good, but you're right. By resources, they feel weak.
They cancel 9 Pasha's TP. That's a dieback, I believe.
Big. Yes, it is. Nice little snipe there from Charlie.
Okay. They
90
catch him with the
seconds.
sleep as well.
Okay.
Gonna have no impale, no impale. They do have.
Here we go, Chicken Fighters.
Duel
Oh,
and
Magical's
5.
here.
None of their stuns are up.
Self-sprout my Magical. He right-clicks
No
from his
mana.
little turret. While PL goes to the high ground, gets dueled up. Soul Siphon's there. PL to the other side, but still gets dropped.
Magical.
And Magical now could be next. What is happening here?
We have a 3-2-2 situation
Na'Vi
potentially.
just falling apart as it looked like they were going to go in for the finish.
Yeah, the mana burn's proving to accomplish everything they need. The silence cancels that TP because it is an ability rather than the actual TP scroll.
They did no real base damage there, I gotta say. Yeah, they got the mid lane already, but that was only a tier 3 at the top lane.
Yeah, the net worth lead, pretty overwhelming for Na'Vi, but clearly signs of life and the ability to take incredibly long fights on the side of Chicken Fighters. They were forced to buy back on the Naga Siren, so that is a negative for them. They are also, anybody else that was forced to buy back here? Looks like Legion was as well. And so it's 100% worth it that they did it, but it's not exactly a free win. You know, they didn't hold with no
they would
cost.
need more of that. They would need more of that. But, oh, I thought there was a buyback available on the BL, but it looks like he bought something.
Yeah, he
Doesn't
did
matter
have
at
it
this
originally.
point.
He bought the Eagle Song.
That's fine, though. It's only about 10 more seconds. How much can Chicken Fighters really get from this push? We'll see.
Legion's dead, so there's not too much threat for them, but the net is a lockdown if it catches the Ember.
All right, there's a helpful slide.
A big 4-staff there.
Okay, but, PL's back. PL gets stunned. Mantas.
They almost got him with the
Song.
silence, actually.
Go right for the tombstone. Are they bailing out? Yes, they are. Okay.
Oh, almost gets him with that Abyssal.
You know, Na'Vi don't take any extra losses from the previous skirmish. It's not like they had to buy out for that defense or anything.
I think PL should consider holding like 6 mangoes in his backpack. I'm not really kidding here. He's only issue I've struggled the same thing in the past when you're playing PL late game versus Nyx is you just randomly get mana burned, and your abilities do cost a decent amount of mana over the course of the fight. You have Manta, you have Abyssal, your Doppelganger plus Lance. It adds up, and you get like 1 mana burn in the face, and suddenly you're sitting at virtually no mana, and PL with no mana, similar to Anti-Mage, does not have his survivability tool without it, and he is not that much harder to bring. It's not very hard to bring down when he cannot Doppelganger, reset the fight, Manta, all that kind of stuff, so may want to consider that sometime soon. Does have the Butterfly queued up and the Satanic. We have a Sheepstick from Magical being queued up. It's pretty big for him if he can BKB during the song and, you know, Sheepstick somebody who's trying to TP out.
And Naga's going for a Butterfly herself, and I don't see a MKB option on the side of Na'Vi.
Rapier, for sure.
Oh, yeah, let's go. No, let's keep it going. Let's
Yeah,
keep
Maelstroms
entertainment
do
alive.
give 25% True Strike, so it's not to the same effect as the Crystallized Butterfly, but still very good item for Naga. Not saying you shouldn't go for it. Supreme does have the Arcane Rune on Death Prophet.
Okay, smoke movement out.
Quickening
Chicken
Charm as
Fighters
well.
are just around the corner, so Nico could spot this one out. But
They're looking.
Na'Vi decide to make the jump. Double change is going to be there. Turnaround, silence, doesn't catch anybody. Crystallized
Abyssal,
goes
double
down
Abyssal.
below. And with the Abyssals, they get locked down. Full retreat for Chicken Fighters, maybe to just the high ground here. Because they got to make something work with this Exorcism. Supreme is eating a lot of damage, though.
The Tombstone super potent here.
Yeah.
They're sending Naga Legions for it, but they can protect it. I think.
They're not going to song for this one.
Tomb is alive.
Yeah, but they'll just fight elsewhere. But that means Exorcism's going to be down.
It was 80-second cooldown, though, because he had an Arcane Rune plus Quickening Charm, so they've only got a small window to punish this, and most likely going to try, but not nearly as long as you normally have.
It's 1 more minute. We may respawn in 1 minute, so I don't think Na'Vi want to stall out. But
it's really hard to push into all the mana burn is a problem. It's like they wear you down bit by bit, and that gives them a fight win condition. They are dewarding. Looks like they're just using this time to control the area around the Roche Pit such that when it does spawn, they will be ready. Magical TP's bottom, looking to farm, but they see him here. So maybe they can look to do something with that on Chicken Fighters? Probably not, though.
They don't have really a hard control on the bottom lane, does Na'Vi, so maybe they don't feel as confident making an offensive move, only having 1 lane to really work with.
Yeah, PL does queue up the MKB,
DD.
and he's ready to be the primary source of damage against the Naga. Does take the bottle from 9 Pasha for this DD rune. This could be a game changer. PL, with that Phantom Rush included, has 262 base damage, almost effectively doubling his damage entirely, as double damage does only amp up the base damage. He Both teams smoked up now.
Okay, who's going to get the better execution, the better jump in? So Nico Carapace, silence, misses the mark. Saberlight goes in, can't quite catch the duel, follows up with it, looking to go for the finish on Undying, and is successful there.
Dazzle's dead too.
No buyback there. Era does have one. Naga swinging it out with Crystallized. Magical dishing out good damage on the backlines, though, with that BKB.
No
he
buyback
can't
on
be
him.
stopped. And Naga's down and out. No buyback. That might be the final straw for Chicken Fighters, as the Death Prophet will also go down without buybacks on either. This could be the call.
I don't know if Na'Vi would have been able to kill Charlie without that DD. That was pretty game-changing for Crystallized to be able to focus him down. And looked like an inevitable ending, but will they make one last grand hurrah stand here?
Without DP and without Naga, they could do it, but how successful could it actually be? I think so. Nico might be the first one caught. Jump in.
Oof.
Hail Mary, but that's free damage to take your Ancient that much faster. There's the call, and it's going to be Na'Vi taking the series 2-1. But got to give credit to Chicken Fighters, man. They put up a hell of a fight this series.
Agreed. Those were good games. The Na'Vi had a lot of control in that last one. It looked like they were kind of just going to steamroll with it, but they put up that last little bit of effort to defend their base, and they got a 1-1 fight out of Chicken Fighters, but as we said, it just wasn't enough. And even though the last fight looked kind of close, I think they were 2 or 3 fights away from still winning that game. And again, playing against PL that later on with no real counters is pretty difficult.
Yeah, it's tough. It feels like on one side for Na'Vi, they have multiple answers to deal with the Naga problem, where on Chicken Fighter's side, it feels like it's really just a lot on her shoulders. And the Death Prophet can help a bit, but yeah, as we see, Na'Vi going to be taking the series, a fantastic one, and we'll go ahead and throw it back over to the panel now to get their thoughts on this series.
A Na'Vi victory in Game 3 means they win the series against Chicken Fighters. Is this the outcome we expected?
I'd say this is the close one, but I would say Na'Vi should have probably been favored, maybe 55-45. So, yeah, and even in this Game 3, looking at the draft, you actually had really good lanes on Chicken Fighters. Charlie was free farming against that Nature's Prophet, and then what? It was like the 12-minute mark. There's just 5 heroes in your face the entire time. Na'Vi, they played that shit clean.
Yeah, they did. And they abused the fact that even though Phantom Lancer can fight, Naga can't.
Yes.
Like you saw oftentimes, like Naga would only come into sleep to get herself out. They would consistently lose like 4 heroes, Naga lives, 4 heroes, Naga lives. I must have seen that thing 3 times in a row. And although Naga's like really farmed, I was really thinking about it, and I was telling you, Cap, like I think PL wins this matchup because you have a better level 10 talent, you have evasion for free, and it feels like your hero just scales a little bit quicker. Like Naga is really good when she goes unchecked and you have no way to deal with the illusions, but even then I felt like they had pretty decent ways, and they itemized for that too.
Yeah, look at the hero damage, almost double. 100,000 to 50,000, which I was curious about, because Magical in those last 2 fights, he was just beating into people. And I also think in the Naga and the PL, the Naga went 3rd item Heart and the PL went 3rd item Butterfly. I think the fact you're allowed to be so greedy, because Charlie was just trying to cut creep waves, but you want a Butterfly if you're doing that, not a Heart. And I think it just slowed down their game. Maybe he had to get it, but I think the items by PL as well were just really good.
Yeah, that's why I think I would have liked to see some sort of like Alk hero.
Yeah.
That if you put him mid, I think in this game, no matter who he's against, he's going to get absolute free farm. And Alk is a completely different beast, right? You get Radiance, then the Nature's Prophet feels like he does nothing. You kill the Tombstone in like 2 seconds. The mana burn from the PL is kind of annoying, but you'll get BKB before he really comes online.
I think the most curious thing to me was that we chose this Naga Siren and had no combo to really set up with it, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what's the best thing you have? Impale?
That's yeah.
Maybe a duel
Silence,
afterwards?
like the
It's
Impale.
not amazing.
Yeah, it's really not. Like, you want at least one thing, whether it's a disable or some sort of big damage. But it was just sleep, kill Tombstone, which is good. But then you wake up, and then the PL just has 40 illusions, and you're like, uh-oh, we don't have anything to deal with this.
Yeah. In some fights, there were situations where you needed to get the Death Prophet out, but you'd already used the sleep just to kill the tomb.
Oh, and this was the bait, where you would think you had a good duel, and then it's just a 3-for-1. It felt like a lot of good initiations by Saberlight just ended up not being good, because there's a Nature's Prophet on the other team, so no matter what, there's going to be one person TPing the tower in 2 seconds, Magical TPing in. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus whatever you have.
We said before at the start of this game, before we even saw the draft, that Pasha was one of the heroes we wanted to see step up, carry the game, and a surprise pick for him as they shifted that Ember Spirit into the 3 position. But he looked like he did a great job as the Ember.
He 100%.
Very strong.
I liked his item build. It felt like they were targeting him as if he was the mid hero.
Yeah.
They were just running at him. And like in the game, you're like, oh, wait, he's not. And meanwhile, Magical was the richest person in the game, and then he got a Divine Rapier. I like that switch up. I really didn't think we'd see an Ember offlane especially play that good, so big shout-outs to him.
The other hero, though, surprising, the Undying. The Ember Spirit definitely proved itself. The Undying?
Nah.
Not so much.
He did better, and the problem was he didn't even do that great in lane because like he would go and beat on him, but when you get poison touched by Dazzle, you already lose that fight, so you have to run away and wait for that. But it won, and it was a save versus the duel, right? He got healed once, and they lost the duel, but he didn't lose the damage. It worked. I like seeing Undying. I think it's a fun hero.
At the end of the day, was the story of this series, much like many other, the more aggressive team won? Like, it feels like in this Game 3, Naga Siren versus PL, right?
Yeah, this Game 3, 100%. That's what it felt like. As we said, the PL, 1 item, Diffusal Blade, starts fighting with this team. Naga went first item. Manta wants to continue to just, like, split, push, and farm, and the aggressive team definitely won Game 3.
All right. Well, looks like we actually have a special call in. We're going to have Mag joining us. Mag, are you there by chance?
Yes. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can. You sound excellent. Well, first of all, congratulations with your win against Chicken Fighters. That was a surprise Ember Spirit you guys put into the off lane. What made you guys decide to do that?
Yeah, obviously they don't expect us to do that. Why we do that? Obviously because they don't expect, and it was not a perfect game for core Ember because of the Nix, this profit. But actually, in before we already talk about that we can flex it to position 3 because Pasha in before he was playing a lot with Ember, so it kind of worked out. It was good. Pasha played excellent as position 3 Ember, I would say, and everything works well.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, so we just got a new patch like last night. It seemed to have nerfed all the regen. Are you glad about that, or do you think it didn't get nerfed enough?
It's not nerfed enough for sure, but it's still a good patch.
The right way, yeah.
Yes, in right way, it's a bit of balance in current meta because they buff too much all of this Ring of Regeneration, Headrest, and Ring of Tarask and stuff like that. So it should be nerfed a bit. So it's a good patch.
I was going to ask, how are you guys liking the new league? Just because oftentimes CIS doesn't really run into Europe unless it's at LAN. How is it playing everybody online?
It's cool. For me, it's interesting to watch. Like it's remind me at times in before, like maybe 4 years ago when it was same region, CIS and Europe. Yeah. Just right now it's much more. How to say, much more teams from Europe and CIS. It's hard to group, but it's quite nice to have a tournament like this. I think it's very interesting for viewers to watch, especially, and I don't know, it's nice. Yeah. We are waiting for our games, against Secret. It's very interesting to play against them in online. Yeah. And we have possibility to play not only with CIS teams, so it's good practice for us as well.
Awesome. Well, I just had one last question for you real quickly. I just wanted to hear what your thoughts were on Ilias. We actually don't know a whole lot about him on the English side of things. A young captain is interesting to see.
Okay. Ilias is, I cannot say he is the captain. Like okay. In the future, he have... how to say it right?
Potential?
He can be a captain potential to be a captain in future. But right now in our team, we don't have one guy like Papi who is captain the team. Like I'm helping my team with the drafts and game plan, and the rest of the team, like they understand quite well who need to lead the game in different.
In different scenarios, different people take over.
Yes, and it's also depends on the heroes and game situation. Like for example, if Crystallize playing on some carry hero, like he's saying what he need to have, what items he need to have to win this game. And for example, Magical playing on more active hero, so he's leading the game until Crystallize is strong enough. In our team, it works quite well at the moment, and yeah, it's like this.
Yeah, it seems you guys are making some really good progress. Well, thank you so much, Mag, for taking the time to talk to us in this interview, and good luck in your future games.
Thank you guys as well. See ya later.
Bye.
Bye, Mag.
Bye-bye.
Oh, man, we just continue to get bangers for interviews.
Dude, we really do. I like what he says. It depends on which player is kind of the game winner gets to make calls. Like Magical, that game, he was the one who started off fast, so he was making the calls. And then once Crystallize on the PL, he's the one making the calls. I like it.
It really explains like Ilias's place in the team as well.
Yeah.
It'd be like really weird to have this guy come out of nowhere and leading teams like that. So it makes sense that they kind of all share that role.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we are done now with Na'Vi versus Chicken Fighters, and we're going to be moving on to the next series. It's going to be Alliance versus Team Liquid. Be sure to come back after the break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
We started with Seneko versus his old team in Na'Vi, and now we've got another rivalry. This time it's going to be Liquid versus Alliance. These two teams have been going back and forth all DPC season, and it seems like whenever one seems to be ahead, another tournament shows up where the one that's below ends up coming out on top. Of course, we've got a switch up on the panel. We've got Gods, who's now going to be joining us for the rest of the day, and BSJ. How was your morning, Gods?
It's been great. Got to watch a nice series to start the day off. All these European CIS series going the distance, having some tight games, tight series. There's no real favorites emerging other than maybe the obvious secret, but it's been good.
I saw you were up nice and late, and you caught the new patch right as it went out. What'd you think about it?
I mean, it was kind of like to call it even like a patch is saying a lot because it wasn't. There wasn't much there. It was very small tweaks.
I saw you were upset that no Mars nerf though.
Dude, the hero's like every game. Is Mars not the best offlaner right now?
No, he is. I thought Centaur might have been better, but then that's 100% Mars now.
I mean, it's either Mars or Centaur. Centaur
Yeah.
nerfed, Mars did not. At least not directly. Some of the items he goes for getting nerfed, but still.
BSJ, was there any heroes that you wanted to see nerfed?
It was the Mars and the Grimstroke, I think, really stand out to me. I think they haven't changed anything about Grimstroke. They just made his numbers all better. Like the one value point in Phantom Embrace is way better now. It went from 80 to 120 on the Rin damage. Inkswell's been buffed like 4 patches in a row now, and we're just watching Grimstroke get picked with any hero that can close the gap. We see Ember last game. We've seen it with Ricky's. We've seen it with pretty much any mobility hero. That's a little too much ease of execution in terms of synergy. Like
I don't know.
within a
That
draft.
sounds like a lot of changes, Brian. I'm pretty sure I read on Reddit somebody said that these casters are making everything up, that Grimstroke is the same as he was before.
He absolutely is. Did somebody actually say that?
Yeah, somebody actually
But Cap,
said that.
Grimstroke in pub only has a 45% win rate.
Well, yeah, that's because he's a hero that requires use of him properly. It's like
His ultimate actually requires other people to do things.
No, the thing about Grimstroke is you need him to run around with like an Ember, right? Like we saw last game. Well, all it was in the mid game was Nine Pasha running around his Ember with a Grimstroke sitting behind him, ink-swelling him, and it's like in a pub you expect your core to not be hitting jungle creeps, or you expect your Grimstroke to actually follow the guy that's supposed to be paired with him. So that's why heroes like that, it's just like Io, when it's broken, always had a low win rate in pubs. It just requires the 2 players that are supposed to play together to play together.
How did you feel, Cap? Your Clockwork getting nerfed? Like, a few offlaners getting nerfed for, like...
Clockwork, that's
why?
Just, it's like,
why?
Stay down, stay down.
What does Ice Rock have against this hero? Like, what the hell?
Every other nerf was on a hero, like, okay, I see why that got nerfed. And then Clockwork's like...
Well, the thing is about Clockwork Cap is the 0.2 strength gain. It's really important that they address every hero's parts of him that are just too good. And the scaling into the late game for Clockwork is just a bit
so good. It's so good. God, I can't believe you. I can't believe you even got through that sentence. Well, let's look forward instead of looking at the past of the patch. It's Alliance versus Liquid, and here we see Alliance, the brand new Alliance with S4 leading the helm as the captain in the off lane, and we've even got Zibe from OG Seed who's going to be standing in as the 5 position. And well, guess what? We're actually going to be having a draft unfolding for you pretty soon. So, oh, look at that. Coach Blitz.
You know what I love about these pictures? That they make everyone look the same height, and it's just like, so that's what Insania and Korkfa would look like if they were the same height. Because when you see them in person, Insania is like 5'6", and Korkfa's like 6'5".
It's a pretty massive difference, yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny. No, not making fun of Insania. He's a great guy.
He is an excellent
I'm not very
guy.
tall either.
In fact, he was nice enough to offer to have Blitz play and have Insania cast instead, which I think it would have been better entertainment for all of us, personally.
Are you saying that because we could laugh at Blitz, or are you saying that because Alliance could use any help they can get?
And also that Insania is a great caster.
It's
all
true.
3, it's like win-win-win.
Very true.
You know? Well, does Alliance really need the help, though, Brian? They seem to put up a pretty good fight in their first series.
Yeah, I'm just nervous a bit about their drafting.
Okay.
Obviously, S4 is new to it, and I expect it to come around relatively quickly. But they basically donated a game. Last series, Alliance did. Their
The very first game,
yeah,
right?
10th pick Mirana ended up losing its lane. And
Well, Liquid apparently feel like it's a problem. Or maybe they're giving
I think they're picking
S4 a
Phoenix.
helping hand.
I think they're also going to pick Phoenix based on that. I don't think you just ban Mirana because they were willing to 10th pick it. I'm pretty sure you ban Mirana because it's really good against Phoenix, and that's what you intend to pick.
But Phoenix, to me, was the most nerfed hero of this patch.
Because of the regen stuff, or what?
The Fire Spirit damage.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
It's 25% less damage at level 1.
How long does Fire Spirits last for? 4 seconds?
4 seconds.
4 seconds.
So it's 20 less
from,
damage.
It goes from 80 to 60. I mean, any hero, if you read the patch notes and said their level 1 ability goes from 80 to 60, that's significant.
It's to me, it was the biggest nerf of the patch, and I mean, obviously Phoenix has been seen a lot, but
it's true.
It was a hard nerf.
The big thing about that too is I remember when Doom Scorched Earth got the same treatment. It went from 20 to 15, and I'm like, it's not that bad. Then you play it out in the lane, you're like, okay, that guy lived with 30 health after I Scorched Earth him for the entire duration, and that feels bad. So you definitely, I just say it makes certain matchups worse. Obviously, you don't feel it once you're max level. The 20 damage per Fire Spirit at max level doesn't really matter, but...
Worse in this patch, especially, right? Because the laning phase seems to matter so much.
Yeah, and I also think that because Grimstroke and Caudle have proven to be so good, mainly Grimstroke now because they didn't even get touched, it does go down in value to pick Phoenix because that fine line between which one is #1 priority, it's very fine. You know, Grimstroke, I think, is going to be top dog potentially now with all things said and done.
Well, what else are we going to be seeing from Team Liquid? You said Phoenix because of the Mirana ban. They also banned the Clockwork. Guess that nerf wasn't strong enough.
Mars
The
still
old
in the
clocky
pool.
Oh,
boy.
Shadow Demon's still, too. I forgot about that. They didn't touch that hero either. DP's been giving up every game today, at least if I remember correctly. Last 2 games of that series, we saw a Death Prophet picked. No bans coming out for that. So.
That would be probably the second hardest nerf that we saw in this patch.
2 base damage and the Ags? Anything else they did?
And I think Blitz was saying the Spirit Siphon mana cost increased.
Oh, yeah, by 10, yeah. So they do the Phoenix. Not necessarily saying we agree with it because of the nerfs, but I would say this was very telegraphed by a Mirana ban. Otherwise, that ban made absolutely no sense to me. And let's see what Alliance has in response. Most likely going to deny the Mars, I would imagine.
That makes sense.
Pretty damn good combo. So Grimstroke Mars is, as a mediocre amateur drafter myself, I would say that's what I would be going for here. But maybe S4 will mix it up for us.
Do you think Snapfire has any warrant still against the Phoenix? We've seen that matchup many times. Not good enough, right?
Yeah. I'd just rather have something else. I don't know.
A stronger 5.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so basically, I don't think it's good in idealistic scenarios, but it doesn't work. It's good in theory, not so great in practice. You have to put yourself really far out of position to get to the egg, and you're a support, so it's not that hard to just kill you when you walk in.
You know, I've been waiting for the Dark Willow to eventually show up in the Mars, but it's not going to be here.
Not a Chen fan. We've all been haters of the Chen.
Yeah.
Has it won in front of us in the last, 4 days? I don't think I remember.
It has a really
win.
low win rate.
Yeah.
I know that.
I think I've seen one, but that's the thing. It's like, oh, I remember it winning, but then I also remember it losing
a lot more
6
than
or 7 times for that one win, you know. So
it really is the Darkseer of this patch for me from a year ago. People kept picking Darkseer, kept losing, and I didn't understand. It's like this team group up aura hero. It just seems underwhelming for what it does, especially in a headdress heavy meta. And hear me out, I love this hero. Bristleback is really good against heroes like Chen. You just don't. You just put yourself in front of the wall, or in front of the tower, and you are a wall. You can't push and group up with Chen lineups into Bristleback. And at least in the early to mid game, all the counters to Bristleback are ones that scale. You know, eventually you threaten this Bristleback. So for the first 15 minutes of the game, for the viewers at home understanding why they picked this Bristleback first round, watch them try to push with Chen, watch them try to force the issue, and Bristleback, he's just going to be in front of that tower. He's going to be pushing some W, and that's his job in this game early.
I think you generally will find a good lane somewhere because Bristle can play any of the 3 core lanes.
And yeah, absolutely.
So you're going to find a good matchup. The hero doesn't have too many terrible laning matchups anyways to begin with.
I thought we agreed, though, Brian, that the last Bristleback game that we watched, I remember we came to the conclusion that we should not be picking Bristleback in the first 1-2.
I think this specific pick is okay because you already see a decent lane matchup against the Mars.
Okay.
I think even though you go probably Buckler on Mars, you're still only 4 armor at that point, and I think the thing about Bristleback is he just needs a specific purpose. In the game that I was upset about him being first rounded, they just picked it, and they're like, yeah, but with the Chen already picked, I see the purpose of Bristleback. So even if it doesn't scale all that well, it will do its job, and the rest of your draft doesn't have to worry at all about these early mid-game pushes. You can simply draft for the rest of the game and for the rest of your own strategy, including, amping up the team fight from Phoenix, maybe with Axe, I think stands out to me. Alliance might look to ban that. That's the other hero that has been paired with the Phoenix. Bristleback is not glued in to being a offlaner at all, even though that's mostly what he's always been known to be. And, Void Spirit doesn't hit the egg, but I'd imagine you'd be okay to lane Bristle mid against the Void Spirit. It does taunt you the the Remnant. It's kind of annoying to play against. It turns you around.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your support to help enable the Bristle. We know Insania loves to play the Crystal Maiden. But
Budget Coddle.
Yes, Budget Coddle. And Coddle was, banned out, of course, so not available.
And a point-and-click instant disable against Void Spirit. Never going to say no to that.
But it's still a CM.
Chen creeps too.
CM is not the most impressive hero right now, I feel. But
Let's
this
see
is
what she has to
theoretically the
say about
CM
this
game.
game.
Yeah. You're playing against the Chen. You mentioned the instant disable. You've got the aura for the Bristle. This is the kind of scenario you want to be picking CM in.
Oh, baby. Except it's always a support, and I always get upset that it's a support.
And it's going to be a support, right?
Yeah.
Very, very likely.
I actually laned Bristle offlane against Bounty Hunter support yesterday, and that was really annoying, surprisingly. I was just trying to cut creeps, and he's just yoinking me off cooldown. I'm like, well, that's annoying. That was, he has pretty high armor, so he doesn't really mind getting quill sprayed. I believe 7 base armor on Bounty Hunter. So in the support role, most supports do not have good armor, other than like ogres and stuff. It does really synergize with their pace that Alliance seems to be planning, but as of now, the real only way to start the fight is like Ether Remnant into Spear, and we'll just have to see if they look to pad that ability in their game plan with their last pick overall. Storm Spirit, I hate playing in Storm as Mars personally. I think it's really hard to ever spear him, and you can't really play the map on like half health ever, so you have to be topped off all the time. You have to go hood almost every time. A lot of problems for them to address on the side of Alliance, but also we've seen tons of Storms run into damage issues, and once we get that pipe on Mars, the mech on Chen, that may be an issue for them moving forward.
And Bristle's not a hero that dishes out a lot of damage, at least not
Until
immediately.
hyper,
yeah.
it's either super early or like super late game is
Yeah.
when Bristle starts to do a lot of damage.
So like you say, when Mars gets the hood, has some, you get the Vlads, you take up a little bit. There's going to be some mid-game damage problems for Liquid, at least with the heroes they have right now.
You know what I don't like about the Bounty Hunter pick is that we already knew it was going to be a support. And this is what we've been talking about for teams that have second pick. The better drafters will disguise what their lineup is. But if you, as you go down the line, you pretty much know what every
Mars
single
off
hero.
lane, Void
Mars is
Spirit
going to be
mid.
off lane. We know that Chen's going to be the support. Once the Void Spirit is picked up with the Mars, that means it has to be mid. Bounty Hunter, same thing.
Could be carry, but unlikely.
Yeah. Just feels like we don't have that element of surprise. Team
Unlike
Liquid-
Bristleback, where it could have been all 3 core rolls.
Yeah.
It sets them up nicely because then they can really take advantage of having first pick and get where you're getting every counter pick in the second phase, because it was such a good Storm game. And I think Alliance knew it's coming, but they could only ban one of Ember or Storm. There's no real disables or lockdown for Storm. You've got a good lane matchup against the Void Spirit, and it's Koikba. He loves the hero, so definitely something that Alliance probably saw coming, but just couldn't prevent happening.
For me, it's always hard to know for a fact whether or not a draft is really good until you just see it come into fruition. And for the viewers at home, why we're expressing our skepticism of Alliance's drafting is the first series I really do feel like they lost mainly due to drafting. And and S4 being new to this, I'm probably going to continue being skeptical until proven otherwise, and I'm glad to be. I obviously believe in S4 as a player, just new to the captain role. It just takes some growing pains. No big deal there. That's what types of online leagues like this are for, but it just... There's... The PPD said it well in his Moments of Brilliance, where it's like, great captains, or good captains give you a win condition, great captains just win you games off of drafts sometimes. And I think the first game he learned a lot, because since then I think their plans have had nice synergy, nice cohesion, but the fact is it seems pretty straightforward to draft against. You know, you see this 1-to-1 counter, you pick that, you see that, you pick that. Like in terms of very little stuns, you pick Storm. You see Chen group up, you pick Mars, or excuse me, you pick Bristleback. And now it looks like a safe lane Lone Druid? What are we?
Yeah, I could imagine probably Boxy's playing the Bristle as an offlaner.
Most likely, yeah. Huh?
And that theoretically puts Mickey on the Lone Druid safe lane. I mean, both usually you'd consider Lone Druid and Storm to both be the Koikba heroes, but
Mars is pretty annoying to play against Lone Druid.
We do know have a way to protect the egg, which is something that I think
Oh,
we're
the
seriously
fear.
lacking. So
Good
now we have
point.
the
Yeah, I
fear
didn't- I
to be
didn't
able
think
to
about
help
that.
with the egg. Because
Yep.
before it was just single target disables, right? Storm and Crystal Maiden.
Storm Ags later on, though.
True.
They will almost 100% build that, too.
Yeah. Especially since this Storm isn't like the big carry.
Yeah,
in
I
this
almost
game,
forgot
right?
about that in the draft, so really good point there.
All right, well, what do we need to wrap this all up? It's got to be a hero that can get on top of Lone Druid and Storm Spirit, control them, still output good damage.
Normally you're excited to have 10th pick of the draft. It just feels like there's no perfect pick. Old Alliance might have gone for like the Nico Baby Void or something to try and give some lockdown against Storm, but it just doesn't feel like that gives them a very good rounded out draft.
Just don't be baited into Slark. Okay.
Fighting hero.
We got some bear-on-bear action.
A hero that can deal with the egg, can fight the Bristleback in the laning phase.
He really can't, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard.
It's 4. If you actually look, like 4 patches ago, Ursa had 7 base armor, and now he's got 4. So the key to Bristleback is to just keep 2 or 3 Quill Spray stacks on him at all times. You just spam mangoes, and if he has 2 on you, you just can't hit him as Ursa. We actually saw Bristleback beat Ursa in lane like 2 days ago, I believe.
That's true, and he doesn't even have a kill support, really.
Yeah.
He's got Chen. If he had some sort of slow, like Grimstroke to be able to work with, some stun to go for it, then maybe it would be a different
It's
story.
more of like a
but
mid-game thing, but I've played a lot of Ursa into Lone Druid, and it seems good on paper because he's tanky, you hit him a lot, he dies, but eventually you just get hit by this bear while you're trying to hit people, and it's super annoying, and you try to commit, and you get feared. I'm trying not to be biased or anything, but I do believe Team Liquid has a far superior draft here, but Alliance has fast pace, they have track kills, they have a lot of burst, so if they get off to a good start, they could just steamroll in the mid-game for sure.
Gods, how you feeling?
I'm feeling Liquid on this game.
Okay.
I think Brian's right with Alliance. They need a run of this game. I think particularly looking at Limp on the Void Spirit, once you get your first item, your early levels, you need to run around the map making plays happen because I don't think Alliance is going to outscale this Liquid draft for sure.
It's safe lane Storm, by the way, mid Lone Druid.
Okay.
All right, well, a lot of skepticism for Alliance here in this first game, but can S4 make believers of us all? One duo I do believe in, it's Grant and Blitz.
Indeed, here we are, Blitz, like we're back in our prime in 2008 when we were actually good casters, but now we got some Liquid, we got some Alliance, we've got a run at you draft on one side, we've got a Lone Druid for Liquid, which every other team was banning before this. It should be a pretty crazy one, I think.
Yeah, both teams have aggressive lineups. Grant, I remember you saying you would do the yell.
No.
No? Now you're going to back out?
I literally said I will do it. As you see, I won't yell at those. Liquid favored a Blitz. Going into this, I mean, I think most people would favor Liquid, right? Because Alliance, they're just straight up 2 new players on the team. I mean, S4 is not new, but 2 new to the team players. So just always at a disadvantage probably going into the first game.
Yeah, and it's spicy because any win for Alliance is going to be big, I feel like, for their mentality.
Yeah.
And every loss, everyone's just going to kind of flame the decision, right? That's kind of how it works.
That's always how it works, yep. What are your thoughts on Nico Baby not playing this like end-all be-all core, right? We normally see him on these Spectres, on these TBs. He's playing an Ursa this game.
It looks like he feels as though he has to play fast in a game like this. And I don't know if there's any single carry here that out-carries Lone Druid, Bristle, and Storm Spirit when you already have like Chen, Void Spirit, and Mars. So I think he just wants to play really fast with his team. And Nico Baby's a really, really good player. Like, he can play this kind of tempo if he needs to.
Yeah, we just don't get to see it as much as Taiga. He's getting beat down right now by Hans getting that middle lane. Looks like the runes will be stolen bottom by Radiant, so they are going to get a 3-for-1 rune to start it off on Alliance.
Yeah, I will say when you have Bounty Hunter too, you can't pick the greediest carry because then you have 2 different heroes that can't fight.
Yeah.
Bounty Hunter is not really a fighter in a traditional sense. He just kind of gives you move speed, and you hope that that's enough. Move speed and vision is enough to win fights.
Well, I'm looking at this. It looks like a tri-lane starting out bottom, but I believe Boxy saw that. because he does ping out right when he went in Viz. He
Yeah.
pings out Nico Baby as well. He's like, all right, something's a little bit fishy here.
I don't like the smell of this.
And he will get hit.
But I think it's mainly because they see S4 as S4 sees like a safe lane Storm. He's probably like, there's no way that I can die.
Yeah. And he will now get the TV from Bounty Hunter as he pops his last Invis. And as we've seen, all the European Bounty Hunters, they like going for the level 1 Shadow Walk to get the extra damage, not that Janata that BSJ normally wants them to get, and, you know, support to core differences.
Yeah, no, BSJ is insane.
Yeah.
But a lot of harass coming out of this top lane. Insania doesn't actually have any more mangoes, so he's going to have to back up in Clarity, but he might actually just lose it instantly if he's not careful.
Eats the right tree and gets the good pathing. And look at that, even at tower head, he really realizes, like, if I hit that Clarity off, all of a sudden this lane is super weak, right? But now if Insania sits back, he gets 2 extra Novas as long as he doesn't get hit.
Level 1 Clarity now is super hyper efficient. Like, it used to be pretty bad, but now it's what, 6 mana regen a second for 30 seconds? That's really fast. And if he's not going to get either the range creeps looking like, Hanskin, they've got to be careful here.
Insania did. Insania got one of them. He's like, I'll take that one. Storm misses the next, but they don't get him denied. Oh, the nuke comes out. S4 taking so much damage. And it is pushing into the tower. Now you have to decide, do we possibly want to dive? But they'll just healing salve it up.
This lane is going better than I expected for Liquid. Meanwhile, at bottom, it looks like Bristle is not having the easiest time, but it does look like he has all those creeps under him.
Yeah. This lane's weird, right? Because it is, you know, Ursa loves stacking stuff up on high HP heroes, but Bristleback obviously loves just running away and getting attacked. So feels like it really comes down to the support play. And Phoenix versus Chen in lane. Phoenix obviously a lot more aggressive, but Chen, hey, the regen on this Ursa probably happy against the Bristleback.
Yeah. I do think Ursa is pretty good in this game. He's good against Bristleback. He's good against Lone Druid. Really good against CM because of the status resist, and good against the Egg. Like, there's no hero that I think he's terrible here against, and Insania might actually just be dead.
Yeah, he gets speared. There is going to be another nuke, and Hanskin with the long-range right-click gets the kill. First blood there for them.
And this is why we don't typically see CM very often, is just because of how weak of a safe laner she is. She's very squishy.
Yeah, it feels like when she was really strong and everyone was running her, it was literally just to get the range creeps, but there's so many other heroes now that do that.
Absolutely, Grant.
Yep, middle lane. Limp and Quakeva actually going at it, and who's winning? The Void Spirit 16-4 right now to the 14-4, so actually very, very even with a slight edge to the Void Spirit.
Limp is holding on to that point, though. Not really sure what he wants to go for. Maybe if he, in a pinch, needs the Dissimilate, he'll level it.
It seems we're just sticking with 2-on-2 lanes. Obviously, Alliance kind of has to as a Chen. You don't move around like you used to. Top lane, a lot of nukes coming out again. Insane. He's in a little bit of trouble. One more right click from Hanskin should be enough. It is S4. He's just going to waddle on out of there.
And he's got to be careful to not die after they just got another kill, but Alliance are doing very well so far in the laning phase.
Yeah, they're looking clean. Bottom lane as well. Makes Boxy finally use his healing cell. Boxy's still with 4 tangos, so not too bad on the region. On the other side, Ursa, his are all in the stash right now, so he does need to play a little bit more careful himself.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit weary here. He doesn't have tangos, and he is dropping pretty low. Boxy's even going to bring his courier down to deliver himself even more mangoes than this.
Yep. Is this Chen just dead? Oh, he has to TB out, I was about to say.
That was level 2 Fire Spirits. And now they're pinging towards Nico Baby at bottom. He's got no support to help him out. He's going to get his range creep denied. He's going to try to drag the creep wave, and a dive in from Taiga shouldn't really do too much.
Yeah, his Fire Spirits were about to run out, so he dives in just so he makes sure to get that extra one in. And, well,
this is going to be no farm for Ursa for a little bit. He has no support down here. His courier isn't quite here yet.
And it's spotted by Taiga. They had that ward. We'll see if he goes for it. It's even coming the bad way. He's going to snipe. Nico Baby needs to at least run over. He will get his regen. This should be a courier kill. It is. Taiga in trouble, though. Throws out the Fire Spirit. He's not in trouble at all. This might just be a straight-up kill. One more set of quills is enough. That's huge. You get the courier and top lane. What the hell's going on?
They double
S4
kill.
and Hanskin go down.
Oh, this is not a lane that I think top should lose.
Oh, my goodness. You were doing so well on, honestly, on all the lanes of the Alliance, and then you give away those 2 kills. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I don't think Storm CM is the best kill lane that I've ever seen or heard of. Bounty Hunter Mars seems really strong. And it was looking really good. Like, they abused Insania to begin with, but from here...
Now it gets scarier because Mickey's level 5. S4 is only 4.5. And it's interesting because Alliance actually has the Sentry Ward Battle 1 up top for now. They have theirs down, so I'm curious. But Limp versus Koikva middle. Limp's still doing a very good job.
Yeah, it's very even
dead
lane.
even. Yeah, it is a very even lane. They both hit level 6.
It's just this bottom lane and this top lane. Like, the side lanes are not going well for them.
Uh-oh, another pull in S4. He's going to go down to one more right click. He does, and it's Tamike. He's getting close to level 6. Hanskin going to try to run. Do we have any sentries? We don't. Just observer wards on Senya.
But that's a courier?
Oh, man. I still got to say, I will say that, and this is not just to Alliance, to all pro teams. God, we lose so many couriers now. People are still not used to this. Slow couriers, everyone having a lot. I don't know. It just seems like something everyone can work on.
Oh, 100%. You just don't really think about the pathing, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Like bottom lane, right? We saw like it went under the big camp instead of to his tower. You just kind of forget sometimes. Well, it is now more than 1,000 gold lead for Liquid just like that. The top lane, that shift. It feels like a lot of momentum because you need S4 to be probably the one roaming around a lot early with that level 6.
And Boxy at bottom. They need to do something about this hero.
Oh,
That's why Limp is going to come.
Yeah, he is, and he sees Taiga. Taiga actually spots him out. Box is like, yo, I got to get out of here. He has the phase boots as well, so he moves pretty quick. Limp's trying to chase. Limp's actually taking a ton of damage.
I think Taiga might die for this, though.
He might, because you see he did use the fly. They should be able to just right-click him down. Limp or Nico Baby get the kill. Limp will pick it up.
Did take them a while, though, and they didn't kill the target that they really wanted, and this is going to open up just a little bit more space for this bottom lane and this mid lane, too.
Oh, and I think Hanskin might have forgot the outpost actually shows invis, so he's trying to be sneaky, but he gets spotted out by that outpost, so they know he's rotating middle.
Yeah, and he sees the stacks. That's really what he wanted to confirm. And this is likely going to be for the Storm Spirit, I would imagine, who now has a bottle.
How do you fight as Alliance? You're going to have to commit some heroes there if you do want to fight at those stacks, right?
Oh, 100%. I think it really comes down to Limp's rotation, as he's going to get TP'd in mid. Insania is pinging, and they're going to go, but the TP in from Limp I think will dissuade this, and they might even get the kill. He accidentally used the roar on the Chen. No, he saves it.
Did TP out, and he does survive. Quakeva's Courier actually goes down to Hanskin, and yep, there's another one.
They just all die.
All the couriers, rest in peace. It's little animals.
Poor guys.
Oh, man. Now Quakeva is, again, a lot ahead middle, and he just gets 2 roots in a row, and Limp takes him down to 50%, and it is going to be the runes. It will be an invis, but Quakeva kind of did his job, right? You just don't want that Void Spirit to refill his body. You got to be a little careful. He's going to pop his ulti. The new one just gives you that nice HP, and he didn't want to get jumped on. He realized it was 3v1, just no reason to risk it.
It's a really long cooldown, though.
It is.
And it's only going to last for a few more seconds. It's like 30 seconds from here. So maybe they have some kill potential on him after it goes down. But this is a lot of wasted time by Hanskin while the CM's just stacking, and she's going to run into the Bounty Hunter, too. And in fact, some pings go out. She doesn't have any sort of dust. And S4 has now finally hit 6.
That's good.
So he should be okay in this top lane. But when it comes to pure CS right now, this is pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
Nico Baby's got to be careful. He does have his Enrage. He's going to pop it, try to get away. Boxy doesn't want to fight under the creep wave.
And they will back it up. So he has phase boots now, just flew him out in the earth as well. Zebe, he's down here. Just going to throw a little bit of right clicks there. And now you know Nico Baby's like, yo, just stand here with me. I need the regen. And uh-oh. Boxy, he is very fast, and Taiga once again gets the courier kill. It's going to be a jump forward from Nico Baby, and it is a TP in from Limp. Boxy, a little bit too aggressive. He gets the kill on Chen, but they get the counter kill on him. Limp already showing a lot of aggression.
Yeah, and he needs to be aggressive everywhere on the map. This Mars is a little bit too far behind, so he doesn't really have a lot of plays to make. Insania is going to spot out with the sentry, and he just does some kind of weird loop-de-loop.
Bye. And he's back into his jungle. Going to go maybe stack up at the 10-minute mark. Bounty runes a spawn in 2. We'll see if they want to take a fight. I feel like S4, you either TP bottom now, or you definitely... And, okay, he's TPing middle.
They're going to go for the bear, Quakefa.
Oh, he has his ulti again. He's going to pop it, so he will get a little bit of HP, and it's a lot. The spear actually ends up hitting on the Storm Spirit. He zipped into it, but they're going to turn around. That might have been very good for Liquid on accident. Hanskin, he's going to get right-click down now as well, and oh my goodness, the 1 second cooldown on Lone Druid ulti. I love you see him turning into it, and then boom, just raw HP.
And Nico Baby's coming in, but won't get, looks like, either the bounty runes. So for now, all the bounty runes controlled by Liquid, and both outposts were taken by them too. This is not the kind of start that you wanted as Alliance. And that spear, like you said, that was perfect. I don't think Mickey meant to do that.
And he just tanks it. Like, the bear would have died right there, and
Yes,
that's a
I
lot of
think
your
so too.
damage. So a nice play by him nonetheless, whether it's intentional or not. But bottom, going in again. Boxy, the one, ooh, the Sunray, almost enough to heal him. They do get the tower, but Limp seems to be Boxy's enemy down in this bottom lane quite a few times now.
That gave him a lot of levels. That's helping him out.
He's almost 9. He will be. Middle lane, they're just running. And oh, Chen, I have a feeling Mask of Madness. There's a reason people don't give Quake with his hero. He's just going to run you down with it.
The root at the last second to just add
The
insult to
BM,
injury.
yeah, like I would have killed you anyways.
And what that was weird. The spear like shoved him to the side. And Quake was going to commit for this tower. More heroes filtering in from Liquid. Looks like nobody else is coming in from Alliance. And they're getting out leveled really hard.
I would say, yeah, I'm looking at the top lane right now is the big one. Mickey's level 10. The Ursa's getting close to level 8, but still 7. And you can tell it's a 4K gold lead right now. Well, Limp.
They're still the jungle stacks too. Everything is double stacked in this jungle. Look at the Ancients. Those are stacked. Taiga during this entire time was stacking both the Ancients and the hard camp simultaneously, so Boxy's going to get huge. And this Tricore from Liquid is just going to get really fat really soon if Alliance don't make a move, but I think their support duo is really weak. Like Bounty Hunter, Chen, doesn't sound like either of them deal damage. And when you're behind like this, you need spells to kill, and neither of them are really spellcasters. Like this Bounty Hunter is still level 5.
Not even with the track, and he's actually 1-2-1 build, still holding on to a point himself.
And another stack, he's not able to block either of those. They've got to do something because this passive game style is not benefiting them at all.
Yeah, the whole point, you have a much worse late game, but a very good early game, and it almost feels like Liquid's about to just skip that early mid game because they are killing so many stacks. But we do see S4. He did throw out that first ulti. It was aggressive. They didn't get the kill. They were close. Insania? Thought S4 might think about maybe just going for that solo kill, getting something out of it.
And there's a dust here.
Oh, they get it. And yep, there's the lone Druid root. So much damage on this bear. My God, they're just going to run for it for more. Zibe. He gets rooted up. He's going to keep getting right-click. Mask of Madness on cooldown. It's not going to matter, even with that Ice Ogre. And it's just a beatdown right now.
Yeah, they're getting out-farmed, out-rotated, no kills. They don't really have any tower pressure. None of the towers are even really looked at or touched. They're going to lose the mid-tower for that. There's still sacks for Liquid to go for. And Alliance, something's got to give. You pick Nico Baby, this Ursa, so that you could hit this like really sick mid-game timing. And we just haven't seen that so far. And if you look at the stack difference...
Yeah, it's big.
And Boxy is going to get massive. He almost has a Halberd. He's got a Sange coming up right now in a second. Insania might pop the ulti for this to get his own farm.
Let's go. The position 5 dream right now. Yo, don't cancel it. That's a little too nice. Yeah, but Blitz.
What's up?
Have you ever just helped your friend so much that it hurt you? Sometimes you just got to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I casted with Cat for like 4 years. So.
Yeah, I know. But now look at you. So it turned out okay. Now you're with me. Hey!
Let's go. Upgrades in 2020, baby. Across the board.
And as you said, I think the big thing is these supports. The Bounty Hunter is still not 6.
He's just walking around watching them farm stacks. Like, that's his best option right now. They're not getting aggressive anywhere around the map. Like you said, it's 14 minutes in. I have to assume somebody took the tome. Nobody's level 6.
I want to say Limp, the one he's been trying. He's counter-rotated bottom twice pretty successfully against Boxy, but you need more than just a Void Spirit making plays.
Yeah, I think Limp is... I mean, he's 3-1-0, and his game is kind of maintained, but he doesn't have somebody to play with, I think is the problem. There's no damage dealer or stun for him to go in with, and so he's just kind of... everyone's just farming by default. And we talked about how Liquid has this really strong Tricore, and they have 2 more useful supports. So as time goes on, I think you sort of just win the game if nothing's happening.
No doubt. Boxy actually 1 creep away from level 12, and as you said, so close to that Heaven's Halberd. He is he feels unkillable because there's no way you're going to have a Spirit Vessel very early in this game, if at all, on Alliance.
I mean, Bounty Hunter's trying to go for it, but he doesn't even have the urn at 15 minutes. He might steal some bounty runes here. That could be... Ooh. This is going to be their first bounty rune. And,
Mickey got it. Ooh, everything just feels like it's coming up wrong right now for Alliance.
Yeah, and they're going to spot him too. They know.
Yeah, they jump forward, and this should be a kill. It is. Mickey picks it up. even on the backside, Boxy was harassing back the Mars and the Chen the whole time on that high ground.
Yeah, the last 8 bounty runes, both outposts, all go for Liquid, and that's really going to make your supports especially really poor. And you can see that Chen doesn't have mech yet. Still only level 5. They're both level 5 at 15 minutes on their support duo right now.
It was rough. You did put 2 of these kind of supports that I know at least us, obviously we're not pro players, but we do not like the Chen and the Bounty Hunter support. They both kind of, you need stuff on him and they're getting nothing.
Yeah.
Straight up. It's not like an Oracle, right? Like an Oracle, sure, you got your Tranquil Boots, you have your Windlace, you have your save, but these heroes, they need like a mech on the Chen, Spirit Vessel on the Bounty, and they're just not there yet.
Yeah. Honestly, it looks kind of just like Alliance are lost.
Yeah.
Like they're not really making any plays. It doesn't really feel like they want to take fights. I think this is kind of the issue. Like, it's more draft-related than play-related because they can't really make any plays right now. They have to just sort of chill and farm. The concern right now is if you give up Roche because you've given up this mid-tower and this top tier 2.
Which you probably will because the Bear does have his Deso now, by the way. We saw him shred that tier 2 tower top with it. Uh-oh. S4 going to be initiated on the Goose coming out. He will spear him. There's just the ulti thrown out, but they have nothing to stop. They do. The Shuriken goes out there, just going to try to run away. In comes Nico. This is the fight they need. Insania goes down. The problem is Boxy is such a beefy boy. Insania's actually going to pop that buyback and try to fly back in. Nico Baby,
nice
the remnants there. Will it be enough? It's a spear away. They get him. Mickey goes down. S4 will get chased. The problem is you have these very tanky Baron Bristleback you have to get through now. There's the pyramid dropped. Limp goes down. Nico Baby getting run after. It's a great kill on Mickey, but the problem is there's 3 other heroes with 10,000 net worth as well. And
that wasn't too bad for Alliance, though.
It wasn't.
They got 2 kills right there.
It. And a buyback even from the Crystal Maiden.
2 kills and a buyback. If you just look at the fight recap, gold actually went in their favor.
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe it changes a little now with Taiga getting a solo kill with the Chen, but...
And he's got Spirit Vessel. But you can see that Alliance can still win team fights, and they were doing the correct thing by just holding. Yeah. You saw Mickey get Yulesed up. He needed Boxy to run into that Aether Remnant, I think.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You get the kill on Mickey, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, this ain't good, and they have to run away. But if you can do stuff like that, like get that pick off and somehow disengage, they still can. The problem is getting the disengage.
Yeah. I think disengaging for their team is kind of difficult.
Nigh impossible.
Mickey's going to zip in for the road.
Will he get the last hit?
Yeah.
Yep. He's like, mine and mine.
Group project, you know? You just come in at the end. You did the PowerPoint slides.
Blitz, what were you, did you actually do your homework, or did you make other people do it in school?
I did it all the time. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I never did mine.
Oh, really? Who did it for you?
Well, in group projects, actually. Well, I just didn't do it. Why did D's get degrees, right, or something like that? I don't know.
It's C's get degrees, dude. It's C's get degrees.
Well, explains why I don't have a degree then, yeah?
It's C's get degrees, Grant. D's get degrees.
Well, I
don't know
have
what kind of degree you got.
Oh, man. Boxy, what's he going for? He's going for a Yules himself. Is there any specific reason for Yules on Bristleback in this game?
I'm not really sure, honestly.
Okay, maybe he just wants mana.
Enrage.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yules is one of those. Yules, I think, is like one of the few stuns, if only, that doesn't really care about status resist. Yeah. Correct, Brian? Yes.
Correct.
Yules no cares.
Okay. Well,
maybe he also thinks he has mana issues.
Yeah, they were looking. They almost found the Phoenix. The problem is they don't have too much lockdown. You need a perfect Yules or Aether Remnant and Limp. He was right there, and they're thinking, oh, they're going to run it. Storm Spirit's going to be the first one going. He's not too scared. They pull him in. It's Insania. That will be a dieback if he goes down, but no, Limp jumps away. It's going to be a free Bounty Hunter, more than likely going down here.
They execute on the Remnant.
And they just back out.
Yeah.
So Alliance, they only lose one there. Could have been worse, but close to getting that Crystal Main. Honestly, then you make it a 4v5 game for a bit because he did die back.
Yeah, I can kind of see how Alliance could potentially win a team fight. It really comes down to them finding the CM and the Storm on the jump, and then you can kite the Bristle and the Lone Druid. Because I don't know if you kill a Lone Druid when he has his ulti up.
It feels, 2,300 HP with 22 armor. I'm just going to say you won't. Meanwhile, Boxy, he trying to bait out Nico Baby's ultimate. It looks
there's
like
a smoke, and if they could catch Quakefight, they know he's down here alone. This would be a massive pickoff. He doesn't have his ultimate too, and here's S4.
That's going to be a perfect spear. Is it enough? Whoa, he gets feared beforehand. Quakefight just gets brought down. Yeah, Mickey, he jumps in now, but you got to be careful. He does have that Aegis, but still, you're missing one of your big ones, and he's just going to drop the egg to maybe disengage. A little bit of miscommunication from Liquid, and now they're just going to run away.
Egg. And that's Koikfa being really greedy. They showed one hero mid, and the bounty hunter was just kind of scouting around.
Bye. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. They got something big on the map.
Did.
The lone druid was the
biggest kill.
The biggest bounty.
Get.
Yeah.
We do see a pull, and Boxy is hasted, by the way. He gets that rune bottom, but if you didn't know, Yule's purges will take off that haste. And Limp, he's dancing right now on this Void Spirit with this Yule's. He's making a lot happen.
And there are bounty runes plenty for Liquid to go for. I think Boxy got the last one, but they should know about this other bounty here.
You see the Sunray trying to heal up Mickey. Does have that Bloodstone.
Yeah, and the Essence Ring too.
We see it. Yeah, look at that. Liquid pretty much odds on. That is an absolute, I mean, what would you give it, Blitz, personally?
12-1 is insane.
It is a 12K lead at 21 minutes, though.
Sure, but 12-1 is insane.
It is. You're not wrong. I mean, the win probability on Dota Plus has it at, what is that, 98%. I feel like, I know Dota Buff also really likes Lone Druid. He's up there with Spectre, actually, with late game, even though he's, like, not at all. Yeah, like, if you had Spectre versus Lone Druid, actually very even, which is hilarious.
Huh. So I don't think that the 12-1 or the 98-2 is very accurate. Let's say, I think, like, 85-15, 90-10 is safer. What do you think, Gods? 90-10? 12-1, you think that's accurate?
The 12-1.
You think that's accurate? Wow. Okay.
And we do have a quick pause, Boxy lag. Try to get him back in here. So Storm Spirit going Ags next item. What about on Radiant? What do we got? Mars has the Blink going Vlad's.
Yeah.
Yule's into Solar Crest on Void Spirit, and Ursa, he has his BKB, and he has Vampire Fangs and a Mask of Madness.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
this
he's not
Ursa
underfarmed
hurts.
at all. Once he gets a Basher, like, I can see a way for Alliance to win this game. They get the jump on Insania, they get an immediate 4v5, then they just kind of kite and fight nonstop. They need to leave the Bristleback for last, and he's not going for any more damage items. In fact, he's got this Yule's, so it's not like he's scaling at the same rate. Like, this is 2,700 gold that, you know, is for a Cyclone. Like, you would prefer to see like a Abyssal Blade or like a Radiance or an Octarine or something like that, but no.
And then the Bounty Hunter, we were struggling with those levels, but level 9.5 now, and actually very close to the Spirit Vessel, only about 600 off Chen. Still behind, but it's a Chen. Like, if you have a slow start on a Chen, he's one of those heroes, it's like, man, I hope I get some passive gold and I can buy a mech, because it's a rough one.
The amount of jump that Alliance has is actually really nice. Like, they have Void Spirit plus Mars, and I always say, like, whatever team... Like, you can come back if you can get an initiation. That's how Dota works. Like, if you can instantly turn a fight into a 4-on-5, like we saw at bottom when they got the jump on the Lone Druid, he does die when he doesn't have ulti up.
And then you saw they had to use the Phoenix Egg to just disengage there. It feels like a lot of this game is on Taiga to have well-placed eggs, because when this Ursa does commit, he's committed, but if your egg's too close to him, BK beat up, he'll just kill it. Exactly. It feels like this. We'll see what Taiga can do. He feels like he can really control this game.
And if Taiga just dies, like if he messes up with the egg, like that could be a really big turning point too for Alliance. But it really just depends on what kind of jump they get and who they get the jump on. If they can catch one of the two supports, like blow up this Phoenix with the Yule's combo, that would be a really good start. If they could catch this Lone Druid or this Storm, like they have really good kill combos on the side of Alliance.
I do gotta say, Alliance has a Pupil's Gift not being used. That is usually the most highly valued one. But obviously, Ursa, the Vampire Fangs are amazing. Essence Ring, just having that raw HP. And the Vambrace, pretty good, especially on a strength hero. It's actually more strength because, you know, you don't get any strength if you're a strength hero with that Pupil's Gift. So it's just odd. I've never really seen a Pupil's Gift not be used. And they do have a mango tree they haven't even placed yet. We'll see if they do that. On the other side, what neutral items we got going? I saw David Pop-Tart was looking at them all.
Vampire Fangs and Essence Ring. Essence Ring, I think, is an excellent Storm item. Everyone always forgets about the 6 int and the 2.5 mana regen. I think it's the highest mana regen item for a tier 2 item, in fact.
It's a good amount. And you also see the bear gets to hold 2 of them. Your little silly bear gets to hold one himself.
Silly goose.
Little silly guy. I still wish there was a Winnie the Pooh skin. I really do. Like, and it's just freaking Winnie the Pooh running around with like a honey pot. That'd be sick. And he had his own voice lines. Like, the bear himself had his own voice lines. Like, don't put your head into the hoodie or something. I don't know.
I don't think Winnie ever said that.
Nah, I mean, you don't ever take Winnie the Pooh's honey. He actually, in lore, he almost beat up Piglet. They're going to initiate in middle.
In lore?
Quakebuff. Chasing him down with the Lone Druid, and he gets the fear, so he won't even be able to just run away. It's a quick bring down there on S4. That is the one problem. As you said, they need jump, which is why you went Blink. But when you go Blink first, you're pretty squishy on Mars.
And both beefy heroes just running in. You can see Boxy setting the line with the gem. Not afraid of dying at all. I don't think Nico Baby, this is the target he necessarily wants to hit.
It's so hard. Like, how do you, that's the problem too. He doesn't have a blink on the Ursa, so how does he get in? They jump forward. There will be a dissimulate right on the ground. It's a buyback by S4, and I think Liquid, they knew that was coming. Yeah, they're disengaging. That was really well played by them.
Yeah, they instantly got out of there. Boxy just set the line for them, got the rest of the team out, and yeah, for Alliance, like the gold lead grows, the gold disadvantage grows even more.
Yeah, I feel like if this Spirit Bear is on top of you, you're just dead. He has a Deso Basher mask and an Imp Claw.
Oh, yeah,
this dude hurts.
Now I know why Boxy decided to go for Yules. The Dispel on the track.
Okay.
That's
I was wondering if that is, I mean, that's a good thing for that. You're running away, boom, and Yules it off.
Yeah. And I know he's been having internet problems lately for the past, like, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And obviously, you can't really get it fixed right now.
Yeah, pretty rough. You know, do any house calls or anything from internet companies. So hopefully we'll see him back in here soon. And this feels like this might be a GG smoke from Alliance, right? You smoke up. If you get wiped here, might be the end, but I do like they're going for it.
Oh, yeah. They have to make some sort of play. You can see the XP and the net worth graphs just going steadily downwards. And the win probability is now 99% to 1.
But there is a chance.
They lost half their chance.
There is a chance, Blitz. They did.
They lost half.
I'm trying to think. So, okay, we see where they're smoked up. Where should they move? Do you head more towards the bottom lane? Like, because what vision do they have? I'm looking for Radiant. I don't see any wards up, so they're blind.
So typically you end up smoking towards your vision. I think smoking towards the triangle is not a bad idea here.
Okay.
If they could catch Liquid farming out right now, and Liquid have to know about this, or they should. This is, in my opinion, like kind of an obvious move. Because if you notice, they don't really have... Oh, Insania said ready before Boxy.
Oh, never mind. I like S4.
S4 was like,
are you sure?
yeah, we can go.
It sounded like Boxy probably said it. So Boxy made Insania like look dumb because he's like, yo, guys, I'm back. And he wasn't actually back. He just rejoined now.
He said, if you guys want, S4 said graciously, if you guys want, we can remake this game, run it back.
That was really nice.
Yeah, really good, good sportsmanship.
Out of here. Okay, so it looked like they were going to go bottom, but now they're going to go more towards that top lane. Nico, baby, he was smoked up, but kind of forced to push in that middle lane, or else
it's too obvious.
Too obvious,
if creeps are hitting your racks, at that point...
something's not right in the game.
Where could they be?
I wonder. Well, Hanskin might be getting a courier kill here. He plants the ward.
Oh, this would be
Let's see if he goes
pretty.
for it.
This is gold, baby.
That's gold. Bonk.
That's gold.
Kills the courier. They ping him out, but at that point, you know, well, he got us.
He gone. You commend him for being dastardly.
Yep, and he's just running away. He's like, maybe I'll find another one at the secret shop as he runs down there. But Dire grouped up top. They're smoking themselves here. Will be a 4-man smoke, and it looks like you see this a lot. 4-man smoke, and you connect down to your other player, which is the Storm Spirit farming down bottom.
And they're going to spot them under vision. They see Nico Baby farming. Mickey's hiding in the tree line. He wants the rest of his team to get here first. He's going to go for the zip.
And he gets the pull. Can they stun him up before he gets that ulti? The Basher first hit on the bear, and that's the best kill you can get right there.
And there's a DD rune at bottom for Mickey to refill his bottle.
Oh,
he's got Aghanims too. And you can see Hanskin's game plan has just changed. Now he's just become like the courier sniper.
Courier and trying to like cut waves. You see even Limp, he is stuck in that top jungle. And I like it, even Brad, that's Taiga. He's like, I believe there's people here in our side, and they just run right at the racks. That melts. Goodbye, melee racks.
Yeah. Good job by them.
Yep, going for that assault. Karis next on the Spirit Bear. Oh, S4. Very close. Quick blink away. Storm Spirit, he pops that DD. You're just dead.
Still have a bottom...
Yeah, look at Chen. Chen, by the way, pulled the creeps to middle lane with one little guy, so it does slow down that bottom push, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to run. And Boxy actually taking a lot of damage, but he gets his back turned, and Phoenix Sunray
Phoenix Sunray is
A
very
lot.
efficient. And Alliance have all in for this fight. Nico Baby has no gold. They're just going to run in and see what happens.
Yeah, he bought the Mithril Hammer, needs a little extra damage. They just lock him down. You don't want to have to use your ulti this early, but he does. And now it's a zip forward. He pops his BKB. No Basher, so he can't send him up. Limp goes down immediately. It's a Phoenix egg on the ground. They get S4. The Phoenix blows up. It is a buyback from Limp. Zibe dies. Handskin dies. It's looking like Alliance's hopes in this game are dying as they'll just go for the racks. And an absolutely clean game. Wait, the Chen buys back. We'll see if he can defend. He does have the trusty shovel. Dig up that bounty.
Dig it up.
Dig it up.
Get that gold going. That's your buyback, maybe. Oh, he's not. You're mad.
Yeah, I'm
This is your,
a tad upset
your
about
Midas,
the shovel.
Your
yeah.
Midas reminder.
It is. Meanwhile, Insania does go down to Limp. Mickey is like, oh, okay. I guess you can have our support.
They're going to get megaed here, though, if they don't make a move soon.
They are, and it's so hard. The Mars down for 30 seconds. Has his ulti right when he respawns, but it might be a little bit too
They're
late.
just gonna
Nico
call
Baby
it.
just calls it. And this one was a little bit tough because you could see Alliance's game plan, but the problem was you just kind of that top lane actually went well for them for the first 4 minutes, and then the double kill, right? That one double kill felt like it turned the game for me.
It actually never feels bad when you lose a lane like that and then you immediately get it back. It's like, for example, if I solo kill you in mid, but then you get the latest solo kill.
Yeah,
it wipes away everything.
It almost like you get more from it. So not dying there up top, and it was 25-9, a 27K gold lead. What are you taking from this? Obviously, I can give you the easy ones. Bounty Hunter, Chen, probably not the best support duo, right?
I felt like they had no damage on their team at all, and they had no real like disable. I don't know. I felt like their lineup, it lacked a lot. Like I felt like both of your support duo has to fulfill some sort of function. Either they have to like have a save, or they have to have like a playmaking ability or damage. Hopefully like a combination of two. But then you had one save, you had one guy who scouted, but neither of them deal damage, neither of them come with a stun or any sort of playmaking or initiation. So I felt like that was kind of lacking for me.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But we did see Alliance. They took a game in their last series, and even though they struggled a little bit, they have it in them. Will they be able to take it to game number 3? We'll have to see what the panel has to say.
Another series that starts with Alliance getting stomped in their first game, but fortunately best of threes offer a bit of forgiveness. Last time Alliance did make their comeback in game 2. Gods, BSJ, what can Alliance do looking forward?
Similar to the last best of 3, that draft, no bueno.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to run Bristleback carry when they don't have a Coddle. I guess CM's kind of like Coddle, but I think you have to gear up to pick against it earlier. Like you lane countered it, quote unquote, last pick with the Ursa. For those of you out there, I didn't believe it countered it going in, and I still don't believe it does. You actually saw the Ursa get killed in lane by the Bristleback. You have 4 base armor. Sticky Nasal Goo, I was checking it out, has 2 base armor per stack, or like starting out, and 1.5 per stack. And so you are effectively at 0 armor on Ursa in the laning stage against Quills, which never feels good. My only experience has been Troll Warlord to be able to lane against Bristle because you have an ability that benefits you to trade with them that you can use stick with, and you also have 9 armor with your first ability. Other than that, I don't actually know. Illusion heroes and Troll are the only heroes I really know that feel good against Bristle. None of these like Slarks and Ursas do the job, and I'm highlighting this Bristle because that was a first-round Bristle pick, and it won its lane. Similar to the impact we've been seeing from Mars in some of its winning games where it just wins its lane despite being a first pick. And you go for this like pace-setting lineup, and if you don't win your lanes, you're not going to get that pace. And that's why I'm emphasizing so much about this whole thing. Level 5 Bounty Hunter at 15 minutes, that's never the recipe for winning.
Yeah, you can see from these team fights. The lanes didn't go right, and the team fights didn't go much better.
Yeah, I would say to be fair to the Ursa pick, I think the Chen was an even worse answer to Bristle.
Oh, Chen was picked before Bristle, to
Chen
be
was
fair.
picked before. Like, to me, if that's like an Ursa Grimstroke, I think that actually maybe could lane against the Bristle,
yeah,
for
for
example.
sure.
Because you've got Inkswell, you've got a Nuke, you've got a support that enables the Ursa. But yeah, Ursa against Bristle when you've got a Chen, no chance at all.
I have to believe Chen's like winning scrims or something because everyone's picking Chen, and it just does not win.
And Bounty, this hero looks awful every game I've seen it. It's won 1 game out of 6, I think, so far. I was looking at the stats, and it's just really unimpressive, particularly in the support role. It just feels like you're getting nothing out of it. You have weak lanes. And no, I will not hear you out. Core bounty is also not a thing.
No,
I don't want to hear about your core bounty, Brian.
I'm saying that I think it's a core that turns into a support. I think it's like
Okay.
a clockwork. If you don't play it that way, I think it's
Yeah,
terrible. Like I'm not even saying like that's my experience. It could be bad, but nobody's tried it like that, so I really have no idea. Like I could absolutely be wrong, but you're just not a threat. Like you're a 4-position bounty hunter. Like if you're a Storm Spirit and you're farming, and there's like a Nyx or something, or an Earth Spirit, you're like, I might get ganked at some point. No, it's a bounty hunter. Like, what's he going to do? Come steal 20 gold from me, and I'll be upset that one of my jungle creeps is effectively negated? I don't know. Like, just
It's
a weird draft.
Support duo that didn't win their lanes, but also brings no team fight.
And no stuns, yeah.
It's definitely not ideal. But what can we do to fix that going into
I think
game
it's the
two?
Chen
Just
opening.
the Chen opening.
I really don't
flat
like
out.
Chen, yeah.
What was the opening that they had last time in game 1 that we didn't like so much?
Oh, no, it wasn't the opening we didn't like. It was the Mirana 10th pick.
Oh, that's right. The off-lane Mirana last pick that they chose. That was...
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know.
He's learning.
Better to screw up on your opener than your closer,
Yeah,
maybe?
it's a little easier to fix. You can easily refine a game plan going into the first 2 picks, and there's only so many combinations of bans and picks going into the first round that you can have. So definitely with this new team, they're going to have to find their identity, find what works for them in the new patch. I think a lot of teams are expressing what's good in the patch, and Chen's not one of them. So.
All right, well, it sounds pretty simple. Just fix that opener. S4 will have a second chance going into Game 2 in this best-of-3 Liquid versus Alliance. We'll return after the break.
In the Dota 2 community, dewarding is often perceived as one of the most elusive yet important skills in the game. These days, being proficient at dewarding is more important than ever, for 2 reasons. 1. Information is the most important resource in Dota, and denying the enemy team that resource is incredibly valuable. Number 2. The dewarders now get an absurd amount of gold and experience for getting the deward, so now even cores should be interested in dewarding. But dewarding, over a lot of the other skills in Dota, can feel like something that requires a ridiculous amount of effort and focus because it's almost entirely a mental battle. It can feel like a downright chore. But really, it's not as difficult as it seems, because thankfully, Dota is packed with other, unrelated mechanics that can be abused to make warding and dewarding much easier. For example, you can walk into tower vision blocked by a tree line or a high ground in Scout if there's ward vision on you, because the tower will hit you if there is vision on you. Similarly, you can hide somewhere where the enemy team shouldn't have vision of you, right-click an enemy hero anywhere on the map, and if creeps pull to you with creep aggro, then it means that the enemies have vision of you, and therefore you can get a pretty easy deward. Moreover, when it comes to dewarding those pesky hills, it can honestly feel a bit tedious to send your courier out to check the hill, but oftentimes you can actually just walk up really close to the high ground and abuse your hero's natural vision box to check up the high ground and see if it's warded. If you have a gem, this is even easier because you can drop the gem and abuse the gem's dropped flying vision to scout up the high ground.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over. This gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no. You're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah,
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
The Dota 2 Swedish Civil War continues with Alliance versus Team Liquid Game 2, but it's been a very one-sided war so far, with Liquid pretty handily taking that first game. Hopefully we're going to see something a bit different, because we want some close games. We don't want none of the one-sided stuff. For that, I turn to Gods and BSJ to help forge a path, find a way for Alliance to come back in Game 2.
Better drafting, but I also think Liquid looks like the overall better team, and even with even drafts, I'd still favor them. So I'll defer to Brian. What is the way for Alliance then?
Yeah, you just have to think very carefully about every pick. I think it's proof. The game that I will use as an example for this was when I casted the Singapore event, and Secret was playing, and there was one draft that for whatever reason it made absolutely no sense to me. And I was like, you know what, it's Puppy. They got this, right? Like, it's Secret. They're really good or whatever. And they go into the game and they get raffle stomped in the first 15 minutes. They looked completely terrible. None of their picks made sense. And I was like, well, I guess that proves how big of the importance the draft is. Like, players can't make up for having bad matchups, no clear-cut game plan, etc.
You know what I thought this story was initially about? I thought it was going to be like how Brian didn't see the way this was going to work, but then Secret in game showed him, you know, what was supposed to be, and he realized he was wrong. But no, the story was actually about Brian being right.
I talk about being wrong way too much.
No, that doesn't happen.
You're right.
I watch his stream, right?
You know, I saw Puppy draft and it looked like garbage. You know what? It was.
Well, my point is that coming from that first game, I actually don't have any changed opinion about like the individual players on Alliance. I don't think these players are worse or the team is worse. I'm saying that if you pick a draft that just doesn't set you up for success, you're going to look really stupid. And sometimes, like in pubs even, you'll be like, God, something just felt wrong this game. We just lost. And sometimes you look at your heroes and you go, well, when were we supposed to win this game? And Dota has a weird way of feeling really hard and not exactly knowing why. You know, you're like, this game did not seem like it played itself. And a lot of times in professional matches, that has to do with the setup. And it's even as simple as they ban Mirana first round. Crazy. You ban the Phoenix, right? Like, that's exactly why they banned the Mirana. You have to think about every single pick. You have to think about every single ban. And, yeah, so they get the Coddle. Already a better start for Alliance. Very good hero. Take the budget Coddle on the side of Team Liquid. Followed up by the Storm again. I almost hope this doesn't work, because that seems like a really weird opening.
Yeah.
Storm last game was picked into Bounty Hunter Chen, where it's like, oh, their two supports have absolutely no stuns. It's going to be a free Storm game.
You're first doing Storm. That's the thing. It was a free Storm game. And
Yeah.
this is, you don't know what kind of Storm game it is.
You saw their offlaner, so you knew it was going to be like, they put it safe lane. It's like, oh, it's a ranged Storm against a melee hero. That's a pretty decent matchup, even if it's not supposed to win, as Blitz was saying. Ember, a very natural counter to Storm because of the Searing Chains, with the Coddle as well. They did nerf Chakra Magic. That's what everyone was saying was broken. But the cooldown reduction is now 6 instead of 7. So sadly, Searing Chains now has a cooldown of 2 seconds rather than 1.
Rough.
Well, yeah, it's real struggle for the Coddle Ember combo after 7.25C.
Was Ember touched in the patch?
Nope.
Okay.
And that maybe would have been a pickup with the Crystal Main we would have agreed with more. The advantage of Storm Spirit for Team Liquid specifically, though, they're able to run it both in the mid and the safe lane. Does that make it a bit better?
I mean, it does, right? You have absolute last pick, so obviously they're going to pick their offlaner next round, and then they're going to leave it open. But the thing is, Storm does do well in lane versus Ember, so it's most likely going to be a safe lane Ember. When I say most likely, I mean, ideally speaking, it would be. But I don't actually know if Nico Baby plays Ember. I've never seen it. Have you guys seen or heard of a Nico Baby Ember? Okay. In that case, you're probably content to put the Storm mid by last pick, but obviously Team Liquid will find that out by the time they make that decision. The Storm is nice against Coddle. We always have been liking Ricky and stuff, anything that gets on the Coddle. Really hard to position Keeper of the Light against Storm Spirit. Now it's a matter of having something that threatens him when he goes in, I think. for Alliance. They have to make it so this Coddle's somewhat protected and that Storm doesn't feel the absolute freedom to ball out of control, quite literally.
I got to make sure they don't get that Nico baby Medusa.
No Medusa.
Game winner.
Storm runs into damage issues, you know. It's probably really good against whatever offlaner they're going to pick as well. Is Mars still in the pool? Yes, it
Mars
is.
is still in the pool.
It's not the best for Coddle Ember, though, to be honest with you. It is just a good hero, though, so they might still go for it. Looks like Centaur still prioritizes a first-round ban. I wasn't sure how big of a deal the Retaliate nerf was. It went from 78% damage with max stacks to 52% first level. Seems like a lot.
Yeah.
It's like 15, 20 damage.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, like, how much is your Retaliate active winning your lane, and how much of it is the extra damage? Because I would argue most of the time Retaliate active is going to be used to secure your CS, in which case if you're doing 200 a hit versus 150 hit, you're still probably out-CSing the opponent carry, right?
That's fair, that's fair.
I think you have less kill threat in lane, because there's sometimes those duos where you get to go on them with Retaliate stacks and get kills, and that's less likely.
Now you don't get that ridiculous amount of, like, I just hit you and do 200 damage a shot. It's like a huge nuke every single hit.
I remember when he got that spell, a lot of people were initially doubtful of it, and then turns out that hitting for free damage in the laning stage is okay, you know? So what will they do? Could they go for the Nyx? We've seen that hero against Ember. They go for the Legion off-lane pick. It's okay against Coddle. It's okay against Ember Searing Chains combo, but it's not that great when the Searing Chains has a 2-second cooldown.
And it's also not a save against Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah. It removes the first Will-O-Wisp, right? Like, it will remove the one that's on you.
I think it just reapplies itself after 0.1 second.
No. Wait, really?
I thought so.
Oh, I actually don't know. So I
thought it was a continuous disable.
I thought it was like a flicker that activated
maybe
and
you're right.
pulled you, like an Ether Remnant type thing. I actually should check that. I really don't know. That's something important to know, honestly. Maybe Twitch chat, somebody can tweet me, you know, about that one to save me that 30 seconds of my own time. As we
don't again the test client.
Yeah.
You trust Twitch chat and Twitter?
Yeah, if they were
your own demoing.
Yeah, if someone goes out of their way to troll me, that'd be more impressive than anything.
All right, what control do we need for this Storm Spirit?
Some kind of 4 position for
Shaker, maybe?
Hanskin. Yeah, Shaker. He likes Tiny a lot. That isn't maybe
Tiny can be
amazing
annoying.
control, but
it
definitely
can be annoying. Yeah, the Avalanche, you're not able to ball lightning out of that Avalanche. So heroes like Anti-Mage and Storm, who have like cast animations on their mobility spells, they are effectively stunned for the entire duration of the Avalanche. Yeah, they go Shaker. Okay, I like that pick better. It's just good counter initiation, goes well with the Coddle, probably secures your offlaner who's going to get counterpicked. And they immediately go for the Skywrath Mage. I think there's a reason we don't see this hero. It is a pretty standard combo with Legion Commander, though. And obviously the whatever you call it. What's the ult called?
The Mystic Flare.
Mystic Flare onto the dual target.
Yep. That combination works with Storm Spirit as well, because the range at which you can cast it works pretty nicely with Storm Spirit.
What is the range, Cap?
Really long.
1,200.
Is this like a grand answer? Or is
that was way too confident.
Yeah,
that was a grand answer for sure.
That's not actually the truth. So they are putting Ember safe lane. Okay, so they are putting Ember safe. And TA mid. Storm TA, I think, is like a somewhat even matchup, but if they are comfortable picking like the Huskars or the Razors, you could easily go for those type of matchups. Razor not so great against the Coddle because he breaks the link with Blinding Light, but maybe Viper too? You have a lot of catch on Team Liquid. I think you can prioritize just shutting down the TA in whatever way they deem effective.
What was the first hero you were saying? Sorry.
You mentioned Huskar.
Yeah, Huskar. Okay. Just something.
I like Huskar because it gives you like a win condition. You take Roche, you snowball. I think
save.
Viper to me is just like, yeah, you might win your lane, but then you have
no objective taking with Viper, Storm, Legion. That is certainly a problem. It really depends on what Alliance picks last for the off lane, because you might just have a way better counter pick in the safe lane than you do mid. And Storm does absolutely fine against TA. I think that's a skill-based matchup that's about 50-50. Maybe Blitz will be able to tell us when they start casting. One of the few heroes he actually knows something about, the Storm Spirit. Just kidding, Blitz. Kind of.
The guy buys you smoothies.
Blitz is actually a really great guy. I hope everyone knows I'm just joking.
Plus, you have to be careful because you're about to give up your time, and Blitz is going to have 50 minutes plus of saying whatever he wants about you.
This is true.
He
This
gets
is true.
his platform.
Shoot your shot, sir. They do ban the Huskar and go for the Prophet of the Natures.
Okay.
Troll Warlord I like a lot for Team Liquid. You have the Legion press the attack. Yes, it looks like a good BKB game, so you need a core that buys one. It's either Troll or Gyro that really really stand out to me here.
Well, if you want to play fast, Gyrocopter with Legion Commander, that's a duo that we've seen a lot in the past. Just a lot of run at you, Dota.
Could they even run it back and just pick the Lone Druid again? That
You could. I think you could have a really good counter pick to the offlane Nature's Prophet. I think Storm would really struggle if you put him safe lane. And
last second pick.
That is not the ideal hero for me against TA Nature's Prophet. The single target physical from TA is quite good against lifesteal. I also haven't seen this hero very much. His win rate in pubs especially dropped a lot.
They felt quite rushed with the pick. Like, it got down right to 0. It is a Storm lifestealer, so they probably had a few options, but it seemed like they wanted to think about it more before picking.
So here's a perfect example of a test of my theory is I think Alliance's draft is far better this game comparatively as it was last game. And let's just see how big of a difference it makes.
Guts, you agree?
I agree, and I think Alliance is going to take it to Game 3. Limson, his TA, it's his best hero in my mind, and I do not like playing Lifestealer into TA, just into these heroes in general. It feels like a pretty rough Lifestealer game. It's not an amazing lane either, so we'll favor Alliance here.
Yeah, a lot of damage and kill threat both ways, so whatever team wins, I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty obvious who's winning at like 15 minutes into the game.
All right, so the second game is an experiment for us. Is it about the draft or is it about the play? We'll see in Game 2 with Grant and Blitz.
Indeed. Hello, friends. Game number 2 upon us. Liquid versus Alliance. Very dominating performance from Liquid game number 1, but it sounds like and looks like we might have a little bit of an outdraft from Alliance. Do you agree, Blitz?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Alliance is going to win this game. Because I don't see how Liquid ever fights them. I think is the problem. Like, I think this is going to be a really value Will-O-the-Wisp game. I think their team fight is better. I think their laning phase might be better on the side of Alliance. Like, I'm kind of hard-pressed to see how my boys are going to do it, if I'm honest.
But hey, this is pressure makes diamonds or something, right?
Yeah.
Indeed. So I guess we'll see if you've got some diamonds in the rough or if it will indeed go to a game number 3. You see the odds right there. Liquid still being favored. I'm actually surprised it didn't change too much after that game 1 because I believe these happened before draft. And, I thought Liquid they could have been odds on, but still about the same. And we'll see what Liquid can do with this draft because, you're going to have a TA and then that Coddle Ember. You got super low cooldowns running at you, Blitz.
I think so, too. I think Coddle Ember might be broken, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I think Ember's really good right now, and I think Coddle's really good right now. I haven't seen Ember lose very many games, and I haven't seen Coddle lose many very games. We'll see how good of a Coddle Zibe is.
Yeah.
As he's going to go for the other rune, in fact.
Ooh, got to be careful. Skyroth is a pretty scary. He's going to push him away. You got to be ready, Tiger. Yep, there's the push away, and he'll steal it.
Zibe's probably going to just run away from this.
Yeah. Skills his W first, and he will just back up. So it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade, it looks like, as long as they go and pick up their other rune on Alliance.
I don't love this Lifestealer pick. I think there's a reason why this hero is never seen anymore.
And why is that?
Kind of meh laning. Doesn't really scale as quickly as it used to anymore. Base stats were lower too.
Oh. In that middle lane, it is going to be a TA versus Storm, and obviously, I know it's been a bit since you played Storm, but BSJ said it's pretty even. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think TA outfarms you.
Okay.
Like pretty quickly, and Limp TA is like really, really good.
He is a beast on that hero. Top lane, it is Earthshaker as well as Nature's Prophet going up against the Crystal main as well as that Lifestealer.
Quickfa's getting kind of crushed right now. Like he's tanked every single side blade hit.
I got to be careful. You don't want to lose your healing salve. And he won't. At least he gets it almost all the way off there. And nice farming under the tower there from him as they trade hits back and forth. Bottom lane, the other lane, will be that Ember Spirit Coddle we talked about versus a Legion and Skywrath. With Keeper taking a lot of damage early, already out of regen.
I think if this lane goes well for Liquid, this is how you could potentially win. Because I don't know if they win top or mid. That's kind of the concern right now. If bottom wins like really hard, then I could see it. But I don't think CM is excellent against Nature's Prophet, nor is Lifestealer.
Yeah, kind of just right-clicking. We've seen, it feels like Nature's Prophet's one of those heroes. Every time we see it, it's just like the most farmed hero on the map. Whether it's rotating or just split pushing, you always find farm on like a core Nature's Prophet.
Quickly's doing a lot better mid than expected from the beginning. He just has to kind of be careful about the regen war that he might lose. But he's already brought himself another salve.
But like you said, look at these side blades. Oh no, Koikva, be careful. Oh, he's dodging, it hits him again. Oh,
that was really dangerous for him.
It was, and he brings that salve as you talked about. But once again, now he's out of regen if he gets side bladed. So it'll be a big deal in that mid lane. Whether the CS is even or not, it's how much healing salves and tangos you're doing.
And Taiga gets pushed back. They're going to ruin his salve, or his clarity.
His clarity, and it looked like he wanted to actually pull the way, but he gets pushed away and he misses the attack on the neutral creep, so he can't even pull it. Uh-oh, S4 as well, bottom lane and up lane. Looks like S4 will just TP out as we freak out our observer. Top, bottom, middle, oh my goodness.
Check everywhere right now.
They will just TP back. That's the one good thing about Nature's Prophet. Guess what? You TP home and you TP right back. Simple as that. Don't lose too much time.
And I think Taiga might go down. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Oh, no. Nico Baby was barely out of range. If Nico Baby gets in there, just for the slide alone, I think they get the kill. And this is just so efficient. Like, the amount of trading that Ember gets to do against pretty much all the offlaners just feels really good right now.
Yeah, especially with a Coddle on your team. He doesn't even have the chakra magic yet, and it still feels
doesn't
nice.
have any sort of way out.
Uh-oh, he's just getting right-click down. Yeah, and look at the tree, and it's blocking him in as well.
He ate the wrong tree.
Oh, no, and he'll go down because of it. S4 and hand skin. Well done in that top lane, and already S4 off to a great start.
Yeah, and this is, again, I think just a really free Nature's Prophet lane.
Yeah.
Alliance, of course, famed for their Nature's Prophet.
They are. Time and time again.
And when it comes to net worth, middle's winning really hard. Like, even though the CS looks even, you have to focus on the actual net worth because Koikva has spent his last, 500 gold purely on regen.
Yeah.
Only on salves and mangoes.
Oh, Zibe down bottom in a lot of trouble. Right-click the flying, but he will survive on the terror. Now he's actually going to throw out a blast. Turn it around, Boxy will eat a decent amount of damage. And Taiga. This bottom lane, it feels like there's a lot of poking and prodding. You got to be careful.
Taiga, he's getting pinged right now. He's got to be careful and get back to his
is that
creeps.
blast going to hit? Ooh, gets saved up by Boxy there. And now we do have the neutrals. It looks like both teams pulled this one with all the creeps there. Top lane, Hanskin did pick up that Invis rune. Oh, misses the stun there, though. Not sure they're going to hit the kill anyways, but we'll just whiff it.
Yeah, it's he just got... there's no way that Mickey went for an outplay or anything there.
Yeah.
It's just pure chance, honestly.
Yeah. And with that's the thing. Actually, the stun's harder than you think it melee range to hit if you don't have Aftershock. People don't realize Aftershock's like the thing that makes Earthshaker so good and so easy to hit all his abilities. Ooh. 5-minute runes, and we have both bottom running for it. Do we have a push away? Not quite yet. Who picks it up? It will be Nico Baby, actually. Taiga taking a lot of damage. He will have a slide up again in 5, but Boxy just right-clicks him.
Boxy's got to be a little bit careful. There's still chains available. And, yeah, he's going to get chained up. He doesn't really have his purge yet. Press the attack, just came back up. But he's also spending a ton of money on regen himself.
Yeah, 2 healing salves, and he has a Helm of Iron Will already.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty good advantage, I feel, laning phase-wise. for Alliance. You can already see mid. Limp is level 6. He's actually just crushed this lane. This lane was not close at all.
Limp doing TA things with his TA, and even that siege unit already pulling down on that middle tower. Hanskin's actually roaming on through. There will be a stun. Yep, there's the trap. There's the stun. S4 says, you know what? I need some gold as well. Quick TV, and actually Insane. He probably won't die, but he's going to eat a lot of damage there.
And all 3 heroes rotate in for this. And Storm is a really important hero for Liquid to do well. And so far, so bad, as this middle tower, I think, might just go down. There's a regen rune bottom for Limp, too, if he wants it.
Oh, it's gone. That's a 6-minute middle tower.
Yeah, and as a team that focuses a lot on controlling this mid tower, this is pretty big. And bottom it's doing okay. Like, in fact, they're winning, but they're not winning hard enough, I feel.
Yeah. And Boxy about to hit level 5, but... When does this, I mean, is it really just like this level 6? Is that when you become potent, obviously, right, with the duel and the ulti from Skywrath? Or should Skywrath think about moving lanes already, or does he just have to stick here and help him win it?
I think he's going to stick here and help him win it.
Okay.
Or he's going to try his best doing so. But Nico Baby has infused raindrops. He's going to get silenced here. Might just die. He's got wand charges, but...
He does. He uses them. Right-clicks down. No, they run him down, and... There's a little bit of something needed since you did lose that tier 1 tower so early. But top lane, Mickey, obviously he is the life stealer, so he will have that rage.
It's really this mid lane, though, that has gone absolutely terribly. Storm just picked up Bottle at 7 minutes, and he has no other items, no other farm. I don't know what his prospects are of ganking.
It's tough. It feels like you might just have to, if someone gets engaged on, you just got to TP and hope you get some golden experience from it, maybe.
And they're pinging towards Zibe here. But he's got vision up there already. And he's even going to D-ward for this.
Yep. Wow. Oh. We're trading hits. Everyone's just trading everything. Middle lane. A lot of damage. See you later, Koikva. Man, we've seen that time and time again. This Nature's Prophet ultimate does so much damage. Uh-oh. Hanskin looking for Taiga. Taiga will just fly away, though.
And he just didn't see that coming. You could see that he was in the animation of getting his ulti off and just barely did not make it.
And that's one of the tough things, especially the Storms, when you're playing against, like, these Earth Shakers, even these Embers, right? They get these long-range disables on you, and you don't even see them coming.
Yeah, this is kind of the downside of, like, showing your mid-hero so early. You can just get counterpicked. I think laning phase-wise, though, this should have gone better for him. This was him just simply getting outplayed by the TA. Like, he copped 10 or 11 Psyblade hits in the laning phase, which is usually how you know whether you're going to win or lose your lane.
Well, Legion does have that duel now, so we might see if they want to make a play with that, or if he will just stay in that bottom lane possibly. You got to always watch out, because S4, he's ready to TP, and he is going for that Blade Mill build.
I like it.
I like it. And for intelligence here especially, right? 38 damage, the 28 plus
damage,
the 10.
baby.
Yeah, big stuff.
Something to note, though, is like S4's levels aren't amazing.
Yeah, level 6.5 should get 7 up here. Mickey, he is the top net worth in the game, surprisingly, on this lifestealer at 4K. Doing a very good job of farming the lane and also farming the jungle.
Yeah, I just can't stress how farmed Limp is, though. Yeah. He's almost level 9 already.
Oh, they're looking for the top here. He doesn't want to use the sprout because he knows he'll just get quelling through, and I don't think you can bring him down. Here comes Hanskin. Throws out the stun. He actually blocks him
Mickey's
in
on the
as
wrong
well.
side of this.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He will get stunned up again. This might just be a kill. No, he jumps in Koikva, and Koikva flies away. The teamwork makes the dream work, and it looks like they'll make it out. Oh, my goodness. Maybe not, though. They could continue to chase here, and Sanya's like, yo, I'll do my best to defend you guys. But
3 seconds left for a stun, and they're chasing for this. Hanskin, he's got the angle if he wants it. I don't think they can continue to chase. Limp does have...
Oh, but wait, here comes the Ember. Maybe they should have. He's going to jump out on Mickey. S4 TV's in as well. Will be Koikva going down. Mickey probably just get a run away and be okay. But they do end up chasing the Storm Spirit
Bottom
down.
lane?
Bottom. They are looking. It's going to be Zibe. Is this the duel? Do you just want the damage? Seems like you do. We have one more. Nuke gets enough. Winner, winner. Nico Baby, though. He could double kill you. You got to be careful. Taiga taking a lot of damage, and he's more than likely just going to die. Boxy, he does have press the attack. He's going to have to save it for that next chains, or he'll just run away with the shovel in his backpack off cooldown.
Yeah, he's just going to run. Yeah. He's okay. I think, again, Alliance is okay with this trade. Yeah. They don't lose the tower. It's only a keep of the light. You get the Skywrath Mage, who's the kill combo. Middle. Hanskin's got to be a little bit careful here, but he does have a haste rune, so... He's also eaten the Royal Jelly, by the way.
Dang. He's like, no, I'll be taking that. Yeah, him and the TA.
I think Nico Baby found it, and he gave it to his team. Pretty selfless.
Wow, it is.
Should
you as an Ember?
I don't know. I would take it as
I'm
an
sorry. Usually, it's nice being a good teammate, but that's pretty damn good on your hero.
But I think the reasoning is you're going to always be the recipient of the Chakra Magic anyways.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Well, bottom. They're looking again. Boxy will just purge it off, even dodges the running horses. And he will just pressure in that tower. Koikva trying to get back into the game top lane. And this TA, the one we've talked about, now the highest net worth, very close to a Deso, only 1,000 away, and all of a sudden,
massive.
Yeah, Roche is threatened. All your heroes are threatened. Pretty much the map, it feels like it closes when that item comes if you're on Dire. Boxy will just continue to keep farming out. He did get that one duel victory, so a little extra damage. What do you do then if you're Liquid? We already we saw Koikva try to, gank top. It didn't work out very well. Do you just maybe group up, go for bottom tower, or are you forced to just try to do this 3-man farm around the map?
I think as soon as Koikva gets treads, you should just fight. You are the TA has doubled you in net worth. In fact, more than that. He has more than doubled you. He has like 400 gold on top of that. So I don't think he's going to get back into this game by purely farming. I think he just has to get like one item and just go for it. Because right now, the way that the game is progressing, I think you're just going to lose by default because this TA is going to hit such a good timing. Like it's 12 minutes in, she has 300 gold away from Deso, and she eats everybody alive. Like Lifestealer is going to die in like 2 hits. The Skywrath Mage has 2 armor. Just for context, like
you're getting 3 or 4 shot easily.
Yeah.
If not quicker. Bottom Zibe is going to TP out, so it looks like they might be giving up this bottom tier 1 tower.
Like when she hits him with the Psyblade, he's gonna have -10 armor on Taiga.
A decent amount of minus armor.
It's a little bit.
It's a little bit.
It's just a small, a smidge.
Yep, just a smidgen. What Nature's Prophet does have the Blade Mill going for an Orchid's next. A full Bloodthorn he has queued up, by the way. Not even just the Orchid.
Nice timing for it is gonna be really nice. They're going to need to get more items.
Smoke Top, Limp Handskin as well as the Keeper of the Light. And they're going into Roche. And there's actually a really good ward from Liquid, but they were smoked up and S4 TP'd in. They see none of this happening. This is a slick play from Alliance.
Yeah, they know they want a Roche, but I don't think they could fight it even if they knew.
Yeah. They will get that bottom tier 1 tower. So, man, that's the OG trade. The tier 1 tower for the Roshan. It used to be. Nowadays it's like tier 2, but
yeah, that's a 13-minute Roche. She's almost got Blink now. I think she's just going to chunk supports left and right now.
Feels like this TA could just, if we're on the same course 5 minutes from now, this could be a very good game for Limp. A great game.
Yeah, I think if I'm honest, like as a caster, like I'll tell you like any game is winnable in Dota, but as their coach, I'll say like yeah, this draft was maybe not it, because I just don't see how team fights are going to be won when you're at this big of a disadvantage.
No. I will say the top 2 of the top 3 net worth are on there, and there's Boxy. He has the Blink Dagger, and they're actually going to find S4. Do they have enough damage to at least get the kill? They haven't even got the kill yet. He's going to pop the Blade Mill. There's going to be a nice Ignis Handskin with the ulti. Hits onto 2. Crystal Main might be the next one to fall. He will limp, double kill, and he might be going for Rampage in all honesty. Taiga goes down to Nico Baby. The creep, Mickey. Goodbye. This is an absolute turnaround. This looks like last game, but the other team. This is an absolute beatdown right now.
Yeah, I think this is a much, much better draft by Alliance. Like, they got most of the meta heroes, honestly.
And there you see the replay here. It looked like a good play, but the problem is he dueled. No one else hit S4 until the very end of the duel.
S4 is not, he's not an easy kill, yeah. He's got wand charges, he's got
chainmail with the blade mail.
Yeah, he's got 16 armor. Like, how are you meant to kill this guy?
Unless you already have people on top of him, because, right, the Skywrath ulti didn't come out quite in time, and it was just a straight-up 4 for 0, plus a buyback from the Crystal Maiden. And now the problem, Boxy, level 9. Surprisingly, Koikva is level 11, but you just look at this TA, level 14 with 8.2k net worth, Blink Dagger, and 200 gold.
Yeah, right now it's definitely Alliance's game to lose at this point. Because Liquid, they can't really kill anybody, as we've seen before. Nico Baby's hanging around mid. It looks like he wants to make a play. They've got a Blink Dagger.
Oh, there's going to be the duel, but I believe, well,
that's damage given up.
That's damage to Nico Baby, and yeah, Ember Spirit, he'll definitely be taking that.
A what face?
Yeah, that was, wow.
What was that?
I don't know. Blitz, I honestly do not know. Bottom, Limp's going to push in this tower. You go for the tier 2 as well, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think about honestly going for the base with this lead in the
You
Deso?
could. I don't think that Liquid can hold you back, if I'm honest. I think this game is...
It depends. Will the siege unit stay alive from the split shot? It will. Oh, no. Taiga gets done. Throws down his ulti. Hanskin actually does end up missing that enchant totem. Storm's going to jump forward. Nico, baby. One more right click will be enough. He gets frozen in place, then nuked. But on the other side of things, Hanskin trying to run away. Trapped up by S4. They want to chase his Earthshaker. He already has the blink.
1, 2...
And
three.
Boxy just dead immediately. There's the Ignis pulling them all in again. I don't know if your team's an early GGing team, but this feels like it's curtains. They are at your base, 16
S4's
minutes.
trying. He's found him.
He did. He TP's in Koifa. He has one more. No, S4. He's back, baby. Dancing on the haters inside the base, and he's out here. He's like, you know what? I'll go farm top lane. Y'all can push middle. And this is, wow, 15-2. It really is just the opposite of last game. You see the initiation, and you also see why Coddle might be a pretty good hero as he pulls in 4 heroes very easily. Such a good ultimate, and paired with the Ember, as you said, Ember becomes a 10 times better hero with that Coddle behind him. It's crazy.
Yes, he gets to permanently just jump in and out. Has like the perma searing chains pretty much.
And now TA flying out another Mithril Hammer. This net we're at 10K at 17 minutes. Limp, masterclass performance. Boxy gonna try to defend, just pushes the creep, so they don't look like they want to go for the base quite. Maybe if they get a peg off on lifesteal, that's a pretty tough one. He has the Orchid though. They jump forward, instantly quelling it out. He does get locked down. There's the dunk, there's the kill. See you later, Insania and Mickey. I don't think you even want to continue to fight this. TA's just running forward, slowed up, has the Aegis. It's a double chain by Nico, baby, and it's a slaughtering. My God, they will take it.
Yeah,
I don't blame them. That was an absolute ass beating right now.
Oh, 100%. That was not close.
This... I mean, well, I know BSJ's like, I want to see, or someone's like, I want to see a 3-game series, but can they not be one-sided? Well, you get we're going to get a 3-game series.
Yes.
But those first 2 games were just...
Stomp.
Ooh.
It's just stomp trades.
It is. Straight up, it is going to be hard to just talk about, like, did anything in this game... Obviously, some stuff mattered, but at a certain point, the draft, it felt like this one was 95% draft.
If it's 19-2, and you're GGing out at 18 minutes, then your draft was probably bad.
Yeah.
It's just that straightforward, if I'm honest.
It really was. So what do you want to see? Is this Crystal Main Storm Spirit? They tried to first pay it twice. Do you take that off the table? Or?
No, I think it's okay. It's the follow non-meta heroes that there's a reason why we haven't seen Lifestealer Skywrath.
Oh, you're not wrong. And on the other side of things, it was Limp 606 performance, 11.5K net worth, as you said, at 18 minutes. Absolutely owning the middle lane. And, well, we'll have to see, because Game 3, will it be a stomp or will it now? It's in that best of one thing. We either win this or we lose this. That's what they say, Blitz. But what does the panel say about it?
You know, something about the Swedes and wanting to be hipsters, man. Trying to pick these weird heroes that are totally off meta leads to Liquid having an untimely demise in this game, too. That was just an ass beating.
Yep. I would say when you're a Twitch chat viewer and you're saying, why do these guys pick the same heroes every game? And the answer is because if you don't pick meta heroes in the early picks of the draft, this is what the draft ends up looking like. And, you know, I think this Team Liquid team, they need a coach. I think after this after the second game, it's clear that the organization of the team just isn't quite there yet. So
yeah,
if you guys are hiring, I do coaching. So no, I'm kidding. I'm just making shit talk on Blitz again. But that was just a terrible draft. There's nothing else to say about it. It made no sense the whole way. I don't think anybody's open CM Storm or even remotely something like that. Skywrath Legion, not actually a thing this patch. Lifestealer, not a thing. We were talking about how Alliance's draft actually looked pretty well-rounded. It looked like a very normal meta draft. You have three heroes we see almost every game. Coddle, Ember, Prophet. TA is a perfectly fine mid laner right now. Shaker, perfectly acceptable 4 position with a ranged offlaner like Prophet. Damn, it makes sense, and Liquids does not. So that was a great test. We said, will the draft be indicative of who can actually play the game? And I'd say this series so far says that pretty well.
Yeah, Will said he didn't mind the CM Storm. It was the stuff that happened after, like the lifestealer, the Skywrath. Sounds like you're not a fan of the CM Storm as an opening duo.
Would I rather have CM Storm or Coddle Ember?
Yeah, for me, it's like that meme of like, hey mom, can we get Coddle Spirit combo? And she says, we've got Coddle Spirit at home. And we got Crystal Maiden Storm Spirit. That's just an off-meta duo.
Yeah.
That's
not great.
I like that a lot.
CM Storm are meta enough. Like we saw in the first game, you can third, fourth pick them, and then you can have a well-rounded drop. But yeah, I'm with Brian. You should be first toing. You give him maybe Coddle. You should take Mars +1, or you steal the Ember and take Ember +1, like with a support. And I think your draft is.
Well, it's like when you fourth pick Storm. When I said they first pick Storm, I'm like, just pick something that makes it scared for him to go in. It's like then they get to pick Shaker. It's like when you fourth pick Storm, it's not nearly as easy for them to do that. And the idea is the reason why the hero's okay to second round but not first is because it needs an ideal game to do its job. Coddle Ember is going to do its job every single game, so that's why it's an opening pick.
And while there's scenarios, I think you can pick Storm and you can pick CM. I don't think there's any scenario you can pick Skywrath Mage.
That's
is
true.
not a hero
I think
right
that
now.
hero's completely in the dumpster.
Yes, I'm just unplayable hero.
You said that off screen, and I was like, yeah, I agree. You're right.
Well, no matter how good the draft is, ultimately you do have to play it inside the game, and Alliance did play clean, right? We can give them that much.
It's proof that the first game was only so bad because their draft was so bad.
Okay, so heading into a game 3, we've got some hope, right? Alliance, they did this before against Ninjas of Pajamas, but now we need a different turn of fate in that game 3, right? What do we do to make sure that happens?
Just draft seems pretty indicative of this series. I think Insania knows he got cute there, and even though he's a cutie, he's not going to be a cutie in the draft, you know? Shout out to you, Insania.
Channel your inner Uggo in the draft, Insania.
Yes.
Okay, well, maybe just
pick the dirty heroes. Be filthy.
Leave the throws to me, BSJ. Don't worry, I got it. You just toss it over to me, and I will toss it into a commercial. We'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah. First try.
We're going to a commercial right now. All right, maybe we aren't. Production's just saying, no, we're not. That's fine. I'll sit here and talk to you about the game. Don't worry.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota is the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over. This gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not going to want to see this. Let me
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Here at ESL 1 LA, we go the distance to provide you the most entertainment we can, and that includes going the distance in almost every single series that we cast. And Liquid vs. Alliance is going to be no exception to that rule. We're going to a Game 3, and I have no idea what's going to happen because both Game 1 and 2 were total stomps. Gods and BSJ, maybe they have a better idea than I.
I'll have more of an idea once we see some picks.
I was about to say, I'll let you know in about 10 picks.
Okay.
Right now, we've seen both teams pull out a really good draft and a kind of questionable draft.
Why? Why? BSJ, as a amateur drafter, you claimed yourself to be. You said amateur, right?
I did say that. You're right. Continue.
Jesus, some Chad energy. Would you call me an amateur drafter yourself? Why? Why do bad drafts happen?
They seem to kind of snowball. It's like at the beginning of the game when you make one death or something, and then the entire lead that you gave with one death just leads to like 5K. It's kind of like the same thing in drafting. You fall just like a tad behind, and you try to make your way back, and the opponent just counters what you've already done, and then you're just even farther behind in the draft, and then you look at your artwork that you've created, and it's just a piece of crap.
Okay.
It really is that way to some extent, but like
I don't know what art classes you attended, but Gods, what do you think?
I mean, I think that's definitely part of it. I think also the other thing is just having maybe the wrong idea about why you won previous games. Like they go back for the CM Storm. They moved it from being like a 4th pick Storm to a first 2. I think just they kind of look at that and say, hey, Storm's a really good hero. We want to make sure we get it and they don't ban it, but at the same time, the reason it was a good hero is because of when they picked it in the draft.
Did we not, I'm not saying like to toot our horn, but did we not predict who won that draft in the first 2 picks? Both games. And then what I'm saying is how important your opener is. You have to get off to a decent start of a core strategy that's not abusable, that's going to just do its thing. Like that's the thing. It's going to set up a game plan that in the current meta is good. It's like the first draft, they banned Mirana, picked the Phoenix, and had like the good team fight going while the other team picked Chen. And we're like, we don't really like what Chen brings to this meta right now. It seems pretty bad. And then it's like, I don't know. It seems so easy when you're watching, but there is so much that goes into it. I'm not trying to say like, wow, these guys are stupid, they're just bad or whatever. Like I couldn't do any better myself. Sorry.
I couldn't do much
I couldn't do any
better.
better. I said that wrong. I'm actually serious. I couldn't do any better myself. But it's just like, it's just crazy that when you watch the games and you're just like, God, that just doesn't look like it's supposed to work compared to what the opponent's doing. And you do out-mind game yourself sometimes in the draft. And I think Team Liquid kind of did that to themselves this game. And I think Alliance did that to themselves last game.
I think the one thing that helped both teams who won their drafts was that they had first pick as well. It kind of, puts you off to that kind of draft advantage where there's some heroes that second pick won a ban, which is the Coddle, I think, that everyone's just first pick and Coddle went in, or the Phoenix perhaps if you go back to game 1. So you have a draft edge there with first pick, and then you get to counter everything. And we haven't seen any, wow factor 10th picks coming out.
I think second pick is harder to pull off. It's not saying that it's worse. Like, if you're both really, really, really solid in your drafts, I think second pick is fine. But the reason is that second pick requires you to have 4 heroes that are as a unit good and not that hard counterable, while first pick requires you to just make sure you account for that absolute last pick, but then just kind of counterpick them one for one as you swap throughout the draft. And it's much easier to counterpick what you currently see than to make sure like your own heroes are not countered by something left in the pool. I personally think, at least. So.
Well, Liquid have gone from fedoras to walking canes.
Yes,
the
this
hipster
is
shit continues.
this is some business associates level of hipster.
Position Enigma.
Almost certainly going to see a Wyvern. We haven't seen that
Yeah.
very much at all, but I'd be pretty shocked if this is not a Wyvern response from Alliance.
I think the one nice thing it does is it does push Alliance towards some of those, you know, slightly less common supports like the Wyvern. Like otherwise, you know, they could be doing something, you know, more to their strengths.
Doesn't really seem like much of an inconvenience.
A Wyvern or Rubik, like, you're really upset
you could even
about
do
either
both.
one of those
You
heroes?
could even do both.
Sure.
I think the scary thing the Enigma might stop is a really good Timbersaw game for Boxy. You could secure his lane with the range creep denies, and if Alliance don't first do something that you're afraid of as a Timbersaw, you could just confidently perhaps second pick that Timbersaw. Because that's been banned the previous 2 games. So this is the first game where that is available to them.
Wyvern seems way too good here. It's a counter to the Black Hole. It's a save for your Death Prophet. I hope whatever hero they pick, if it's not Wyvern, does sort of fit that description. At least one of the 2 descriptions. So it's either a counter to Black Hole or it's a save. So you could do like Rubik Oracle, meaning you pick a Rubik now, and yeah, Wyvern's just too good. I'd be shocked if they didn't pick it. And then at this point, I think you want to establish a threat to the Wyvern Cold Embrace because...
So you want some magic damage.
Yeah, you want...
something that punishes that hero for sitting there.
Yeah, you might pick like Mars now because it's a stable hero, and then you pick like the Pugnas later.
You know who punishes that really well?
What?
Skywrath Mage.
Oh, yeah! It does.
Run it back.
Joking, of course.
Free Atos, baby.
This should be a Taiga Enigma, so looking for Boxy or Insania's hero here, most likely. But yeah, I'm always down with the Mars when I see that Death Prophet. Any other like solo offlaners just because of the Enigma?
How does Lesh lane against Death Prophet?
I have no idea.
So that is a counter, absolutely, to the Wyvern Cold Embrace.
And the Spirit Siphon. I mean,
that's actually a really good pick. I don't know how I didn't see that.
Makes plenty of sense, yeah.
Bit of a passive support duo, though. So you will need some stuns and some setup for the AA, and you'll need some low cooldown stuff to alleviate the push threat of the DP while you have an Enigma Black Hole cooldown. He's going to be much less about the Black Hole, I guess, because you are dealing with the Wyvern. Pretty unreliable to ever get a good Black Hole off as long as Wyvern is alive. So the 2 options are to get really late game where you get BKB Lincolns, or to pick perhaps the Storm Spirit again, something that is entirely intended to jump and assassinate the Wyvern.
We've seen Enigmas who just like forsake the protection entirely and go for more like Teamfight Aura items. And Mech, Guardian Greaves.
I'm pretty surprised they did not ban Spectre on the side of Team Liquid. I think Spectre is incredibly good versus Enigma, and it's incredibly good versus Ancient Apparition. So I'll be keeping an eye out for Spectre. They may save their last pick for Nico Baby again, but I also wouldn't mind if Team Liquid reveals their offlaner third, that Alliance 4th picks either Spectre or Monkey King comes to mind. These are the cores that I love against Enigma in lane as well as in game. And is there anything else? Maybe Gyrocopter, but I don't like Gyro into A. It's actually pretty tough because you always stand your ground and just get blasted.
Medusa is annoying to play
against.
against.
Medusa. That's a great one. I always forget about that hero because honestly in NA you just don't see it at all. It's because we're too good for these AFK farming heroes.
Yeah, NA players, they don't just hate creeps.
Yeah, we're too good for that.
For some reason, it works too well with our terrible play style that we don't pick it, you know? All right, they take Mars for themselves.
So that pretty much guarantees the Death Prophet should be going mid. I guess could theoretically be a 4 position, but it likely will be Nico Baby's hero for last on the side of Alliance.
I would be too shocked if they put it forward just because of the fact that AA is just so good against you. But
so you'd rather see it get kind of demoted in farm priority.
I wouldn't hate it if you pick do shit heroes here.
And it doesn't hurt that you
Pangolier.
have all of those stuns. Pango is one of the first
Pango
heroes that came
into
to mind.
Wyvern, though?
Yeah, that's a problem.
I like Wyvern against Pango.
I guess it's like, hey, who are you going to use Winter's Curse on? Because there's also an Enigma Black Hole to worry about, so maybe they're just thinking,
That's
like,
true.
hey, let's create multiple threats for the Winter's Curse. That
Yeah,
you
he's
can't
going to
use
have
on
to be
everyone.
very smart about his Winter's Curse usage, because the minute it's down, Enigma and Pango feel much better in the fights. I have to imagine Pango will buy a Blink against these heroes. Very hard to ever like swashbuckle in and proceed to use anything.
You've got ways around the Mars arena, both in Shield Crash and Rolling Thunder. And I think another important thing is what hero takes advantage, what hero can solo offlane, and
With, like, some
also
creeps being pulled
uses the
back.
solo experience, right? And I think Pango fits that pretty nicely.
Okay. I can get behind it.
But we'll see if he gets punished by the safe lane carry pick. of
Yeah, I have to
Alliance, whenever
imagine
shows.
that, man, I still love the Spectre pick. And it's weird, though, because unless that's a 4-position DP, you're setting yourself up for last pick carry, right? So that's why this Mars pick to me is honestly a bit strange. I guess you're kind of deny picking it. You're fearful that Team Liquid is most likely going to pick their 3 next, so you don't want to give them what would be considered the most meta offlaner in the game. But you're in this awkward spot now where it's like, we have a really good carry pick that we could pick here, but then we don't really have a... We're not going to last pick our 4, so they do go for the Rubik. Pseudo... or we said Wyvern and Rubik, actually. We just said you could do both, so that makes sense. For whatever reason, I got mixed up there. But now you have the multiple ways to counter the Enigma.
I like getting either your support or offlane here better, or your mid here better, just because I think the Spectre is too vulnerable to what the remaining 2 Liquid heroes are. They still need to pick their carry, their mid. They could do a lot of heroes that can cause Spectre problems, like
Rubik
the
is
TB
really
with
good here.
Reflection, and there's plenty of counter picks available.
I don't mind what you're right. I agree with your sentiment there. And we had been talking about Rubik ever since they even picked the Enigma. So the fact that you're getting it this later on the draft is pretty good. It's a well-paired matchup or lane partner with the Mars and
Well, I wanted a hero that kind of ran at them and played frontline. I was thinking maybe a Viper, but Razor fits a similar story in that.
Against DP, seems pretty nice in lane. Maybe putting it against Mars, but then you have the lift plus the spear to break the link. So I'd much rather it be mid.
We've actually seen Death Prophet do okay versus Razor mid. There was at least one game we had that matchup here.
But what about with 2 base damage less, gods?
True.
That swung the matchup. It's over.
Yep, it's done.
Razor's
I
got
actually
it,
don't
yep.
know. I'm just making
Yeah, I
it.
have no idea. And that's also a 1-game sample size that I recall from this tournament where the Death Prophet went kind of 50-50 with Razor mid.
It seems like a bit of a skill-based matchup. These aren't what you would usually consider mechanically difficult heroes, but I think both of them have similar issues. They can't really tank the creep wave, but yet they both have decent trade mechanics, so it's like whoever keeps better lane equilibrium, better creep aggro, I think would probably win the lane. I think both heroes are capable of winning against each other. Ember banned out. Just another meta hero. I'm digging the Wraith King for Liquid. Something with a stun.
That's exactly. It just feels like they have no way to start a fight. Have a hero that actually kind of runs in and sets things up, like the Ember with the Searing Chains. Pango has that ability to run in with his ultimate, but that's a longish cooldown ultimate.
Especially when you have Ice Blast, right? Like, you want very clear setup for this ability, because it could just as easily miss, and AA has no impact in the team fight.
For sure.
I think the relying on only Black Hole and then maybe Rolling Thunder as a somewhat reliable stun is not it's not the best setup. You want a faster hero than that plays.
You definitely
stuns.
need a dangler right now. You just need a good old walk in there, as you said, gods. You just didn't word it as elegantly as I did.
Yes, dangler. Very elegant.
That is a term not in my.
Oh, they banned the Spectre. Yeah,
my
it's
toolkit.
really good ban.
I think that's where they banned basically they targeted Nico Babe with 2 bans, expecting his hero to be last pick. So even though they knew Void was probably not going to be picked in the second phase, essentially they got to ban both Void and Spectre to prevent them being last picked.
That's why I'm surprised you picked Mars, because I really think you weren't getting Spectre last, and I think it's so good against a Enigma that you should be content getting it 4th, even if it gets slightly countered by the other 2 heroes. But needless to say, I'm sure they have something else up their sleeve.
Speaking of Wraith King, I can see Alliance loving it.
That's partially why I like it. That's partially why. And Yoikes.
Wow.
Looks like a safe lane Razor, mid Pango, and off lane Slardar is what I'm.
You sure it's not safe lane Slardar?
If they do safe lane Slardar, I will immediately pick Alliance to win this game.
Okay.
So I'm not saying it's not, but I will immediately pick them to win the game.
I'm a fan of this Slardar pick. I think it gives them what they needed as far as the just low cooldown stun, set up for the Ice Blast, way to start a fight, amp up the physical damage.
Peel or... Oh, there's the Wraith King. Okay, so they do go Wraith King. I forgot that hero was in the pool because we kind of just assumed... I thought it was... I called it for Liquid, but you were right. It is very good for Alliance here. You do have the link from Razor.
All right,
That's a
BSJ,
tad
sorry, I
annoying.
can't hear from you anymore. It's
Damn
going to be safe lane Slardar.
His prediction's
so
in.
His prediction is in. Gods, you have the field now.
I was hoping it was going to be an offlane Slardar because I like Alliance's draft. I think the Wraith King is perfect for this game, even with the link in play. I think if Wraith King has a good game, gets his free farm, hits up the jungle, you know, I'm feeling it. Channeling my inner NA pub carry player, he's going to just farm his way to victory.
Yeah, Insania came... He woke up this morning, he took a shower, looked in the mirror, and said, I'm looking cute today, and did it again here. And
You're still trying to make that work, huh?
Yeah, I don't know, Insania. What are you doing, buddy? Okay, good luck, Liquid. I think Alliance has it, but I'm glad to be wrong.
All right, well, cute in person, cute in the draft. Insania has a bunch of surprises for us in Game 2 and 3. Didn't work out so well the first time. Will it go better in Game 3? We'll see. It's going to be Grant, and Blitz. Blitz, not BSJ.
Indeed, a game number 3, Alliance versus Liquid, and the drafts, you've got Alliance running these, as we like to say, very, very meta heroes. On the other side, Liquid mixing it up. We got a carry Slardar, a 4 Enigma, middle Razor. We got some stuff, Blitz. We have got some stuff.
We certainly have stuff. That's a really good way to put it.
I mean, who are you looking at? We see the odds right there. At this point, Alliance is more value than the friggin' Great Value brand itself. Like, Blitz, would you agree with these odds?
No, I think actually Alliance might be a little bit ahead.
A little bit? Okay, well, what would you say, honestly? Because it's not like BSJ thinks this is a 90-10 draft. Where do you put it?
BSJ thinks it's a 90-10 draft. 75-25.
Well, he literally said he would never pick them. They have no chance of winning. So to me, that's 100-0. I was actually being nice with the 90-10, but what do you think?
90-10, huh? I'm not sure.
I mean, well, okay, so let's break it down then. What is Liquid's win condition here with this? Is it just, you know, get to the late game and you do have this Black Hole, you have this Pango, or do you have to play fast because you have a Razor and a Slardar?
I think you have to play really fast if you have a Razor and a Slardar.
Okay.
Oh, they're talking to each other. Ready check. Some Swedish.
Indeed.
You know, I'll give you insider info on what that's about.
Okay.
For the past like 10 years of them like playing together, they always go in a party and they ready check each other. Mickey and Hanskin.
Yeah.
So they're friends. They just like get in a party, and when they're in an official, they ready check each other.
Just to make sure. I like it, you know? It's good, you know, friendly, even though, you know, sometimes, you know, these two Liquid Alliance, they have some beef over some stuff, but in the game, the players are here. Yeah, and it will be. Oh, Zibe.
He did not
end up getting it up, and now he might be in a little trouble.
But that's for one top.
He did. Oh, Nico Baby will come defend his friend. So, yeah, it is going to be a 3 for, you're right, that was close to being a 4 for Blitz.
It was a click war for the fourth one, which is pretty rare. Wraith King is such an interesting hero because I feel like he plays too slow in this current meta. But if he just gets the farm, I mean, he's going to carry this game, I feel like default. And I think a lot of Liquid's heroes get countered. Like, I think the Wyvern and the Rubik obviously counter the Enigma, but I think this Rubik is also very good against Slardar. In fact, all their heroes are bad against Wyvern, aside from, like, AA. AA is obviously very good, but... Yeah, Pango is bad against Wyvern. Enigma's bad for obvious reasons. You get your Black Hole canceled no matter what. Slardar, because you can't burst. Rubik is really good against all these heroes, too. Yeah. He has so many things he can steal. He can steal Ball. He can steal the Slardar Crush. He always gets the lift against Slardar, too.
Yeah. Well, we'll just see. In that top lane is there Doolin, and then bottom. So it is you do say this Wyvern is great against Olm. It is a position 5 Wyvern, right? So it's going to be all about his positioning because he's not really going to have items to do stuff with. So we'll have to watch out for him. And then, Boxy is getting beat down. Obviously does have that swashbuckle. Doesn't want to use it because he knows if he uses it, his lane's just over for that cooldown.
And you can see Taiga just farming around this mid area. But this is something that I think Alliance should know is happening / see coming.
Yeah. All right. And then middle lane, this was the lane that really got out of control last game, obviously, with that Limp TA just doing some crazy stuff. Limp will get held under that tower. Loses 30 damage here. Who favorite is this? I wanted to say it's Razor a little bit, but am I wrong in that?
No, I think Razor's favorite here.
Okay.
Just because when you're linking each other, obviously the damage hits a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those weird interactions where DP, for the most part, likes the Spirit Siphon, and this is like one of the few matchups where it doesn't really benefit her that much.
Yeah. Well, 0-0, still 2 minutes in. S4 and Hanskin harassing out Mickey, but it looks like Insania will be able to get that free pull-off. See if they want to try to challenge it up a little bit. Now Hanskin will roll over that way, but Insania defending that pull. And, well, the Enigma still just jungling boots first. Tons of clarity. Clarities seem to, I will say, for jungle Enigma. Wait, there's going to be a level 1 stun middle. It's going to be Limp getting hit up. And here come the little dudes, the Eidolons. He goes for the block, but instead he's kind of just feeding away a little bit of experience here.
Yeah, that does not go in their favor. Let me say, level 1 Eidolons and level 1 stun
are
just
not bad.
Like, yeah, that's not a game changer.
Yeah.
Quite yet. I'd prefer to see Taiga just farm.
Yeah, get that greed. I mean, we've seen him. I believe it was the Major a little bit ago when he had that crazy Enigma game. You know what he can do when he gets that farm. The key is getting to that point in the game.
Yeah, I just think laning-wise, like top lane, I think is favorable for S4.
Yeah. Ooh.
Like, I don't think he can die here. He'd have to really mess up. Look at this. He just hits him back.
And is completely okay, as you say. Radiant structure is fortified. Looks like pushing into the mid lane he wanted to. And Limp, yeah, diving that tower will salve up. And now Taiga, he does get the block. It is a max plasma field. And all of a sudden, Limp is going to get turned around on. Now the level 1 stun. It looks like it will be enough. Oh, yeah, gets them. That's a big one for them there, because you do commit a lot, as you say, with that Enigma. But now he can go back to the jungle, and all of a sudden, Koikva, he's feeling a little bit better.
And bottom lane is going okay for Boxy. So laning phase is all right-ish.
Yeah.
It's just, I think, mid lane is like they're griefing each other right now.
They really are. And, well,
like, look at this. You have one guy with 9 CS, one guy with 10 CS, and they're actually just like running at each other nonstop. No one's getting levels here. In fact, they're like behind each other when it comes. They're behind like their safe laners almost when it comes to XP.
Yeah.
Which is pretty like unheard of.
It is. We've seen that Death Proud's been diving past the tower. The Enigma, you always have to be careful for. There is a ward now. Zibe just placed middle lane, so he has a little bit more vision of what's going on there. But Taiga is still just chilling.
It's almost like neither of them are trying to win like the lane.
Yeah. Oh, Boxy.
They're just trying to ruin each other's game.
Yeah. Oh, man, all that damage. I was saying Boxy, Nico, baby, almost just dies to that straight-up swashbuckle.
But his game is still very good.
Yeah, it is.
He's got the most CS in the game right now.
Yeah, what do you need? So what do you want to see him do? Do you want to see him go the Armlet Radiance? Because that's what it seemed like the successful play from earlier Europe was. Or do you think if you're farming this well, you do actually just go Radiance straight up?
I think you can just go Radiance straight up. You can go phase boots into Radiance if you have absolute farm like this, and you don't die, especially here.
Ooh, they're going to try to dive Boxy. They don't want him to get all this experience under the tower, and I think somehow bring him down. He doesn't have a swashbuckle. He has a mango swashbuckle. Will he get it in time? Oh, Nico, baby, with the backswing. Didn't quite get the attack off now, but middle. Koikva and Limp, once again, as you said, trading into each other top lane. S4 gets the spear back. Mickey doesn't get stunned. S4 doesn't go down, and everyone survives. Everyone getting so low in every lane, but no one quite dropping yet.
I mean, this is going to be a Mars that gets to play against a bunch of people that right-click him from the front. Like, this is going to be a really nice Mars game.
Yeah, bottom, the tower is going down. It
will
Boxy
drop
gets
it. Double!
What?
There's some tips coming out. I don't actually know how that happens, honestly.
Yeah, the tower was getting attacked. The tower was actually destroying the Winter Wyvern. He went from like to 200 HP just eating tower hits, and then they just line up and Boxy. I gotta say, nice use of the targeting there. Hits both of them perfectly in his game. Well, might have just gone way up. Meanwhile, the AA top. Just getting right click. Phase boots there. Insania will definitely be going down top. No, he gets bashed. He gets stunned. Taiga middle. Won't be able to get a kill. And okay, Insania makes it out. Mars now getting right clicked.
And he's got Spear. He's got mana. They're going to win this regen trade up at top. Like, this is favorable for Mars as it stands. And even despite the 3-0 kill score, in fact, the gold is still in favor for Alliance, so they're doing just fine. Yeah, there's even 2 bounty runes here that I think Zibe, if he sees this first one, he's going to grab the other one, and they'll get even further ahead.
Oh, and he's going to look at Taiga was actually
he's going to know, though. He's going to know that, like, neither of them were taken.
Yeah, that's nice for the side of Alliance. And hey, you do not see that bottom tower go down this early almost ever, right? You always usually see them rotate up top and take that tier 1. So what does this do to the map? Does it really do anything losing that bottom tier 1 this early, or is it really not that big?
So that you can't counter rotate for when Boxy gets dove like that.
Okay.
But that's like 500 gold that
it is a lot of team gold, yeah.
Just gained for the 2 bounty runes.
And we see Boxy is trying to style on him now. Stun is going to get thrown out. He does have the roll. He might need to use it before he gets right-clicked down. No, that? He just dies.
Boxy?
Question mark? Top lane, they're diving in. Mickey running at Hanskin, limps here. He does have his ulti and he pops it. It's not the strongest level 1, but it is still very strong. But Koikva counter rotates. There's going to be the black hole. It hits on the limp. It hits on the Hanskin, and it'll be a double. There's the spear. S4 just saying, yo, I'll try to help, but I can't really.
He's saying, I'm out of here. And the tips come out. I think Boxy should have had a kill, by the way, on Wyvern, almost certainly.
Yeah.
And instead, he kind of just gave up
a lot of golden. Dude, I think the one here you don't want to be giving him a lot of golden experience to in a game, right? It's slow-paced is this Wraith King, because he's going to just come online so much quicker with all that gold.
Yeah, I don't think you want to get to, like, 200 HP and then start rolling up
and then just get
into a ball. Then he just got hit, like... That was the easiest kill I think Nico Baby's ever had. He actually just right-clicked him and stood there.
Okay, cool.
That's free.
I'll take it.
But not terrible for Liquid. I think that top dive by Limp was a little bit unnecessary and a little bit too much. He's like had a really rough game though. Only 31 CS, 0-2. Like his net worth is really rough right now. Like he's even behind the 4 Enigma for context.
Yeah, very greedy on that Enigma. Almost level 7 now after this camp. Seems like Alliance wants to maybe pressure this tier 1 tower top. Do you like the Wraith King just chilling bottom and farming? Is that okay, or do you want him to kind of help out and push top?
No,
like
you want him to farm like he is right now.
Okay.
Like the worst thing about Boxy's death at bottom is that it just gave him so much space and free gold.
Yeah.
And they don't really have anything now because they had to commit the Black Hole to top for this Wraith King to get pressured. Like he's already built up 1,800 gold, and he's gonna have a very, very fast Radiance. Like he has Iron Talon coming too.
Yeah, he just sent his Ocean Heart home. He said, you guys can have it. Give me that Talon. 10 minutes is coming up. This feels like a pretty big timing because it is the bounty runes. Not just that, it is the outpost as well. And experience in a game like this where we're seeing a lot of 3 to 4 man fights already, you want those supports to get that extra experience.
Oh, 100%. We saw Alliance in game number 1 not take either of them.
It hurt.
So Boxy's sticking around. He likely has to give this outpost up.
Yeah.
The only way he saves it is if he's like right there right now and he Pango rolls. Otherwise, I think this one is done and dusted.
We do see Koikvo is actually running down that way as well, but they knew, Nico, baby, you're not trying to run into him.
Nah, he's not slick.
Yeah. On the other side of things. So this Slardar, what do you, it looks like he's going for a hood on the safe lane. I mean, what do you need to go on this carry Slardar? Is it just going for these kind of mid-game items and you're just going to try to roll over them, or?
Yeah, I think so. As they're going to go on S4 at top. I don't think he's going to die when he's in the tree line like this. And in fact,
he doesn't even
Hanskin's going to come back. Yep. And bounty rune wise, Liquid is not doing a good job grabbing bounty runes.
Yeah, because look at, if that's Zibe, it is. I looked on the screen, I'm like, if that's Zibe stealing this for the, what, 3rd time almost, he is owning on this Winter Wyvern, getting a 10 team gold. Boxy will get the other one this time.
That ward is way too hyper efficient right now for for Alliance. Like, it's been there. It's spotted 2 bounty runes now. It sees the Razor farming. And Death Prophet is slowly starting to catch up. She's got 62 CS to the 58 of Koikva.
Top lane. Possibly going for a kill. S4 has his ulti. He will throw it up. Spear goes into the wall. Should be some damage. AA Blast gets dodged by S4. Well played by him. But Mickey gets the bash off. S4, is he actually going to go down? No. He won't, at least for now. But he's dying to that Midnight Pulse. Taiga finally brings him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
and he didn't want to walk up and black hole, but that's also worth it for Alliance. You'll gladly trade the Mars for the level 7 Slardar.
And guess what? Well, you got to blink on your Enigma now, so possible big plays incoming. We'll see. Limp, meanwhile, just farming middle versus Quakeva. Level 10 versus level 10 and 11, as you said. Kind of under-leveled on these middles just because they're both playing this kind of weird aggression against each other and even rotating around the map. You normally don't see these heroes do that.
Yeah, but I think Alliance is winning pretty hard right now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think because I think you have a lot of net worth tied up in your Enigma on Liquid, and I don't think he actually can carry this game. Like, there's a lot that counters him. There's so much that counters him. If he decides to go Lincolns, because there's 2 single target spells that stop his black hole, it's not amazing. So
they will get the kill here.
Yeah, right click. And so, like, even if he gets BKB, you're going to get hole stolen. Like, you won't get it stopped, but you'll get it stolen, which is really rough. You have Wraith King, who I think is, like, he loves these long cooldown ultis.
That's
like
why you always see him
ults.
picked against Chrono, right?
Yeah, Chrono,
die
Black
once,
Hole.
you're back.
He loves all that. And they don't really have the best burst damage to take him down twice either. Like the Razor and his Static Drain. Yeah, I think they're losing pretty hard right now. Like, if the game continues at this pace, I think Liquid will lose. Just because of, by virtue of, like, their 3 cores having more farm than Liquid's 3 cores.
We are just watching. You see the Wraith King. Yeah, that net worth flying up to the top. This is Wraith King. Where are we at? Relic is purchasable, has 3.8, and he will. This is looking like about a 14 to 15 minute radiance here, depending on the skellies.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that Nico Baby loves. Like, the game is slowed down. His team doesn't need him to fight whatsoever. And he can just kind of sit and be unpressured and farm. And he loves it when he's ahead of the other carry. And if you just look at the sheer amount of farm that he has, he's got 2,000 more gold than Mickey. And more importantly than that, he has so many levels above everybody else.
Yeah, having a good time right now. And
they're gathered around towards this bottom lane, but they don't have a tier 1, so no one can really TP. Boxy, he's going to get stunned.
He is stunned up. Skeleton Sony will just fly away for now with that swashbuckle and make it out.
And they're smoked up in this side of the jungle, but they're not really getting anything here. Quakeva's getting a little bit lowish.
I got a question. Since we do finally have our first Wraith King after, wait up, we might have a possible fight. The Relic! Oh, did he get, he got the Relic barely. The chicken goes down, but he did get his Relic. Oof.
Yeah, but now they know they're all in the jungle, and they've wasted quite a bit of time here. Like, there's a time investment for just getting that courier that delivers the Relic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so Wraith King, right? One of the nerfs to him was the skeletons don't last 90 seconds anymore. It's 60. Is that a big deal, or do the skeletons normally die before then anyways? I didn't know about that one because it's kind of a weird nerf.
I think it's pretty good. It's making it so that they can't just go for like tier 1 and
forever
tier 2
and
push.
stuff. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And they see Nico Baby, but they're gonna whiff pretty hard.
Yeah, as you said, they're trying to bring him down, but it takes 2.
Yeah.
And he's almost level 12. He definitely doesn't want to skill his ult. He's like, yo, let me at least get level 12 on Wraith King, then I'll think about doing stuff.
And S4 is really happy right now because he knows that there's been this big rotation towards this top lane. Mickey is going towards bottom, and I think if Alliance wins this fight, if they end up taking this fight on the side of Liquid, I think they might just win straight up.
Start rolling over.
Yeah, because this fight's pretty important. There's a Arcane Rune on Taiga, but he's going to get out of here now. And during this entire time, S4 is just farming top.
Yeah.
Like, they're getting out-rotated, I'd say.
15-minute runes, and he spears them away, gets the bounty rune. Liquid will get the bottom 2 this time, so the Winter Wyvern not sneaking his way over this time. But they will get the counter ward here. That big one, you said this is kind of where they've been playing around because they have vision there. Well, no longer. So what are the plays that Liquid needs to make? Because clearly they don't have the late game. We can straight up say that right now. Maybe if, crazy black holes, but Slardar against Wraith King.
They really rely on the hole this game. But I think this game actually comes down to Liquid's... The black hole has to be huge, and he has to fulfill a lot of conditions. He has to not get it stolen. That's one. He has to... Also, like, there's so much stuff he actually has to do.
S4 is going to spear him away. He only steals 42 damage. They're going to pull in Box. He just dies instantly. A-Blast, will he flank out? Will he hit Limp? No, he dodges a kill on the Quakeva as well. And now Insania is going to try to run, but nah. Limp with the Yules that tread so much moon speed. Goodbye. Triple kill, and Nico Baby gets the tower. His Radiance will be here very shortly, and even Boxy's Courier goes down with the Dragon Skill. I feel like that fight just shifted it. You said they need to win a fight, and they didn't. Alliance 3-0 in that one, and a Tier 1 tower.
And he's got Radiance, and they've got mid tower. Like the mid tower that Liquid wanted really bad is just going to be taken by Alliance. They're all just going to come up here. You see Boxy just
Dude, he got shredded by the DP ulti. Like if you're in melee range of DP and she summons a ghost, they will immediately attack you. Yeah, they dive. Get that kill on Insania, and even Nigo was like, and I'll take the tower.
Deny mid by Taiga.
So a little bit something, actually. They were 2K gold. Now it's only 1K, and you deny another big chunk of gold there. But as you said, we got to see what this first big black hole can do, because it seems like Alliance might just push top lane in.
I just don't think that Slardar is going to outcarry Wraith King. I think that Death Prophet is also stronger. And I think the two supports from Alliance counter. Like, as long as, again, Hanskin's only job in this game is to steal Black Hole and not get Black Hole himself.
Okay.
If he does that, this game's really straightforward for them. Yeah.
Pupil's Gift picked up there by Limp. He'll take it. 13 strength, always nice.
There's a reason why I think Wyvern and Rubik works here. It's because Wyvern will always be able to stop the Black Hole
and you'll always
with
be
the
able to
curse.
steal it.
And then during that time, he can't cast anything else, right?
Yeah.
So you're always going to get the steal off. Like, let's say, for whatever reason, the Rubik gets caught. Like, he ends up in a bad position, and then he gets Black Cold. You can just Wyvern Curse right after that. He's stuck in place, and then you have plenty of time to hole yourself.
Oh, there is going to be the Mars ulti on the backside. We even get Limp. He gets the silence off on Pangolier. Right-clicks the flying on Koikva. Not the most damage done by Nico Baby yet, but he does have that Radiance now, so he's trying to burn him down, and Koikva will drop. Boxy gets his ulti off. He's trying to roll around. They do get the first Wraith King life, but I don't know if you want to fight Limp here. Maybe you do. The A-Blast, he dodges a lot of abilities there with the Yules, though. They're still trying to get him. S4 does whip the spear, but Mickey dying on the backside. The Nico Baby gets the steal. What is it? It will be the Malefice, so now you got another stun on Rubik as well.
Still 2 cores dead, and all you traded was the Wraith King ulti. And the pace of this game, like I said, it's just way too favorable for Alliance for Liquid to win.
It's going to ramp up here because Death Prophet, guess what? That was a no ulti fight. DP just got level 15 and has the ulti again. Grovebow found by that Enigma. Limp will tip Koikva. Just randomly, just cuz. Why not? Hanskin, S4. They've done a good job of just rotating around S4. As you said, he did a good job. He saw it. They didn't need him for those early engagements, so he just farmed top for quite some time and allows him to get phase boots, blink, and Hanskin. He's got an Aether lens already. As you said, these supports are so farmed on Alliance now. Will be a smoke, and actually Radiant does scan out, so they know at least one person was running through that way. But it's a smoke from Alliance as well. They're going to find it. It's going to be the lift on the Pangolier. Limp coming in. Do we have the silence? Do we even need the silence? Yeah, they'll throw it out because he does have the mech survival. It is a nice two-man crush. Can Boxy make it out? No. There's the black hole too, but it's instantly cursed, and it's a stolen. We have the black hole, but he does get bashed up. Looks like he might even just hold on to it. I don't think he wants to use it yet, and oh man, this is looking like another. Yeah, this looks like another. Well, I hate to say it, but a very one-sided game in this series because Alliance, everything's coming up A.
Yeah, this game I think might just be. I think it's been done for about 10 minutes now. Honestly, yeah, I don't think they can get pressure out onto this Wraith King. I don't think they can take a second life, and I think as long as the two supports literally have to get black hole together. That's honestly the only way that this goes okay for them.
And you see that it was a good black hole. There wasn't a winter wyvern, but there is a winter wyvern. So unfortunately, it's not Koikva getting chased down at this bottom bounty in the spear. He does dodge it, and because he has 3 points in his Storm Surge, he's able to kind of just go away. Boxy rolling on in now, does hit S4 finally. Will they be able to at least bring S4 down? He has a lot of minus armor. It's only at 2 right now, and they do bash him, and they will get this kill. And they needed a retaliatory kill. Hanskin dying as well, actually, to Insania. That's the black hole now gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the one that he held.
Okay.
It's just, I think it's so much better for him than it is for, like, it's better for the Rubik to have hole than it is for the Enigma. Because the Enigma, I feel like it's impossible for him to get it off. And now it's 2.25 to 1.6. I think that's
even that.
insane.
I would say Alliance should, you know,
Alliance. Like that 12 to 1 that I saw earlier, I think is more accurate.
And Nico B right now, he's going to have his level 3 ulti, by the way, after this creep wave, and he is just pushing into the base. He actually blinks forward. He did not get the static link off, so all these hits are for free. There's the Yules. He's just dead. Nico Baby plays him. A nice ward placed, I believe, by Zibe there that gave him vision knowing that's going to happen. Now he's just starting the base. Insania, I don't think you can fight this Nico Baby. First hit, crit, Crypt Swarm attack, triple kill Nico Baby. And hey, how about a tier 3 tower 21 minutes in, it looks like.
Yeah, this game is looking wildly over right now.
Yeah, Nico Baby with that casual, the Hector glove of haste there. And they will try to get the ulti down. Does the Urn do enough? Oh, he gets healed, but Boxy does bring down. The A-Blast is going to be wasted because of that. It does hit on the S4, at least. Boxy rolling through. The Spirit Siphon still doing damage to him, but he will roll back into the base. Do you try to take Rax? Doesn't look like it.
No, you can Rosh first.
Okay.
Like, you have Rosh bounty runes. There's no reason not to get all this gold, and this is going to absolutely secure you the game.
As they farm up the jungle creeps on the way there. Doesn't look like they just want to go straight into it yet.
No, not really.
It's a little surprised by that. And look at this. Limp going to give his bottle to Nico Baby, but...
Oh, he didn't even bottle the...
Yeah, and now he just has an empty bottle in his backpack.
Whoops.
You know, if that's the worst mistake Alliance is going to make this game, I'm sure they're okay with that, though. And it looks like they're going to go into Rosh now, or are they just going top?
I thought they were going to go Rosh.
Me too. Oh, and now Dire. They scan it and they ping they're doing Rosh, but actually they were just walking by.
Yeah, they know that they're either going back away from Rosh or they're walking towards top. And this will confirm that they're walking towards top.
Eidolons. I'm just watching this Wraith King. Oh, so much free gold. Mickey. On this carry Slardar, he is going Hood. He went Hood first into Blink, into a BKB, so not the best scaling, as you said. They're just going to get on top of someone and try to just blow them up as the A-Blast slows down Rosh again. But Wraith King should be fine. A-Blast going away. He'll just walk in. They almost have a full Assault Cuirass on him now. Only about 300 away after this Rosh. They probably will have it. Zibe sitting on the outside. And guess what? Your position 5 Winter Wyverns, he's got an item. He's got a Blink Dagger. So his positioning, he can sit very, very far back if he needs to. Bottom lane, he's thinking about maybe setting up on Boxy. He has the ulti. Do you just pop it to lock him down here? There it is. They will lock him down. Limp comes in. You have the Silence and the Spirit Siphon. He does have the mech and 14 wand charges. He has a lot of survivability. They're trying to make him the Silence last forever. He might just go down the Yules into the Crypt Swarm. Times it perfectly. In comes the Rubik's Cube.
Oh, Hanskin.
He's a rolling. He's looking, and they will find the Razor. He doesn't even get a static link up yet. It's going to be a Silence, and Limp plus Hanskin just straight up owning this. Nice Yules off. He's alive for now. And he is got that 3 points in Storm Surge. He's trying to go away. Limp's like, I know which way you're going. He's in there. Does he throw it the correct way?
He runs into it.
Well played by Limp there, and that gives him, he earned it. He gets the godlike there. Perfectly placed Crypt Swarm.
And Mickey actually gets speared away by S4.
Oh, bye.
Okay.
Slither on away. Nico
I think S4
Baby
actually made that harder for Nico Baby.
He's like, yo, let me farm the creeps and the heroes. I got this one. They are going to be pushing into the base now, almost level 20. He will be after one more neutral camp, so we'll get that no reincarnation mana cost, I assume. But hey, you never know. Nah, he does.
Do they have any mana?
Taking away abilities? No.
No.
Yeah.
I think the reason he goes for this is just, like, Wraith King likes to cast as many Wraith Fire Blasts as possible.
Yeah, you just want to. You never want to have to worry about, like, can I stun someone? No, you want to be able to just stun someone. They do back up. Range Drax slowly getting chunked. The AC is online now for Nico Baby. Skeletons just get shredded, but they will respawn. Oh, I believe you might just be it. Mickey's going to try to save. Oh, goodness. The spear just shatters the ice. And they're looking for the melee barracks. Nico Baby still farming up those Eidolons. The Radiance, killing them slowly. And this is just going to be a free melee Rax here. 12K lead for the Alliance team. 25 minutes in here. Such a clean game, 2 and 3 from them.
Yeah, they're going to march down mid and just do the same thing over again. They've got this Aegis Wraith King with the level 3 reincarnation. Yep. So it's a 40-second cooldown. And on top of that, he has the second life from the Aegis, so they've got to deal with him 3 separate times, and we've seen how difficult it is for Liquid to even bring him down once. Don't think this is going to be a winnable position. He's going to build up the Skeleton Bros. He's got 6 charges now, grabs the tier 2, pops them.
And there it going. Guess what? Limp has his ulti as well. Silence actually goes. This might just be a straight up kill. It's going to be a spear back. Well played there. Nico, baby. Did they have vision? Yeah, they did have a little bit of vision there in that top lane. That was well done. Big shout out to Zibe with all the wards he's had. He has locked this game down for him. Nico, baby, gets the last hit on the tower. And it feels like we're just waiting for the inevitable GG here as Alliance. Oh, Taiga dodges. But you just lost a full nother Rax. And they'll just back out for now. They still have to get that tier 2 bottom. Obviously, the lane pushed very far in. Boxy has done a good job of trying to push out that bottom lane. But now, maybe a just 4 to 5 man on down there and think of ending the game. Hanskin gonna get the bounty runes first, though. Does Nico maybe have a full Ags, by the way? No, okay. I just saw he had a point booster. He does?
No,
he did. He does have it. Okay, wow. Fun.
So now this is like the ultimate, like, you cannot come back into this game item for his team. Like, even the black hole will not do anything. Liquid's going to go for one last attempt, but this is into the Aegis Wraith King. This is a desperation attempt so that they can't go and just go for it again. But, like, they're going to run into Nico, baby.
Yeah, they're like, wait a minute, this guy still has, like, 5 life.
And look at him
he
go.
just crits immediately into Koiba. Koiba, he needs to steal some damage, but he's just getting right-click down. He will get healed up a little. He's still taking all the damage. BKB, so he's going to lose all his damage. They'll have a little bit of time here, possibly. No, he still hits the crit and gets the kill. Boxy just rolling around, but you do take damage when you hit that wall. He will bounce over this time. Hanskin, is he going to get the steal?
Oh.
No, good job by Boxy dodging it, but in the bottom lane, it's going to be the Enigma gets ulted up by the winner Wyvern. There's going to be a silence. He throws out his BKB, but he doesn't want to pop that black hole. He'll just die if he does. Spear actually ends up hitting the AA. I think he meant to hit the Enigma,
but
they'll take that. They will definitely take that one.
We take those. Yep. And that's going to be a tier 2 bottom tower taken.
Maybe, as they're diving the base. And they're getting another. It's just game.
Yeah, it's just game. They cannot win this game.
It is. I will give you an unwinnable, and there's the GG from Insania Alliance. After that game 1.
They brought it back?
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure everyone, on the forums, even us, were like, yo, this is, I don't know, Alliance, what's going on? And S4 says, hey, let me wake up, let me get a game to draft, and just 3 dominating games in the series, right, with Liquid taking that game 1 very easily. And then Alliance, it felt like game 2 and 3 were just all them all the time.
Yeah, they dominated this one. Liquid had one good moment at bottom when they were able to get the double kill from Boxy onto the Wraith King and the Wyvern, but that was really the only moment that we saw. And the 2 black holes we saw, one got stolen.
Yeah.
And one was instantly canceled. So, but well done by Alliance.
Yeah, they own. I mean, I'm just looking at the scores. 11, 2, and 6 on Limp after his TA, another grid. And that was a little bit of a funny mid lane because, like, neither of these two are really getting anything.
No, they just didn't farm. They just kind of denied each other farm.
And then on the other side, you did have a carry Slarda. Didn't end up working out, but Nico, baby, 8, 1, and 5. Free farm on Wraith King. You can't do that. Well, we're going to go over to the panel and see what the hell just happened in that series.
I'll tell you what happened. Grant, 2 clean games, gets S4 his first victory in Alliance since 2014. An impressive series. Gods, BSJ, what did you guys think?
I'll let him go first.
I think they figured out how to change their draft from game 1. Something we saw a bit in the last series. Even though they lost that one, they won game 2 with a good draft and had a very competitive game 3. Just using 10th pick to great effect. They have this Wraith King, and suddenly he's got this kind of perfect game where there's no carry that's going to outscale him with the team. He has an easy lane where he should be free farming, although they make a misplay and they get double killed. But realistically, there was nothing that was ever going to stop this Wraith King this game.
I'm going to be straight up and say that during the NA region, there were like several games where it's like, that was just a crap game, and, one team just didn't play very well or whatever. And I feel like during the EU region, I've been more so like, wow, this is really good Dota. This is very impressive. Every game's been back and forth. I'm just going to be honest and say this was like the most disappointing series of the entire EU region for me so far. I think Alliance came game 1 with a terrible draft and just gave it to Team Liquid, and I think Team Liquid did the opposite in game 2 and 3. I hope I'm kind of saying what everyone at home is thinking. These 3 games were just a complete stomp one way or the other. They were just terrible drafts. I don't get it.
If you're a Dota fan, you probably saw this match on the calendar like, I'm going to make sure I'm awake and watching this one. Because there's 4 best of 3s every day. Obviously, the hardcore fans maybe have time to watch everything. Not everyone can. But Alliance, Liquid, rivalry, it's meant to be hype.
I don't want to be like a negative Nancy about what's going on in this series, but I tune in for the first 5 minutes of every game and you just know it's over. Like, you actually just... It's just sad. Like, I think both of these teams are way better than this. I think, obviously, Alliance game 2 and 3, like, they did what they're supposed to do. That's great. But, like, does this prove anything to me about them as a team? Like, no, because Liquid just didn't show up for game 2 and 3. And I don't think there's any argument. Like, we're always told we're supposed to do a prediction for the games. And, like, we'll be like, yeah, it's 55-45. We think this team might do better than this one or whatever. I don't think Gods and I have ever been more confident in our assertions of who was going to win in the draft.
We're both 3 for 3 this
series.
There's
plenty of times where we're wrong. Like, we'll be like, yeah, we think this team's going to win and why, and then the game just looks completely different. And I'm telling you, if you and I can be like, wow, this game just looks so easy for this team, and then it does, I have to believe players of this caliber could have just done better. That's all I got to say. This is the first time in the entire EU CIS region that I've been disappointed with a series from both teams.
And we can give as many
one
excuses to Alliance in their previous series. We did so against Ninjas of Pajamas. We said, hey, S4, they have a stand-in in Zibe. S4 is new to this Alliance. He's probably still figuring things out with them. Understandable that sometimes you have a draft that misses. But this Liquid team, what excuses can you really give them?
I don't know.
New patch?
Maybe they're trying. The new patch. Yes, I just think Alliance dropped game 1. Like Liquid did what they were supposed to do. Like all 3 games, one team did what you would expect out of both of these teams. That's what I'm basically saying about this series. And I think Alliance did what they were supposed to do, game 2 and 3. But like if they have an equal footing draft and Alliance is given this exact draft, would they execute in a way that would be capable of players of their caliber? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't tell you anything if they just have that significant of an advantage. And it's like, I know you can play when you have a better draft. I want to see what you guys can do. So I hope that the next series I get a better look on Alliance either way, because the funny thing is about all 6 of their games, including the ones against NIP, it felt pretty one-sided whether or not they won or lost the draft, which is odd because I don't think it's been that way for most other teams. So I'm looking forward to seeing their progression as a team, and I'm glad they took game 2 and 3 so convincingly like they did. They didn't get demoralized by game 1, and I just expect better from Liquid moving forward. And I just don't understand how if you're going to first pick Phoenix the first game where you ban the Mirana, it makes sense. You're covering your pick, like we ban the hero that's good against it. We pick the hero. It's like you pick this Enigma and you didn't ban a single hero first round. That's good versus Enigma.
The last thing I would say about the draft is that often you'll see a team outdraft the other, but you kind of want to give them props because they drafted them into a corner.
Yeah.
But this was just Liquid having bad opening picks.
Yeah.
Like it was just CM Storm and then Enigma overall first pick, and you're just like, these heroes were not good openings.
I thought what they had to pick Wraith King on Liquid because it was you can't give them Spectre or Wraith King against the lineup you've given them. And we also said like the support's good against Enigma or Rubik Wyvern. They're both in the pool. You give it to them for like every pick for Alliance just seemed like they were dunking on them, and Liquid was alley-ooping it. I was like, here you go.
Well, I want to give a quick shout out. I know Nico Baby did classic Nico Baby things.
Very
carried
classic,
that game,
as
but,
expected.
I do want to give a shout out to S4. I thought his Mars was quite sick.
Oh,
and,
absolutely.
A new hero, an old dog, but he certainly learned some new tricks and looked marvelous on that Mars. And somebody else who always looks marvelous, both in game and in person, is Hanskin. And I believe we have him for an interview. Hanskin, are you there?
What's up?
Hey, what's going on, buddy? How'd you feel after that series?
I mean, it feels pretty good. I think game 2 and 3 were pretty smooth for us. So yeah, it feels good to have some good showings with the new roster I get already, you could say.
Okay, I'm gonna lead with the softball here. How does it feel to play with a legend in S4?
I mean, it's good. It's like we're still trying to figure out the balance. How strong of a leader he's gonna be. Drafting. There's a lot of things that are new when you make changes, but it feels really nice. He's so experienced, and it's really easy to get along and play with him.
You mentioned game 2 and 3 very smooth, and we kind of felt from our perspective after the draft that we felt very strongly you guys had a big edge. Is that what you attribute those games going smoothly, or do you think it was also things in game that gave you a big advantage?
I mean, you could say that. Yeah, I think game one, like, sure, we could have done some adjustments in the draft, but I think also, like, it was very sloppy from our part. We had a lot of misplays on both our sidelines, and the game just kind of snowballed. I think game 2 and 3, though, we knew what we were going to do and kind of just executed. Felt more natural, I guess.
And when I watch you guys, it seems like your drafts get significantly better over the course of the series. So do you feel like, as a team with S4 as your new captain, is it as noticeable within the group that you're learning as much together as quickly as you are, as it is from a third-person perspective?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors to it. Like, first of all, S4 hasn't really played Pro Dota in a long time. So, yeah, it feels shaky in the start, but also, like, none of us, there's a new captain's mode, new patch, there's a lot of ideas, and on top of that, we haven't really, like, I think we have maybe 7 or 8 scrims under our belt right now, and that's with varying players on the 5 position. So we just need some time, I think, and yeah, I definitely would say it's getting better over time, yeah.
Awesome, man.
All right, well, I would be remiss if I didn't ask the question that I'm sure everyone wants to hear about. The kick of both Fada as well as 33 came to a surprise to a lot of people. I was just wondering if you had any words on that.
I mean, I don't want to really go too much in detail. It's like a tough topic to speak about publicly. But yeah, Loda released an interview where he kind of explained it. And I think that's quite accurate. Like, I really like those. I have nothing bad to say against them. It's just hard for me to give a proper answer without, bashing on somebody in one way or another. So, yeah, if you haven't read about it, just go check Loda's interview, and that's what I'm gonna go with.
Okay,
Yeah.
I believe he said that it was, they're great players, but you guys just didn't quite click together. Is that kind of the summary?
Yeah, I would say so. There was some dividing in the team in some areas, and yeah, I wish them nothing but the best.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Hanskin. Really appreciate it, and good luck in your future matches.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Always good to hear from Hanskin, man. He's a really nice, down-to-earth guy, pretty soft-spoken, but can still be a beast in the game.
Yeah, he's just a really nice guy.
Yeah.
Nothing else to... I've met him a few times, and every time... There's some players out there where you never really know, but with him and players like Limp, I've met them, and you're just like, is it real? Like, are you guys actually just that nice?
No, the first time
usually are.
I got to meet them when they first came onto the scene, when it was like Heroes of New Earth, and he was still learning Dota, but managed to qualify for like Star Ladder or something like that, and got a chance to meet that whole crew, and they're just super nice. No sense of like ego or anything, just really easy to talk to.
And I feel like he's really come into his own as a player. There's been many games where he's been like the stand-up player on that 4 position role. For a long time, I think our criticisms often of him was he's more of a 5 position who's trying to play 4 a lot and taking a lot of farm and not really looking like those high-impact 4s. And that's completely changed with this Alliance team. He's played fantastic throughout the series and all the tournaments. Alliance getting top 6 at multiple majors was often on the back of some of his showings.
Yeah, all right. Well, that brings our Alliance versus Liquid, that a hot, spicy match. Well, it didn't turn out quite that way, but still, Alliance get a win with S4 in 2020. It's good to see it. Now we have one more series to go. It is Team Secret versus Ninjas in Pajamas. You won't want to miss this. Don't go anywhere. We have a break, and we'll be back.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Bill.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no. You're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay locked in love.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Ninjas in Pajamas versus Team Secret is going to be our final series of the day. One of the best teams in the world in Team Secret versus a TI winner in Peter Pan Dam, and a very young squad that he's put together. Try and lead Ninjas in Pajamas into a new victory of 2020. I've got Grant as well as Blitz joining me. Grant, you seem pretty amped up for this series. What's going on, baby?
Dude, when I looked at you, I thought you were BSJ with how mauled you were, but no, he's over there actually. My bad.
Liquid
Yeah.
sucks at drafting.
No, I'm excited for this one. As you said, I would say PPD Puppy, probably two of the best 4 captains of all time in the Western scene. Obviously, you know, with the No Tails and Kuros,
List
I put
them.
those 4. I just did.
Okay.
No Tail, Puppy, Kuro, Peter. No order there. Just the 4 best, I think, in the world. In the West, not in the world. Sorry, in the Western region. In the Western scene, yes. And it's always fun to see them go up against each other. I love it.
Is there anybody else from that we can?
No. I really don't think that, at least from the Western scene, I don't think any captains get even close to them.
Well, you can't. I would just say the addendum is No Tail and Seb. They go together.
Okay.
Right. So
If
obviously
you consider them captains, yes.
Yeah. Seb is in that list as well. He's just tied in with No Tail. We just don't know exactly.
We'll call it
That's
no
why they're so
Seb.
good, because they just have
2.
They get a 2-for-1er.
They won their 2
that's
TIs.
true.
They're not going to get a third unless
They
they
got
get a
a
third
TI each.
captain. Oh, no, they need to get a third one now.
Hey, well, I know you guys are excited just like Grant is, and so we've got a draft right away. Calm down, Grant!
Yeah, baby! Dota. Sorry, I am actually excited. Because after that last series, I was with BSJ. What the hell was that? Congratulations to Alliance. But it's time to get 2 of the greatest drafting minds. Let them go against each other. And as you said, young talent. Tanner and Dahak. Dahak always impresses me. We've been seeing people first ban troll against him. Doesn't look like Puppy will, but I don't know. I really like those 2 players. And I'm good now.
You good?
I'm good.
Dude, Tanner had
It's
a
good to
6
see
series.
Morlan coming back as well, right?
I agree with that.
Yeah. Tanner had a really good series, though.
Yeah.
Against,
yes, he did.
What was it? Alliance?
Yep.
I thought he played really well.
Same.
Very aggressive young mid player. But he's got like a really tall test in front of him. He has to play against either Nisha or Matama Man, who are both excellent. Nisha is also a young superstar in his own right. Tanner is kind of coming into his own. They've got to win a few things first. And maybe this is where it starts.
And if nerves are ever going to come into a question, it's going to be against Team Secret, right?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
This is a team that is just intimidating, especially in the middle of a DPC season where they always come into their own.
I'll say that a lot of teams, when you beat them, you don't care too much because everyone just says it's on online or like a group stage or whatever.
Mhm.
But I think beating Secret, and it's just like beating Secret straight up, if you 2-1, 2-0 them, I think that's impressive in itself. I think that's the one in this tournament. Like if you get to take down Secret, groups or otherwise, like they rarely lose online games because they're so used to playing them, right? They boot camp from home. They're used to this environment, and their individual skill level is always so high, and
Yeah.
they keep it at such a high level that I think they're in a good spot at all times. So if NIP can actually do this, I'd be really impressed.
Yeah, and let's be real. Even though I am hype and I love PPD as much, for me, like Secret is just like 80-20 favored, if not more. Like this should be easy for Secret. I hate to say, but NIP, as you said, like sometimes games just are won in the draft. Can PPD just get an outsmart? You never know. Like there could just be a swerve. You know, you get Tanner, a TA.
It's not just your words that are going into this, right? It's Peter's himself. He said we're probably the weaker teams in the group when he was referencing himself and Alliance.
Yeah, he said bottom 4. He thinks they are.
Where are we then?
Well, you would
is
be
there
at the
a
bottom
negative?
of the bottom 4.
No, we're just kidding. But, you know, Keeper of the Light first pick. There is no Ember, so you can't pair that up, luckily. But Centaur Grimstroke, I like that opening. It's just solid.
I think Centaur, he works well against Caudle in the laning phase, but I think as game goes on, the Stampede, it's actually really annoying. The flicker, like once it comes on, it like stops you in your tracks. Deer in the headlights look. Secret are going to pick up Tusk for themselves. Good laner against Centaur. I feel like Tusk is the anti-strength melee laner. He's just really good against them because you have kill potential at all times. You can go and try.
He's like the only one who does, as you say. Like you just pop tag team. You have one, even just one other hero with you. All of a sudden, that's 75%.
You
your
gather
HP.
the boys. You tell them to get in.
Get in here. Get in the snowball. Get in the tag team. We're ready to go.
Just punch the shit out of him.
Yeah.
He also covers up Keeper of the Light's weaknesses, right? So you don't have like direct stuns coming out from Caudle until Will-O-Wisp, and that's a longer cooldown. Tusk, 2 different stuns, both low cooldown, and he's got a block in the Ice Shards, which can actually synergize really well with Keeper of the Light Will-O-Wisp.
And his ulti is nice for damage too. It's underrated. And you have a Spirit Vessel builder in him too if you need to in a pinch, depending on what the rest of NIP's draft looks like.
So from your perspective as a drafter, Blitz, is there any weaknesses to this duo?
To Caudle Tusk?
Yeah.
Well, I said like his punch is pretty good for DPS, but you also have to get it off. So like the amount of damage that they put out is not excellent. Their reach is pretty good. I think Caudle, like with his cast range and like the Will-O-Wisp, is actually much better than people realize. And Tusk is also really good at gap closing. But if NIP just like aura up on the Centaur and he has a good laning phase, like he gets an early pipe and all that, it is going to be kind of hard to take him down, depending on what the rest of your heroes look like.
I mean, if you fall behind, because Keeper of the Light is going to be the 5, Tusk more. I mean, it could be Zai, obviously, but you can't catch back up on Tusk. You have Snowball Shards, but the whole point is you want to use those to get kills, right? We saw Seb yesterday on his offlane one. He had a Solar Crest for what? Like, he had Boots Solar Crest for like 25 minutes after that and didn't get another item. It's really hard to catch up on that hero.
It's also not like hyper efficient at farming. Just constantly like snowball ice sharding. Like you don't have the mana pool or the mana regen to really support it. Maybe it helps if you have Caudle, but like Caudle will then swerve into taking all the waves.
Yeah, he's like, wait, I can just use it on myself and take these. You don't need it.
Peter said this Caudle hero seems pretty broken. Now, he did give it to them.
He did.
But he's banned away a lot of the best combo heroes. He took away the Bristleback in the first phase, as well as the Ember Spirit. In the second phase, they've now taken away Nisha's Medusa, which is another hero. Well, I guess it's Madama Man's Medusa now. But another hero that significantly benefits from having Caudle on his team.
Yeah. I think just in general, this draft is so much different. Than there is one support hero banned. That's it. Everything else is a core. And we just haven't really seen that much. And all right, there's the Earth Spirit. The Milan Earth Spirit. I really like this opening from NIP. I think it's just because it does everything. You have Grimstroke, Earth, Spirit. You can get a lot of kills in the laning phase. You have Centaur. We've seen 5-minute Vanguards. Like, you're not killing that hero if you get off to a good start. I think it's just very solid.
2 heroes that can get into the back line, and I think that can be all important when shutting down the Keeper of the Light. When you try and initiate on something, you know that Will-O-Wisp is coming, or Spirit has this great range silence.
It's nice.
There's a Nature's Prophet.
Maybe I'm just crazy because I like both teams' draft. It's all because of last series where I didn't really like either teams a lot of the time, but here it's just like maybe I'm just a slave to the meta. I don't know.
I feel it. No. I know what you mean, especially with Ninjas and Pajamas, because I know they can fight always.
Yeah.
You know. And maybe because they're always able to fight, that Team Secret pick up this Nature's Prophet. Well, split pushing, but as a core, can actually get a little down and dirty at times.
Oh, yeah. One of the few who still can do that global potential with the nerf to the bots. The And we just see every time it's a core Nature's Prophet, they're farmed. Straight up, whether it's in a huff lane or whether it's a safe laner, you will get your farm and you will own.
Yeah, I really like this hero nowadays. I think he's really versatile. He can be played in multiple roles. We saw him today alone. We saw him play as a 5, a mid, and a offlaner.
Yeah, it's always fun when heroes can do that. I think we've seen people have tried to do that with Weaver, not so successful. It feels like Weaver's just like into that 4 role now, which is kind of funny. But see, NIP, they get that overall last pick, so we'll see if they want to give Tanner the good matchup or Dahak the good matchup. You already have a Nature's Prophet, so it's already kind of hard for your carry, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like you're probably just going to leave it for Tanner, right?
Yeah. I feel like, as you said, too, like, if you do give Tanner something like a good TA game, he does know how to just take over a game like that, and just having the option available, and they will, so Gyro.
Wow. So I was thinking maybe Phantom Lancer, Gyrocopter instead being picked up. For me, when you don't know the enemy's lineup and you're picking Gyrocopter, it says a lot about what your game plan is, regardless of what the matchup is. You want to play fast.
You want to just fight. You have the Earth Spirit, Gyro, like all 4 of these heroes just want to push towers and fight all game.
I really like that Gyro pick. I think it matches up well against all of Secret's heroes. Like Gyrocopter, he loves just hitting stuff. It doesn't matter what he hits, even if he hits like the Will-O-Wisp, the Nature's Prophet Trunts. Like, he just likes hitting everything on the map. It's really easy for him. There's not a ton of burst damage or control for him either. Once he gets BKB, he's going to feel very comfortable just getting all of his damage out. It's ideally what you want as a Gyrocopter. And it's not hard for him to get on top of heroes either. And this is a pretty good hero against, I think, Gyrocopter, just because he doesn't like to deal with a second life. But if you do get enough farm on Gyro, I think it's okay. Like, once he gets, like, Satanic Ags BKB, he won't care so much about the Wraith King.
Yeah.
Because Gyrocopter initially, one of its problems is sometimes he can run out of damage against Wraith King, right? But once you get the right-click build, which includes that Aghanim Scepter, then...
Yeah, once you have Satanic, I think it becomes, like, really good.
So, from your perspective, Ninja's Pajamas, they're going to hit hard early, but can still possibly win late, whereas Team Secret seems like they're going to that classic Nico Baby Hector peak where Wraith King's going to get second or third item, and they're just going to go and try and end the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think Secret is just going to group up and try to team fight as often as possible. It's just kind of their bread and butter. But I do like NIP's draft so far. I think Peter's done a very good job of setting up like a winnable position, at least in these 4 picks. They have good catch, they have good damage, pretty good initiation. Their disable isn't really lacking either. I do think they're a little bit farm dependent on their heroes, but other than that, I think their lineup is pretty good.
Yeah, middle, I mean, it's pretty fun. Obviously, it could still be Nature's Prophet middle is like the only swerve I see here, and you could pick something else since you're not overall last pick, so kind of throws me off because we can't call NIP's pick, obviously, till we see Secrets, and for me, it's like, well, we've seen Matoma Man, we've even seen Nisha play NP, and they do ban the TA. Don't want to get, I would consider TA a kind of a cheese pick at this point. Don't want to give that to him.
So if you're going to fight constantly, and team fight at that, you want more catch? Do you need more damage?
For Secret?
Yeah.
I think you want more initiation on your side.
Okay.
You want like a lot more follow-up. Or you want to just be like tanky enough to like run at them.
What about Kunkka?
Kunkka's okay for Secret.
When you just don't know the matchup, the safe Kunkka pick.
Yeah, it's not
The
bad,
blind
especially
Kunkka?
DK's already banned out. It's another one you think of. I like Kunkka. If you're playing fast.
If you want a team
Seems
fight,
some
maybe
razors.
you can take like Puck's okay. Kunkka's alright.
Damn, we're all stumped here. They go Pango. Okay, is that the Nisha Pango?
That's a good question.
That is
It
it.
could- like, very possible.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see who's picking what, because they did somehow mix it up again, throw everywhere.
I don't think Zai wants to play Pingo 3 times in a row. with 3
But
officials.
does Puppy care what you want to play 3 times in a row?
Not even a
Blitz?
little bit.
Well, we'll see. Now that you see all these picks, okay, what's the Tanner hero? Well, we don't have to think. Oh, that hero.
Oh, that's a very good Timbersaw game.
Indeed, made it all the way through.
Furion and Wraith King, no problems there. Pango usually
Nisha
doesn't have
Pango.
the damage to be able to deal with the Timbersaw.
And it is the Nisha Pango. I like NIP's, I still think Secret is a much better team, and they're using no stand-ins. Obviously, NIP has 2 stand-ins. They did look good even with them, but I'll go with NIP because I really just think their draft is all around balanced.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're going to have a hard time taking down this Wraith King twice in the early game. Maybe they don't pressure him so well, but I do think it is a really good Timbersaw game, and I think Peter's done a really good job of making sure he checks a lot of boxes in the draft.
Yeah, I would say Secret, though, that's the thing. Like, at a certain point, at 10 to 15 minutes in, when Pango's level 6, Wraith King, maybe level 2 ulti, you have a lot of low cooldowns, and they are just going to be in your face. You have to be prepared for them to be in your face.
Okay, well, it's going to be aggressive, it's going to be a lot of fighting, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Team Secret versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Game 1 starts now.
Outside of the international, Team Secret has been the most unstoppable force in the Dota 2 scene. They're taking on Ninjas in Pajamas in an online match, and so far Secret have looked very convincing. They had a 2-0 clean series against Liquid, and IP on the other hand won their series against Alliance. Much tougher series. How do you expect this series to be going?
I expect this to be a clinic from Secret, and if NIP wants to take either of these 2 games, they're going to have to really step up their game. And as you see here, the people at home seem to agree with us, or at least the sentiment that Secret is heavily favored as a team. Now, in the draft, I do see what they're going for with this last pick, Timbersaw, but Blitz was even saying at the start that Tusk is the counter to these like strength laners, and I even think in the mid to late game, that tag team is pretty insane in terms of bursting down Timbersaw, even through his high amounts of armor, with the tag team being physical. I think they're going to buy an early Spirit Vessel either on the Prophet or the Pangolier, and they're just going to all in this Timbersaw in the mid game. And my concern is that he's kind of like this frontline body for his team, and if he's feeds a couple times between the 10 to like 15 minute mark, that's going to be a real... Like, they're just going to constrict the map afterwards for Secret. He's going to get his Radiance on Wraith King. But on the other hand, if Centaur and Timbersaw both get off to a very good start, I don't think Wraith King's going to have the space he needs to farm. And I'm going to be keeping an eye out for Coddle Pango. If you've never seen that combo, the double swash, pretty insane in the mid game. Usually, I think he's going to go Javelin for the defusal. It looks like he's queuing up the Javelin already. Just max out that damage. You don't need any mid game mana items because of it. Really enables the Pangolier.
Yeah, you mentioned the Spirit Vessel, and YapzOr not wasting any time. Already has it queued up. His Tusk is like,
Okay.
I know what I'm getting. It won't be maybe the fastest, like you were mentioning, if he's getting it instead of Zai's Prophet. And then the Pango, of course, wanting to go for those damage items with the Chakra Magic, going to be prioritized on him. So mid matchups, though, maybe not going to be the easiest for Nisha. He's going to be tested here with the Timbersaw in a 1v1 matchup.
It's going to be a bit rough, but at the end of the day, he's an agility hero, so the Whirling Death isn't nearly as painful for him as it is for others, but he can't really do anything to Tanner. Tanner's almost certainly going to absolutely free farm here, and that's kind of what Pango does, though, and that's why you 9th pick him mid, is most of the time he doesn't really win, but most of his matchups aren't that bad either.
Yeah. Well, I'm pulling some waves here. Puppy's going to push him back a little bit. One of the things Coddle is definitely good at is doing in some extra harass for these wave cutters. And back in the top lane, you've got Zai with the Tusk supporting his Nature's Prophet. Pretty strong dual lane, it feels like, for Team Secret. If Gyro or Grimstroke ever steps out of position and Ishad's blocked with tag team will spell a quick death.
Tanner's running at Nisha mid, being pretty aggressive underneath tower. But like I said, Nisha being an agility hero does not get hurt nearly as much by that Whirling Death, so any strength here would definitely be dead at this point.
Oh, he's going for the kill. He gets the point in Timber Chain. Normally, you would see a second point of reactive
there. I like that
there.
a lot.
Tanner thought he had a kill, immediately skilled at the second hit level 3.
Even then, he's zoning Nisha away from all of those creeps and the next wave, most likely.
Yeah, Nisha's trying to cut around, but Tanner again,
little mind games going on. Oh, the jukes!
The tower hit also finds the Timbersaw, so a bit more damage.
There's no more
in.
trees, and he even coiling bladed another one of them. The meta of the Timbersaw mid lane.
And now he gets back to his side of the mid lane, looking to do whatever he can to stay as far away as possible.
This is honestly just some high-level stuff from both of them. I like this a lot. Tanner making a real heads-up call to go for that Timber Chain, and even though he didn't get the kill, he missed out on about 4 CS.
Top lane, it's going to be a snowball attempt to save Zai, but with the rotation from Milan, I believe he would have TP'd up here to get this kill. It is going to be a first blood going NIP's way. So Earth Spirit says, I've done my jump bottom, I pulled away, pulled the lane back for now, I can go set up a kill elsewhere on the map. We'll see how Centaur does now that he's been left alone. Once those wave pools start coming in and the lane is not so close to his tower, this lane gets a whole lot more difficult. You can see Martu immediately throws out a stun, runs at him with the skeletons, not afraid to kind of feed those away, knowing that Centaur being alone means you need to bully him out of this lane.
Yeah, they cost about, or they give 5 gold and 5 XP, so who gives a crap, as Yapzor does go down in the top lane. And Blizzy might be also receiving the same fate, but if not, he does have the Ring of Tarask, but I don't think that's enough to sustain. Either way, he is getting bullied away. So this rotation to top is getting kills, but it is definitely costing them. It is not free.
Do you think it? Do you like it though? Do you think it's worth it for NIP? Like
It's
the
close.
right kind of move?
It's close because Gyro, I think, may struggle against the combination of the lane that he's dealing with. So giving him a bit of that early bolster might be exactly what they need because his farm's also important. He's not necessarily your mid-game pace setter, but Gyro is a carry that's vulnerable to just getting off to a really rough start, and it's usually dictated by the time he's level 3 or 4. And he is going for the maxed flat cannon build as opposed to going for the rocket barrage. Not very reliable. When you can't exactly man up against the Tusk, you're probably going to take more damage from that tag team than you are dishing out. And also against the Treants, you're going to be separating all that damage onto split targets. So I actually like this adjustment from Dahak. Much lower cooldown, and going from level 1 to 2 gives you that extra 50% attacks there.
Gamble on the rune. Pangolier is going to get there first, but it's fallen top. And
look how many supports are focused on these runes.
Yeah, they're holding it. They're not picking it up.
What is it? Oh, it's a double damage. I couldn't even see it.
Yeah. The line ends up picking it up. Nice dodge by Nisha. Doesn't get hit by the Timber Chain damage, and Tanner just constantly in Nisha's face, as you'd expect from a Timbersaw in the mid lane. But Nisha still getting his own, has 18 last hits already, doing Timber Chain forward. Doesn't hit him with the damage once again. Tanner just can't quite catch up to Nisha, who fully understands how to play this
Timbersaw.
Yep. I think he's got this kill here. Yep, he's going to Timber Chain himself through with the Inkswell. He more than had enough for that one.
I really like what NIP is doing. They're really bringing the heat, but you're seeing the kills. They are costing them something. We already mentioned that, but Wraith King, absolutely the king of the charts in terms of the CS. Up by 10 CS to anyone else in the game, and Blizzy is receiving the suffering pain of what his team is doing on the map. So that's why you see a 3-0 kill score, but yet still a net worth lead for the Radiant.
Bounty runes coming into play. It's going to be 3 of them going the way of NIP. Very active on the map, as you'd like to see when you have an Earth Spirit on your team, but Milan's got to be a little bit careful. He's being chased around by Yapzor. He's going to make sure he gets him well and truly away from Team Secret's top and mid lanes. And Centaur, even though he had a rough time, he was clever about it. He started cutting behind the waves, knowing that Coddle is not going to be able to kind of really pose a kill threat.
330 damage crit coming out from Matama Man. And Centaur's only got, I guess near the tower, he's got 8 armor, which isn't actually that bad. But yeah, the thing is that Matama Man, unless he goes for, oh my god, the damage. As we see bottom and mid, 2 different dives going on at once.
They want Nisha. They hit him with the roll in from the Earth Spirit, and Nisha should be going down. He does manage to juke the stroke of fate.
Blizzy's dead bottom.
Yep, Blizzy goes down. Can Nisha find himself out of this one? Swashbuckles away, and he's going to survive a really nice sidestep. Showing his mechanics there, dodging PPD's brush stroke.
This is a lot to learn from the way NIP is playing. You have to enable this Timbersaw to be aggressive, setting up that catapult to do as much damage to the tower as possible. And then on the flip side, seeing how Secret handles it is really good as well. Actually really enjoying what both teams are doing so far this game, but he doesn't have mana for Rolling Thunder, so he's most likely going to go down, which he does. And complete and utter bloodbath in the mid lane. But look at this tower bottom. Wraith King Coddle takes a 6-minute tower. And there's actually so much to learn when you watch Secret, because instead of dealing with this Timbersaw directly, they try to manage the damage, right? They're trying to not make sure they lose their tower mid, even though they're feeding away some heroes. But in the meantime, they're capitalizing on what else is going on in the other lanes, since NIP is dedicating so many resources. So some problems in Dota have to be addressed directly. Heroes like Timbersaw, better to address them indirectly at this stage in the game where you just cannot kill them.
And that's one of, to me, the most impressive things about Secret is they win games in so many different ways.
Absolutely.
And we're going to see the Hawk getting rotated in on the top lane. The Rolling Thunder coming into play, gets back to the safety of his tower, but now he dodges the roll with a salve. And it's going to be likely Milan going down instead. The Swashbuckle's going to hit. throws out the slow, and Milan may still survive. The bottle giving Nisha a bit more mana here. The Ice Shard's going to block off Milan. He does manage to roll his way out of there, though, so he gets back to safety, and Nisha wasting a lot of time rotating here. Really needs to find a kill. The Inkswell, though, going to deter any kind of initiation from Secret, who are going to find Dahak in the Sprout, and Dahak may have overcommitted here. He's got the Strength Turrets, and with the help from the Earth Spirit, he may be able to get himself out of this one. Another Stroke of Fate's going to slow them down, get Secret really low, and they're committing a lot to this, and not really getting a whole lot out of it.
But what they are getting is that Wraith King, he's hitting creeps like a boss, and this Gyro is busy fighting people. So that's what they are doing this for. And even if it seems this is what the best teams in the world do. They do things where even if nothing happens, whatever's going on elsewhere is to their benefit. And Tanner doing the best he can to pressure mid, but notice the resource distribution coming out from Secret, right? You take the fight to the Gyro, who has no desire to be participating in this right now. You put the Coddle mid, you're going to lose your tower, but it's something inevitable against mid Timbersaw in an unfavorable matchup. But he's doing his best to stall, making it take as long as possible for Tanner to take this tower. And Milan's going to rotate back, pops the Illusion Rune.
They glyph the creep wave to keep it alive, but Puppy's got a second point in Illuminate just for this exact scenario defending mid lane. Nisha going to Rolling Thunder with the Stampede to try and help Milan escape. He manages to juke really nicely. Make sure that he doesn't get hit by the Rolling Thunder as Tanner
the juke.
Guesses wrong with the Chakram.
Yeah, expected him to go the other way. I would have too, honestly.
And I mean, I think what you're saying is really highlighted when you see the Gyro's net worth compared to the Wraith King. It's a 1,500 gold difference. Secret not knowing for playing for Protect 1 style, but that's kind of what this is. They're just enabling this Wraith King to have a completely free game. Yeah,
they just understand Dota really well, and I'm going to be honest, I don't even think NIP's doing anything wrong. I think they're playing their lineup really well. They kind of have to help their Gyro early. Blizzy's kind of left to his own devices, and Secret's just punishing him in a way that's kind of required to do when they're ganking your top lane like this. And holy crap, with the Tusk tag team, he crits for 500 damage.
Yeah, that's painful. And he gets the last hit on the kill. Very close to what's going to be an incredibly fast Radiance, I imagine, on Matu's Wraith King. And Secret more than happy with the state of this game.
He's going to be almost 6,000 net worth 10 minutes into the game. That is scary.
Could Dahak have fought better in this top lane with Rocket Barrage, or do you
think
this
think
was
he
the right
absolutely.
decision?
I don't think he could have. I think
you're playing against the Treants, which often soak up the damage, I guess.
Yeah, the Treants plus Tusk tag team is just too overwhelming compared to the damage output that you will be dishing. And like I said, I even think that's a good adjustment to go for the max flat cannon. I don't know about 0 points in Rocket Barrage with 2 points in Rocket. That's a bit strange to me. I think in the mid game you could easily participate with max Rocket Barrage, but he's kind of committed all out for this max flat cannon, and I'm not 100% confident either way. We'll definitely see how it plays out for him. It is great for farming as compared to it used to be. One less attack per charge, but you get it twice as often, going from a cooldown of 40 seconds to 20.
I mean, it's a farming tool, but it's not going to allow you to keep up with a Wraith King who's got skeletons and all the sustaining
absolutely
he's
not.
got. So.
Especially when he has just that much more net worth and higher levels from early on in the game. It doesn't even matter if your toolkit's technically better for farming when Wraith King's level 10, almost level 11, and you're level 7.5.
Yeah. And the NIP support's been so busy with all the action, there haven't been that many stacks for the Gyro, except for what he's made for himself. So we'll see Secret mix things up. Matu TPs to the top lane, I think realizing that bottom is a bit too dangerous for him, and he'd also farmed out most of the jungle. So he's going to go take the camps up top, maybe even look to invade that enemy jungle and set up a new home base there.
They're going to smoke on NIP. Looks like they're trying to enable their Timbersaw even further, bringing at least 2 cores, maybe 4 heroes bottom. Meanwhile, Dahak TP's mid to defend. Pretty good map movements from both teams, mirroring each other. Standard movements where both teams go to the opponent's dead lane, taking the tier 1 tower in the safe lane. And as Secret's already taken that one, it's only natural that NIP will also do the same rotation.
Well, NIP now realizing they've taken the tier 1 mid, they're going to focus their efforts more around this middle lane with their smoke.
Dahak has a Diffusal queued up.
Okay.
Is this Thompson incarnate?
Against, the Wraith King. Want to pose that kill threat early on and perhaps play a bit faster pace. You mentioned he's going to need some more points in the Rocket Barrage, which he's now skilled up for the first time at level 8. It does make life a little bit difficult for the Wraith King.
Yeah, it's just I think they also need the pipe on the Timbersaw. because this Wraith King Radiance, you're just not going to be able to kill him fast enough by the time that burn really adds up for heroes like Gyro. Puppey forced to Will-O-Wisp defensively bottom. Once again, NIP, this is really good from them, right? Play around your Timber, enable him to pressure these towers. Yep. But man, this Coddle is such a nuisance. They don't really care about using this Will-O-Wisp because they don't care about fighting until they get this Radiance, which is only somehow 500 gold away. I thought it was going to be a bit later, but we've been only talking about time and time again how good of a start Matama Man has had, and Zai also takes top tier 2. God, this is how you play around Timber, man. It's so perfect to watch. This is exactly like, it seems like he's doing everything right on Tanner as we see a dive bottom onto Puppey.
They finally punish Puppey. Last time he had the Will-O-Wisp to help him get out. This time around, no defense except for Matu's TP. Matu's come in with backup. Yaps are going to block in Milan, although he does manage to roll out for the Ice Shards. They've lost the center, and with Zai's TP in and the Sprout Trap, they're going to get a second kill as well. Secret, ready to fight, happy to punish the dive on the poor Keeper of the Light.
Everything NIP is doing makes sense, and everything Secret's responding with is just clean, as Dahak also dies in the river, with Zai going for a first item Blade Mail after the Vlads. I like this build a lot from Zai. I don't think you need any pick off, this Orchid kind of stuff. I think you just need the ability to group up and force down objectives once you get this Radiance timing, because that's going to be scary being 13 minutes into the game. And this is what I was talking about, that tough tag team in the mid game. Is it enough? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Looks like Tanner, this is the kind of fight he wants to take. We've seen Secret mostly avoiding the Timbersaw. Perhaps something they need to reconsider, as they do still lose their mid-tier 1 tower, but they may get a second kill for this moment and
a third kill with that Grim.
Great Soulbind onto 2 with the silence there. The Swashbuckle going to be coming back up, and it looks like Nisha's actually going to turn and fight.
Zai's just full.
Oh my god. Zai just obliterates him with the Vlads and the sustain that he's got. He's just so damn tanky. As the Timber Chain away from Tanner, he's just trying to save his life, but he's being chased down by the Pangolier, and Nisha should have this kill. Needs another Swashbuckle. Puppey's going to find him, but not sure he can do a whole lot about it. The TP out.
Oh. I think he could have seen that TB, but it was a tough call to make, and obviously a very long cooldown to expend if he happens to not be TB.
Yeah.
Seems like everything's just going the way of Secret, and the funny thing is, this is why it's so beautiful to watch teams of their caliber, and I know I've just been fanboying all game, is it doesn't seem like NIP has really done anything wrong.
Yes. We're talking about off stream, like, where watching Secret crush these games in 20 minutes is actually entertaining.
Yes.
Unlike maybe the previous series where it was so
It felt like it got
dependent.
handed to them. I am honestly no qualms with how NIP's made their rotations this game.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he tried to block him with the Ironwood tree. That would have been funny. Who was that? That's a Zai move. Yeah, it's a Zai move for sure. I instantly checked his inventory. I'm like, that's something Zai would totally do. If that had worked, that would be on Reddit for sure.
Oh, man. And they're all itemizing to enable this Wraith King now. They've got the Vlads, the Medallion coming out on the Nature's Prophet. Likely see the Solar Crest being built. They're going to be ready to end this game in 20 minutes.
Yeah, Maelstrom done on Pango. Does go for the full Maelstrom.
Puppey could be in some trouble. He's got backup, though. And with the backup, he may be the one punishing Milan here.
Maxed out roll, so it's pretty low cool. Oh, they force him. Nice freaking blinding light from Puppey.
Oh. I think sometimes people forget how mechanically skilled Puppey can be as well.
Puppey and PPD are two of the most mechanically skilled captains that I've ever watched myself. They're both very good at pressing buttons properly, as we see NIP trying to contest this outpost, even though it's only 16 minutes.
They have the homing missile, but Nisha should be all right. He's going to swashbuckle to the low ground, looking for the haste room, but
there's 2 heroes dead. He's not particularly scared of anything.
And hey, yeah, you're top high ground. Matu's here with Skelly Bros. The Timbersaw is going to show up and be able to clear those out there. Yeah, he gets his Timber Chain cancelled. The Will-O-Wisp is going to pull him back in. He dies instantly. Has got buyback, but you really don't want to commit a buyback this early on. He's going to do so. They need to kill this Wraith King, I feel. They've taken out 1 life. Can they kill him the second time? You mentioned they need to disengage. They've lost Blazer. The Illuminate going to wipe out most of the Hack's health as well, with Pingolier swashing his way in. This is looking hopeless for NIP, who are just running out of options.
Yeah, something told me in the draft when Secret saw this last big Timbersaw that they were just like laughing to themselves, saying like, this guy thinks he's got a free Timbersaw game, and we're just going to dodge him and stall him for the first 15 minutes of the game and then just kill him twice, or kill him once, excuse me, and the game's over. Yeah. It's something that's really hard to do, the way Secret's been playing, but I've watched teams like of their caliber play against Timbersaw enough times to know that it's just pretty straightforward if you watch it come into fruition. And It's just they have the Aegis on Pango, going for the Ags, going for complete luxury items on him. Solar Crest almost done on the Prophet. This Tusk hero, it pretty much eliminates these strength core tank heroes. You just can't tank when every hero on the enemy team is hitting for an extra 100 damage. That's just so much at this stage in the game. Coddle only hits for 77, ignoring the Philosopher's Stone. Prophet only hits. Prophet actually hits for 200. What the hell? That's without his. That's without his ultimate. Actually,
Blade Mail is just so much bonus damage for these int heroes.
Yeah,
that
it's
can
really
use
value item. It's only 2,000 gold. The new Crystallis apparently.
But it's fantastic too when you get value from the actual Blade Mail active. And against Gyrocopter, that was like one of the original counter items.
Yeah, he doesn't have money for BKB at this stage.
He's going to just TP on in with the Blade Mail in enemy lines. They've already killed off Blizzy's Centaur, and Secret ready for another go at this tier 3 tower, perhaps. Tanner's there on the front lines. He needs to be careful. He does not have a buyback to play around, but does have, it looks like, the safety of his base here. Is Secret going to swing their way to this tier 2 mid lane? It just feels like anything NIP do is just not enough, and it's all a bit futile right now.
If I'm someone like Tanner that's new to the pro scene, this just has to be like such a humbling experience to be like, I made all the aggressive moves on Timber. I've practiced this. I played aggressively in lane. I was two levels ahead of the guy in the mid lane, and now we just lost. Like, it has to be humbling in some way, because it's definitely humbling to watch it. Because Dota...
Or you take the pub approach, I blame my teammates.
You
guys fed top. I crushed my lane. This game's not on me, guys.
Yeah, that works too. I'm always down for that approach. I myself employ that one a lot. I guess that's why I don't have any teammates anymore.
I mean, who needs teammates? That's what solo queue's for.
Exactly.
No, of course, Tanner, not that kind of player from what I've seen of him.
Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
Blizzy.
Not been a very nice game for him.
He's just trying to get a blink, man.
Yeah.
That looks a lot like my pubs when I'm in the offlane, what Blizzy's been experiencing thus far.
Matu with this Blink Dagger going for this all-in aggression, knowing that they can just keep on running, finding these kills. The Hawk has no plays available to him, and I wouldn't be surprised to see an early GG at this point. It just feels like there's nothing NIP can do. 17k gold. We're 19 minutes in, and Secret's making this look easy.
Surprisingly, the only really strong team of this tournament that makes us like really convinced that they belong as the strongest team in the tournament, Secret. You know, OG dropping a game to Bait yesterday. A lot of these series, they've been close, and even you said in the draft where first round banning Blizzy's main hero Axe, they ain't screwing around. Secret is not here for entertainment. They are here to put on a clinic and to pummel these guys into the ground. As we see Milan does get the outpost first team, but oh my god, Yapsor, such a good prediction from him. Actually just waiting for Milan to roll out, says, here's my open arms to punch you with, sir.
Yeah.
As he rolls straight in. That was actually... Is that... Oh, man. It's like, he's going to get away. There's just a Tusk waiting for him on his escape path. It's actually just...
I think Tusk was also going for the Bounty Rune. I mean, obviously there was a combination of factors. Hey, Bounty Rune, and there's a Fleeing Hero.
I always like to say hey, he was just going for something else, and then... It just happens too often with these guys that I always assume that whatever happened was intentional. Because it's just coincidences with these level of players are just there would be too many of them to I would call myself too skeptical of their skills. But AC being worked on by Matumba Man, the end seems quite nigh for NIP.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about Secret, the best team in the tournament. I think it's also fair to say the best team in the world right now. They did lose the last grand finals they played, but even taking that into account, I don't think many people will disagree they should be considered the best team in the world.
Wait, what grand finals did they lose?
The we played, they lost 3-2 to Nigma.
Oh, okay.
The LAN there.
Okay.
That was the last big LAN they played.
I just remember the major.
Okay. Yes, they won the last major, but here we are. The end is near for NIP. They managed to take down the Tusk. A small consolation prize. You can see the GG bet odds there. Just managing to sneak their way in before perhaps a potential GG call.
Was that a free $1 on my $1,000 bet, or what was
like I saw 1 for 12 there,
Oh,
or like
I'd take that.
1.0 something maybe. I didn't actually see what it was, but I think okay. It's if there's any bets still open, it's time to place them on Team Secret over at GG Bet.
I don't know. Maybe they throw. Cap.
Puh?
I I've been saying cap more since we have capitalists here. But yeah, speaking of emotes in 2020, it's just BSJ's cringe things. As we have a last-ditch attempt, it appears. They haven't even lost a lane of racks yet, but I don't know. Timbersaw dieback technically.
Secret just looks so good.
Yeah, double the net worth of anybody on NIP.
As a team, they're all on the same page, and then individually, like looking at like Nisha, for example, mechanically he's been so amazing this game. Like the way he laned against the Timbersaw in an unfavorable matchup, he's dodging spells all over. He's really pushing his hero to the limit. Same for like what we saw from Zai. How do you beat this team? What's the secret to taking down Team Secret?
I'm sure only they know at this stage in the game or stage in
Maybe
year.
OG knows. That could be a
I can't wait for that
amazing
series at some point, yeah.
I guess we don't. They're in
Smoke
different
from
groups,
NIP.
so not something we will see till the playoffs, I imagine.
Matama Man fearless. Just 3 shots basically to Hawk there with the Solar Crest.
Yep.
And
NIP,
the AC.
they're playing it all out, which to me at least suggests
Respect.
Yeah, I can respect that for sure. They're giving it that last hurrah. They're going to go charging in, trying to get to the back lines of Team Secret, but just unable to do so. The Rolling Thunder's out now as well, causing problems. The Hawks pull back. So this should be the end of poor Gyro, who just never could finish this BKB.
I think we're going to see more and more Tusk.
Yes.
After the few of the games yesterday,
That
even
is
with
too
OG
good.
in the game they lost, like Tusk was really far behind as a core and it still looked very potent. And here, Yapsor just...
Did he drop boots? Someone's saying boots were dropped.
Yeah, I guess somebody dropped items. It just feels like every hero on NIP was paper. Even though it's like a Centaur and a Timbersaw, they all just melt. And a lot of it was just the tag team. I think we've said enough. At least I have. That was... that
Team
to me...
Secret good.
I just nerdgasm all over these games. Like, these games are just so, like, perfection of Dota, honestly.
Yeah.
Very, very few teams in the world that can pull that off.
And this is coming off of NIP beating Team Alliance, who took down Liquid today. So obviously NIP, they're no slouches. They're a very competitive team. They are playing with 2 stand-ins, and you know, I don't think they look terrible.
I'm
even though they got
re-emphasizing,
ran over. Yeah.
you're down by 7K, and I couldn't name a specific thing they did wrong.
Yeah.
They just got out efficiency little by little, and that's what makes Secret Secret.
Well, Secret has left us a bit speechless. Hopefully the panel have a few more words to say about game number 1.
Some stomps are due to the inadequacies of the weaker team, and other stomps are just because some people are too damn good. That's how Secret has been described multiple seasons. Grant and Blitz, why are they so good? What's with these guys?
I think they take every little advantage that they get, and they just run with it so hard. I think their game understanding is extremely high.
On all 5 people.
Yeah,
That's the
everybody
thing.
understands, like, oh, we're behind. This is what we need to do to get back in the game. Like, that's the difference between a team like Liquid and Secret, where Liquid gets behind, and you can see, like, we have no idea what to do, and Secret gets behind, and it doesn't feel like it ever matters. Like, you can ruin Nisha's game, and he got his game ruined hard. Like, he got stomped mid.
He got owned middle.
It's a really,
He
really hard
did.
matchup,
Yeah.
and they tried to salvage it from him, and they just kind of did nothing, and they weren't really able to help him too much. But their game understanding is so high that they know what to do after that happens.
Yeah, and I would say they just play a lot of Dota. I think one of the biggest weaknesses of Puppy in the past was he just kind of quit playing Dota. We saw on some of the blogs and stuff. Like, he just wasn't playing pubs. He was like, I'll just show up to scrims randomly. I'll just show up to matches. He's top 100 in the world again in ranking. Like, he is playing a ton of Dota, and I think it's just that you play a lot of Dota, and then you have 4 other people you know are all amazing. So you're like, well, we're just going to be good. You talk about they don't even go to boot camps that often. They just know they hold each other accountable, and they're just good. I think that's the biggest thing. They hold each other accountable, and they all know, hey, if you're bad, us other 4 are going to know, like, you're not holding up your weight.
100%. I think it becomes really obvious when everyone is this good, and I see all their members queue up together at all times.
Yeah, they duo queue, try queue. Yeah.
You're already the best team, or one of the best teams in the world consistently. Like, I'd say every season they're top 3 for the past, 3 years.
Guaranteed.
If you're top 3 every season, no matter what your lineup is in your iteration, and you're still working this hard, and you're still grinding these pubs, it's really hard for other people to catch up if you just continue to up that pace. Because I will die on the hill that I think NIP had like a better than 50-50 draft.
I agree. I also, man.
So what did Team Secret do right to upset the draft advantage that Ninja's Pajamas had.
I think BSJ said it best, like the Tusk kind of rotating and taking over middle after he got handled. He died a few times, but he's taking that experience and he's defending the tower. Meanwhile, for the second game in a row, when do you ever see that tier 1 bottom Dire tower go down before, like, that early? And it went down at 5 minutes in, which means they alleviated a lot of the pressure. I know it's a cop out to say, they just move around the map perfectly.
Yeah, I think they do a really good job of never losing all 3 lanes. They make sure that at least one person in the game is having a good game, and that person you can usually dictate the pace and catch them back up. And I think they play really confidently around that. That even if, I think most teams, if they lose 2 out of 3 lanes, they struggle really hard. But I think it's the opposite for Secret. Like, as long as one lane is okay, I think they always have a fighting chance, and that's what makes them really scary to play at all times.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, you can go on.
Oh, I just saying that Nisha was the one who had the weaker lane, right? And they just full on trusted Matama Man.
Exactly. I go back, and if we have to pick one hero from that series, I think Nature's Prophet just fits in their playstyle, because if all of a sudden you are committing 3 heroes mid to win that lane, Nature's Prophet takes the biggest advantage of that. He farms the jungle, he pushes your tower, and then he can still TP to that fight where you already have 3 people committed. All of a sudden, he's 2 levels above you, 2K net worth above you, but he's still at the fight. I think Nature's Prophet for a team that's this good it's almost broken.
Broken enough to ban it in the first phase?
I think you should. That's me. I know they were talking about Tusk. I think Nature's Prophet is just like, for a team this good, you can't give him the global presence.
What about the Coddle? I mean, Peter himself said that hero is really broken.
They
banned 2 different heroes to protect against the Coddle combination, right? They banned away Ember Spirit as well as Bristleback.
Yeah.
You can't ban everything that makes this hero good, though. There will be some hero that can take advantage of the cooldown.
Yeah. So in that case, don't you ban that hero instead of trying to ban the partners?
Yes, because they just banned like 3 heroes to make sure that this guy didn't have like a good game, but he's still going to have a good game. Like, he does the same things in that role. He's going to, mana is good, like that instant like injection of mana, and the cooldown is going to be useful. Blinding Light seems like a really good spell in this current meta too. Nobody's building MKBs and stuff like that. Yeah. And your Will-O-Wisp feels really strong again. I'm not quite sure why. I think it's because it counters so many different meta heroes that are just like slower pace, and even like the really fast paced ones. It's like a really useful AoE stun almost.
Yeah, why did it go away in the first place? Do you guys remember? Like, because it was just gigantic. It was like the refresher got nerfed, and then the flicker not doing instantly right was the biggest one.
And then people started to abuse his laning phase because he couldn't do anything against really strong offlaners, because they buffed a lot of the offlaners, and they buffed the offlane in general. So it made it really difficult to kind of zone him out. Like, you would just blinding light and right-click people, and every offlaner for the most part was happy to lane against Keeper of the Light. But now people have found new combinations to make Keeper of the Light work again. Like, you have this Ember hero that makes him look really abusive. You have, who else is there? Bristleback, for example.
All right, well, we've offered up some suggestions on how to be able to take down one of the best teams in the world in Team Secret, and I'm sure Peter needs all the time he can get to figure out a draft going into Game 2. A break, and we'll be back.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
We're enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
How do you beat Team Secret? That's what we've been thinking about during the break, and I hope you've been thinking about it too. Maybe you should send us some of your suggestions. Hit us up at ESL Dota 2, or drop the hashtag ESL1. Maybe at some of us. Give us your ideas on how to beat Secret, because I think you basically need the combined brain power of everybody to take on this #1 team.
Dude, we might actually need like Kuro, Puppy, No Tail, and Scepter like fuse in now because Puppy's in his prime. Those guys need a
So
super
Puppy
brain in.
needs to fuse with the other two captains to beat himself.
No, I didn't say Puppy, did I?
Yeah, you did. You said Kuro, Puppy, and No Tail need to fuse
Well,
together.
yeah, 2018 Puppy has to come from the future's past, like
future's-
Wolverine did.
Well, like
Wolverine.
Goatee Puppy comes out.
Oh my god,
Goatee
long hair puppy,
Puppy.
long hair
long-hair
puppy from
puppy.
Dota 1 comes back
on BFB.
It's the only chance. Yep, BFB. Jeez.
Comes in
Can't believe
playing
that's-
his intro music is Metallica, just
back.
shaking his head.
But in all honesty, it's tough. I would be interested to see how other people do things, so you should do that. But, you know, I guess we'll see. NIP gets another shot at it. The series is not over. As much as it sounds like we're just saying Secret's already won this entire tournament, they do still have to play the games, and there's a chance, you know, there was just a new patch last night. It wasn't the biggest, but, you know, the meta could change and stuff.
I'll say it. They're not going to win this tournament. They'll finish very well, but they'll get second.
Taken down by OG.
No, I think they'll lose to Enigma.
Damn.
Again.
Yeah, it's like Seb
Enigma
said.
is the kryptonite.
Yeah.
They
he
are
said-
just randomly. They just are.
If Secret is Superman.
You know what?
They are Bizarro, or
you know what Mo
was that guy?
said before TI?
What's that?
He said it was right during the players' dinner. This was when Nigma was not looking so hot, or Liquid, I guess, at the time, and Secret was looking like on fire.
Yeah.
And he said, and I promise you, he said this. He dead ass looking in the eye, and he said, "Blitz, if we play Secret before the grand finals, we'll win for sure." He said, but if we play them in the grand finals, we'll lose like 3-1. He's like, we're getting bopped.
And he put that shit on wax.
And he did it.
No
They did
cap.
It.
They did it.
Yeah.
He was very convinced, so that's how I knew.
Crazy.
And they did lose the finals 3-1, so he was right on 2 different accounts.
I don't think he expected to lose to OG. That was if they played Secret.
Yeah. No, but hey, we already got a draft, which is nice. Void Spirit first pick. And I notice, yeah, Secret does believe Coddle's that broken because they don't have first pick this game, and they just straight up ban it out, even with the Ember already out of the pool. So you can tell they just think Coddle's overall broken.
Yeah, I think Coddle is definitely an insane hero.
What
Doesn't
about some of the
matter.
other heroes they banned, though?
Oh,
That's pretty
the Nature's
interesting.
Prophet. And NIP themselves have banned this Timber, but Secret don't seem to care about it at all.
No.
But they take the Nature's Prophet. Good hero against Void Spirit too, just because you have so many different things. There's just stuff that he does not want to Aether Remnant.
True.
I think the Axe ban is pretty interesting.
Blizzy,
Since we
right?
don't see that much
Yeah, it's
Axe,
a
but
Blizzy
yeah,
thing.
specifically Blizzy, as well as one of the better Phoenix combos, which is still out there.
Imagine giving Blizzy Axe.
I was about to say, isn't that just, you literally just pick that again? Because
Yeah.
you can just send it to different lanes, but it's strong in every single lane.
So they moved up the priority of the Nature's Prophet by 1, obviously because Keeper of the Light was not banned, or was banned.
And now you have that nice openness where you can run Nature's Prophet 5.
Anywhere you want,
or
yeah.
3.
Again, I think the versatility of, like when you're second pick, I think you want to be versatile. You want to keep your options as open as possible, and you want to confuse the enemy team, because what the enemy team wants to do on first pick is they want to try to counter your lanes. But if they don't know what your lanes are until like the 4th pick, it becomes really difficult to do that. So that's why you take these like Pangos, Nature's Prophets. You just keep things as open as possible.
And then even though NIP might be thinking about picking like lane counters, all of a sudden the lane counter you picked isn't in that lane.
Yeah, I think that's something that Secret does really well from a drafting perspective. I think they always lead the dance.
Chikiro, okay.
I like that against Furion always.
Yeah, we saw it in SA, I want to say, once or twice. I know
Yeah.
Guster liked picking, and his reasoning, obviously I don't know if it's Peter's reasoning, was, hey, it's a long-range disable, you push towers, and you are a good team fighter with no items.
And Tusk as well. Easy to throw down
Ice
Ice
Path
Pass
on
to
it,
be
yeah.
able to counter Snowball. So now they have 2 different abilities to do
Yep.
that. Aether Remnant as well works that way.
The second
I
head
like
on
that.
Jakiro does not look good.
The fire one?
Yeah.
He just
It's
kind
a
of
little
derps,
sick,
little,
yeah.
little dirt boy. Like the ice one's like, we shall freeze them, now fire! And it just slacks, and they just have his voice line. Like, it would actually fit.
No, Grant, I think they should use your voice.
Fire!
2 cheeseburgers.
But, oh, I remember, but I don't. Jakiro just, and I do like it, as you said, because Aether Remnant plus this, like, Snowball save. They weren't really using it for saves, though. They were just running at you, is my only problem here. So, Jakiro, he will be good if he's behind the hero. Tusk and stuff is going on, because you can always just toss that Ice Path down if you see him, and it is a great setup, honestly.
It's one of the best laners in the game, and Ninja the Pajamas did choose first pick when they rolled the
did.
dice. So
Guess they wanted that Void Spear. Was Void Spear banned last game? Pardon me, I should know, but I don't believe it was.
I don't think it was.
Okay, and they first pick it up. We did see Limp, even when in the game that Alliance lost, Limp on that Void. I think Void Spirit still is a very good hero. I'm actually surprised it kind of went down on the priority list, because I think he's up there with Ember. Not quite as strong as Ember, but right up there.
I do like, by the way, when you take NP and you have a hero like Tusk, because NP has like one really serious issue, which is he doesn't team fight very well, and Tusk has so many different tools to team fight. Like NP, oftentimes like you can just run him like as an aura bot to try to help out. You get like Blade Mail, Vlad, stuff like that. But I do really like when you have multiple disables paired with a hero that does not have any disables. Like you shore up his weaknesses.
Yeah. And that's why we liked NIP's draft last game as well, because they did kind of the same thing in that
Yeah.
regard.
I still liked,
Yeah.
even though it was
I think
a
we
stomp,
both agree with that. Yeah. We still liked NIP's draft overall.
Yeah, I think they could have played it a little bit better. Like I think they focused on trying to help the Timber sometimes when he didn't really need
Like-
anybody else there with him.
Yeah, he already, like, after the first time, right, you're already up a level or two. Like, just let him do the bullying and help your other lanes. Because we saw Peter. Peter's just, like, casually wandering through middle lane, throwing out ink swells. Sometimes you do just gotta not overthink it too much. Yapsor Rubik.
yeah, Yapsor Rubik can instant disable on Void Spirit, and Ice Path is an amazing ability
Instant
to steal.
cast Ice Path, yeah. Now, like Rubik's the one here too, and you see it, like it makes you think again because you're like, well, now we can't pick this, this, and this, but they go with the Naga.
That's a Dahak Naga. I think.
I believe so. And we talked about it. Naga is very good versus Nature's Prophet. That was in another series we saw earlier when Charlie owned. He went in that lane and he dominated. They lost that game, of course, but Charlie absolutely shredded that up.
I wonder what Matu or Nisha, I guess, they're pretty flexible in this, will ask for to counter the Naga Siren. They could decide to go for Pango again, honestly. It's pretty good. Naga obviously doesn't really do anything to stop him. You can just keep rolling Thunder, bouncing around.
So, out of curiosity, because I feel like we don't see this very often, do you, when choosing your carry, do you wait until you see the enemy carry or your lane matchup? Which is more important for you?
Sorry?
When choosing your carry, like in this position, you already know the enemy carry. Why can't you choose your carry?
For Secret?
Yeah.
I think because Secret has overall last pick, and you can still counterpick like the game with it. I think it's better to like counterpick with the carry as your last pick rather than counterpick with the mid hero. Because most of the time, like the mid lane matchup, like nowadays, it feels like for the most part all the lanes are relatively salvageable.
Yeah.
But for Secret right now, like they don't know exactly what the off lane is going to be, right? Like they can kind of guess. It might be Void Spirit, it might be Void mid, it's most likely Naga carry, but it can be mid as well. And so they don't really have that much information yet, right? He doesn't know, Matu doesn't know what his lane matchup is going to be. So I think he wants to wait to see what it is. So like even though you see Naga as a 1-to-1, especially where Dota is like so laning phase oriented nowadays, you don't want to just straight up lose against some offlaner that counterpicks you.
Isn't that worse though in the mid matchup? What if it's Void Spirit off lane and, you know?
In the mid matchup, I think it's okay because you have ways to come back. You have this camp that's really close by on the right side, for example, if you're Dire. If you're on the Radiant, it's on the same side that you can just like pull and farm for yourself, and you can still soak XP. That's the thing, is you can always soak XP, and because the lane is so short, it's harder to die one-on-one as long as you're like pretty careful.
Sure.
And you can get like 1 or 2 CS by nuking stuff out, which is essentially what like Pango does, right?
Yeah.
Like Pango had the worst laning phase ever, and he can still have impact because he's getting experience.
Ooh.
So now you see the offlaner, because they have to show the offlaner at this point, right?
Right.
It doesn't really actually matter what order you pick it in because you have to consecutive pick. But I think the reason they take Darkseer is so they can always fight, and they don't really have heavy burst damage on the side of Secret. And Darkseer loves games where he can just like build Greaves or Pipe and then just sit there and get all his spells off.
And I think NIP, they realized, like, after last game, the laning phase and stuff, like, okay, we're not winning the laning phase. Even if it feels like we are, let's go for a different strategy, right? You have the Wombo combo now. You have Jakiro, Darkseer, Naga Siren, right? That was our one problem with the earlier Naga draft. They had nothing together with it. Now you have a very, very good combo. Like, if you get a good Naga sleep on 3-4 people, you just win a team fight.
Yeah. I would like to see. I'd like to see something that can fight with this Void Spirit right now. It could very well be a Void 4.
Yeah.
That's what Secret are assuming, that it is a Void Spirit 4. And if that's the case, you need something that can like tempo run around with the rest of your lineup and just like fight while the Naga farms. You don't really need much more Wombo combo because you have Jakiro plus.
You've got the two big ones. Yeah.
So there's some classic Darkseer combos still left. Spirit Breaker or Spirit. Any others?
For the 4 roll, no, those are probably the best ones. I know if like Lelis was playing NIP's offlaner, like he would be playing the Void Spirit. Like he is a Void Spirit spammer at this point, but because you don't have him,
I think Storm's pretty good for NIP if they want like a mid hero that tempo sets.
Do you like Void Spirit 4 like with Darkseer? Is that enough movement?
I don't know. You could take like Spirit Breaker if you want to counter the NP.
And they do blitz.
Yeah.
I always like Spirit Breaker against Nature's Prophet, and I think it works nicely against Pango.
I like it. Now you're kind of in this spot where, hey, we can do good in the laning phase, and if we get some good early combos, we will maybe steamroll over them. Because Secret, honestly, their draft doesn't even look as good this game. Like, you have Nature's Prophet, Tuz, Rubik, Pango. You're not really team fighting at all besides that Pango. I think you either all in on some right click or you need a team fighter here.
You can PL.
Give 1 second.
You can Oh, okay.
Alchemist. All right, that pulls it all together here.
The Alk Naga. Feel like we've seen this matchup many a time.
Yeah.
I really like Alk against slower paced cores that can't fight him early on, and where you're always one item ahead. Like she gets Diffusal, she goes Manta first. Like you have Radiance plus like half of a BKB. She gets Diffusal, you have BKB plus like you've taken Roche. You're always just upping the tempo
One
over
or
her.
two steps ahead. It always
Exactly.
feels like. And I will say, like we talked about the Rubik, you don't always want to we don't want to give him any skills. I thought NIP has a really good draft after they saw the Rubik, right? Like you don't really care that much about Spearbreaker or Darkseer stuff being stolen, besides maybe Surge. Surge is pretty damn good, but once again, I like NIP's draft, but actually, I mean, I think Secret's a better team, and I think the Alchemist actually brought this whole thing together. You know exactly how they're going to play. The question is, can you stop them? And so far, even with better drafts, no one has been able to, so it's easy Secret for me.
All right, well, fair enough. Team Secret versus Ninja's Pajamas. It was a hard game 1 for Nip. Let's see if they can make the comeback in game 2 and push it to a game 3. Gods and BSJ, take it away.
Team Secret looked pretty bulletproof in Game 1, and Game 2, NIP are coming back guns blazing, all in on the team fight. Naga, Jakiro, Darkseer. Is this the right idea, you know? It seems like they've just said, okay, plan A didn't work, let's go plan B.
Yeah, they went for the heavy team fight approach, and I don't mind that. I think that the best way to beat a team that's most likely better than you is to say, we can fight you at all times, and if we manage to get our combo off, we'll probably win the fight. The goal is to get there before the Alchemist is too far ahead. As you see, looks like the viewers are doubtful that they're going to get there.
Yeah, doubtful, I think, Game 1 as well. You'd expect as the series goes. Obviously, Team Secret were heavy favorites coming in, and remains the case. Not impossible, but definitely unlikely to see an NIP victory. Has the draft swayed you at all? I mean, you're talking about a bit about what their draft does. Do you think that's given you any more hope in NIP?
It's skeptical because every time I see Darkseer, I just think the opponent carry is going to get off to a really good start. And they've actually elected to put Alchemist, the carry I thought they were going to prioritize getting free farm, in the mid lane, which I can only imagine against Void Spirit he'd be pretty good. And let's see, Void Spirit's base armor is only 2, so the Acid Spray will put him in the -2 range.
Yep.
And on the other hand, Pango, or no, they're putting, what are their lanes?
Looks
Zai,
like they're
safe
doing
lane,
Cortus,
Tusk?
yeah, in the safe
Okay.
lane.
Nisha is going off lane as Pango with Quelling Blade, Orb of Venom, and no regen.
Zai going for this bounty rune. He's not going to get it. Gets stunned by the charge and may pay the price if he's not careful. There, no Orb of Venom, it looks like. Yeah,
what?
so he's okay.
Tanner's not blocking it all mid, so that means look at the, was that intentional?
That they...
He had Naga illusions in the mid lane that made it so Alchemist's creeps didn't go forward. I think that actually helped Matama Man.
Ah.
That was a bit strange. They lingered for like 3 or 4 seconds, and his creeps just stopped moving.
Tanner misses the first pull, meaning Matu gets both last hits to start things off, and we're going to test how well a Void Spirit can contest
Blizzy's
an
actually just dead, by the way. He walked into a tag team and didn't expect that to happen level 1, but we've talked about how overwhelming of damage that
gets
can
the
be.
body block with the trees
Nice
for the
Iron
Iron Shell,
kill.
yeah.
And the trees are going to go down. Okay.
That was almost an outplay from Secret. If he managed to get past the treants and then they body block Milan in, that could have been enough
Milan's
to
level
save
2
Zai.
now all of a sudden. Pretty early on in the laning stage. This is going to be one of those off-laners have less farm than the 4 position situations. More often you'd expect that from Secret, but in this case, let's see, Nisha is queuing up an immediate Javelin. They did pick the Pango in response to Naga, one of the best heroes in the off lane to utility role. Some obviously kind of a mid laner here to counter the Naga Siren. All of what Pango does, all of his AoE swashbuckles, the maelstroms, everything's really annoying for the Naga Siren. His ultimate being BKB basically for him makes it so that the Naga Sleep doesn't counter it. Just overall a nice counter. And Matama Man off to a pretty solid start. Looks like they're trading mid, but anytime an Alchemist is trading with somebody evenly in the early game, I'm pretty happy to be the Alchemist.
Going for some early braces, so there's no real kill threat on him. Back at top lane, Secret trying to get the kill on PPD. They had the Orb of Venom slow, but Nisha got pushed back and wasn't able to maintain as PPD goes up with the salve and is going to turn and look to fight Yapster. Nice positioning from Peter in the trees, allowing him to get the full salve regen. And now Yapster could be in some trouble. He may have overstayed his welcome here. He throws out the Fade Bolt to mitigate some of this right-click damage, and that'll be enough to help him get out of there with the boots.
Yeah, most of the time you're expecting the 4-position Tusk and the 3-position Nature's Prophet, but that's the benefit of having your early round picks be flex. Naga, very good in lane versus both those heroes, but guess what? She's not laning against either of those heroes. So kind of cool what Secret did in terms of a pivot with their heroes, but Blizzy is cutting the creeps bottom, getting a lot for himself out of that. Nature's Prophet is threatening to TPN as he finally does complete it with the triple Fairy Fire.
I saw those items earlier and was like, this is cute.
That's a lot of Fairy Fires. Not as cute as what Insania did with the drafts earlier, though. That was...
He's doing his best impression. You know?
Yeah, he
He's
is.
trying to be a bit of a hipster himself.
Gotta respect it. No, I think it's avant-garde is what we all came to the conclusion
With
of.
Secret, yes.
Yes, with Secret
true.
it is avant-garde. And Zai does not like the term hipster.
Insania, he's not won enough games to get to decide what it's called yet.
Exactly. Milan being a bit... They have to tank these creeps is the problem when you're cutting like this, and you're just taking a little bit of extra damage. And as a safe laner, an off laner played from the safe lane, Tusk is quite good at coming over real quick and helping his 5 position zone them out.
If that's
2
a
points in
carry,
the tag team.
you're like, oh, I'm hitting my creeps at the tower, but because it's a Tusk, you're like, well, I'm happy to miss some CS to go punish this.
Absolutely, yeah. And most carries can't come over and just offer that much help, as we see Jakiro also going down top. And so far, already a 1K net worth lead for Secret at 3 minutes in. Are we going to see a repeat of them slowly but surely just squeezing that advantage away from NIP? So
Alk
far,
is
it
definitely
seems so.
one of those heroes that leans itself to having a gold lead that can very quickly maybe misrepresent the state of the game. But at the same time, we're in the early game. So
when we were
wanna
watching SCA games as well as the NA games, surprisingly, Alks weren't having these ideal starts, and they were still winning. So I'm curious how it plays out in what may seem like a more competitive region. Simply because in NA, everyone's so good that, you know, I don't know where I'm going with this. Trying to save our region, but there's never anything good to say, as we see Dahak getting dove in the top lane, forced to salve up, which he does have in his backpack, and Nisha will also salve. Javelin almost on the way, but he's out of mana.
Matu trying to dodge the pull, but unable to get by it, and with the charge in from Milan. They get the kill. TP from Puppey, trying to get a revenge one on Tanner. He gets back to the high ground,
Well
though.
played.
And now Milan should be okay here.
Okay, forcing out response from 2 supports. Yapster didn't even have any mana. So that's actually NIP making the proactive moves this game.
And Nisha wants it. It's going to be close. He manages to pick it up. Will he go down, though, for it? Doesn't have the mana for a swashbuckle, and he's going to pay the price. Gets the bounty rune, at least.
Puppey did something really cool where he dragged the enemy creep wave with an ion shell on it towards the bounty rune, such that the Tusk could contest without missing the creep wave near his own tower.
Ooh.
I've never seen that before, so I wanted to point out that little cool trick he did there. As we see another charge on the mid lane, trying to pick on the Tumblr. Yeah, that level 6 is going to make that difficult.
Oh, see if they've got the damage for it. It looks like Matu's just going to turn and fight with the minus armor. If Puppey was able to get a right click or two, and they would have found this kill. They're still chasing for it and may still actually find it. Puppey gets one more from the low ground, which is just enough damage for Matu to get the last hit.
Most Alchemists would be content just not dying there. Instead, they elect to turn the kill onto NIP, and it seems like the window for pressuring Alk may have already closed.
Yes, double bracer, and he can fall back to the jungle. He's kind of unkillable when ultimate's up. Sprout going to block him in. Peter will get back to the high ground with the Sprout wearing off, and looks like he should survive through this. Elsewhere, it's Zai getting a solo kill down bottom on the Darkseer around the outpost, it looks like.
He's only level 4 with 5 armor, and Tusk has level 6 with 3 points in tag team and Walrus Punch. It's overwhelming amounts of damage.
Puppey gets jumped on by the Astral Step. That'll be enough to bring him down. There is a courier kill as well, so Puppey, not just his life, but his poor couriers. But just the 5 position, and as far as the big picture goes, Secret going to be very happy with the kills they're getting on their cores.
The triple stack for Matama Man.
Oh, man.
I like how he places the acid spray to the left, because just in case the opponent has a ward that may see the river, it would catch the edge of that acid spray and alert the opponent team that he is farming this camp. So that's kind of a little cool thing there. As we see bottom, playing around the Tusk, very powerful this stage in the game, offering so much damage. Already used punch though, and not quite in position to get the lift. Tanner immediately reacts with his level 6, looking to punish this tad bit of overextension from Secret. Catches the Ether Remnant, and he will go down.
Just
Can
a
they
puppy
get any
kill
more, though?
doesn't feel worth it, but he wants the second kill. He's trying to get Zai, but with the tag team there, he's going to force the
Four
Void
heroes.
Spirit to get the hell out of there. Now Zai in the tree. Can he find a way out of this one? He's going to try to eat his way through. He's hiding there, but Milan will find him. And
good rotation.
Yeah, they're playing. I mean, we mentioned when we saw NFP's draft, this feels a bit like OG style. They've got the Spirit Breaker with the Darkseer. They're going to run at them for kills, and NIP's doing just that.
I like how Tanner's utilized. It's kind of reminding of Nisha last game, where he lost mid lane and he's just running around killing people. But I don't know if it's the same story as this game. We've got an Alchemist in the meanwhile, as opposed to a Timbersaw that you're leaving alone in the mid lane.
I think the good news for NIP is they also have their own hard carry in the Naga free farming. But perhaps on a hard carry that is going to be able to outpace or outgrade an Alchemist.
Yeah, it's a tough... Oh my god, he dies so fast.
That's a big streak. Matu gets it 500 gold for the Alchemist.
Ugh.
That's painful.
His Radiance was already coming at like 12 minutes. It might be like an 11-minute Radiance now. Even less potentially, as he is absolutely free farming the middle part of the map. Is he going to look to pressure this tower? Maybe. It'll slow down his Radiance a tad, but NIP will be forced to react to this if they want to defend their mid tower. As they dive again bottom, Puppey does sprout out Blizzy. Dahak actually solo kills Nisha in the top lane meanwhile, but Milan, bit of an overextension this time around.
They want 2 here. Zai shows up with a
That's
punch.
682 damage with that tag team. That's the fact that that ability crits is pretty nutty. Whew. So effectively a 300 damage bonus. Or how much does almost punch? 350. So 350 damage from the tag team. Plus punch combo.
Brutal stuff. Zai showing his prowess on the core Tusk.
Yeah, it looks really fun and honestly very impactful from the core role. This Tusk we've seen several times this tournament throughout different teams. Matama getting ran out again. Doesn't have ults.
Naga. They get the ensnare to follow this one up, and without the ultimate, he may just go down here if he's not careful. The Pangolier shows up with the Rolling Thunder, trying to keep them at bay. Tanner needs one more right click. It's going to be close. He gets it with the Rolling Thunder, and he hits the Spirit Breaker. They lose vision, so they can't get him with the charge, and Tanner in all sorts of trouble. He goes fishing with a Remnant to the high ground, hoping to find the Alk, who's not there, and he'll pay for this with his life, and well, they may be trying to play it like OG, but they're not OG, and they're being punished for some over-aggression here.
Hey, this is the type of thing, it bodes well for a team like NIP in the future. They are, I think they're playing correctly. They're just not quite as good at it as these other teams, and that's perfectly fine. That's how you get better, and that's how you learn. And maybe a bit of an overextension there, as Dahak does get active this early on in the game as a Naga Siren, but forced to sleep, as you said. Gets surged away.
Oh, they're going to fight this one, perhaps.
Gets the Ether Remnant.
Yep.
No swashbuckle mana.
And Nisha will barely get the swashbuckle away, but he still gets caught out. Puppey going to TP his way out of there, and Zai on the run. Has some 1 charges, has a bracer in his backpack, which he slots in, hoping to get some extra stats here. Another Remnant pull coming into play. Puppey going to TP back in as well. And the snowball to the high ground. Zai with a TP out afterwards. Really nice juke from him.
Yeah, it looked like that Ice Path was going to catch him, but it didn't. Charge in from Milan, only level 5, but Puppey paying the price once again as Matama says, thank you guys for all of this space with my 10-minute and 45-second Radiance coming out here.
Yeah, that's a quick one, and you can see the CS pretty even, but this is Alk Dota, so I imagine he's pretty far ahead when it comes to actual net worth as far as the carries go.
Tanner?
Yeah.
That's a 700 damage physical attack.
Oh, and they've got the block
he's dead.
with the follow-up. The snowball and the ice shards blocks in poor Blizzy as well. Matu showing up for the party. He even gets the last hits. Matu is an Alkaz on a killing spree and almost has double the net worth of Naga Siren. That is not a pretty sight for the NIP Dota fans.
Is Tusk broken? This hero seems so insane.
Tag team, what a spell.
Yeah.
It's just the tag team that makes this
hero
insane,
It's 100%
right?
the tag team, yeah. Like, he was just standing on the low ground in range of the aura so that Nisha was just hitting him with tag team, as they have a Vlad's plus the disarm from Pango plus the tag team from Zai. This is going to be an early and fast roast, not including the acid spray.
They're chunking it.
Yeah, the minus armor is, we got 4 from Pangolier, we got 7 from Alchemist, and obviously the tag team buffing up everyone's damage whenever it's off cooldown.
Yep, and it's a pretty low cooldown as well, so. Tanner in the neighborhood, he's looking for a rune. I don't even know if they realize this is going on. You don't normally expect an Alk draft to do a 12-minute Roshan.
Yeah.
That's not your everyday.
And the fact is,
outfit.
Pangolier is one of the best Roshers in the game because you can just perma-disarm Rosh, or at least nearly perma-disarm. And since he went for this first item Vlad's, which I really like a lot, basically embracing the off-lane Pango from the middle player for Secret.
Showing some serious flexibility. Nisha not just having to play that kind of flashy playmaker. As here we go, Matu showing up to a fight with the Radiance. They've already taken out PPD Shakiro. The Nether Strike not being cast at all, and now the Rolling Thunder just wiping its way through the NIP lines.
Oh, gets stunned.
Yeah, this is going to be a dead Void Spirit, and Blizzy does manage to escape his way out of there, but a 9k gold lead, and it feels like a similar story to last game where Secret just start pulling ahead. But here we go. NIP, they're not done. They're charging in. They know their way back into this game is to fight. The Snowball, though, going to be there to dodge the charge stun. He's going for the Nether Strike now. Going to lock Zai in place for the time being. But the right-click damage with the tag team, just too much. Nagasaran shows up, wants the Tusk kill. There's a Walrus Punch. He gets it off, but he does end up going down. So a nice kill onto Zai.
Is available.
May need to use it here. He's getting very low with the Nature's Prophet TPing in. They get the vacuum, though. They cancel the first sleep cast. Luckily, Dahak looks like he's still going to managed to TP on out. The Ice Path covering his escape. That was a very long TP in the end. There's a full retreat now for Secret. They're going to maybe lose more here with Tanner coming back into the fight. But
meanwhile, Alk's just hitting creeps in the mid lane.
It always feels like you see like a glimmer of hope and then you remember, oh wait, this hero Alchemist is in the game.
Yeah, he got a Radiance 2 minutes ago and he's already got 2,800 gold on top of it.
About to be officially double the Nagas. No, maybe not quite. Still needs about
15 seconds. Yeah, 15 seconds or so. He'll be doubled up.
Naga's trying to not let that happen.
Gets the Troll plus Golem camps the dream.
Yeah.
Finds a neutral item somehow. I don't know how many of those are. I don't know how any of those are left.
Yeah, he's been hitting a lot of neutrals.
Yeah, that's his first one. He doesn't have any. Oh, I guess he has a jelly. Okay, that makes sense.
Sometimes if you're not killing ancients, those neutral items can take a while to appear.
Tanner looking for more. Forcing the issue as Alchemist is still looking to farm a bit.
Immediate Rolling Thunder from Nisha. He's going to ignore the Void Spirit and go for the squishier supports. It's poor PPD. He's going to get picked off, brought down.
Just making it look easy once again from Secret. And
Alk's going to run in, but he's unkillable. And plus he has an Aegis, of course.
Yeah, he has a full Reaver that's going to be delivered soon enough. As it seems already hard to kill him before that Reaver, and he's going to have 2,000 health with
Bounty Rune spawning in Secret. They've laid a trap here. They've come to contest these down bottoms.
Nice
Zai going to
lift.
roll in, and meanwhile on the high ground, it's going to be Darkseer forced to surge his way out of there. Milan does manage to sneak a Bounty Rune, but may pay for this with his life as the Pangolier buckles his way through him.
Shards? Nope, doesn't catch him.
Tanner does have 2 ulti charges left, so he's still got lots of mobility to play around. It looks like he wants to try and use that to get aggressive on Team Secret, who are separated from their Alchemist. So if you can take a fight away from the Alchemist, that could be the way to play this. They bring in Dahak on the Nagasaran. They've gone chasing for Nisha, who does not have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to vacuum him back into an ensnare, and it looks like they could be finding this kill here. They do manage to bring down Nisha. They definitely want more, though.
Here comes Big Alk, boy.
Uh-oh. That's the hero you're going to run away from. Matu rocks up to the party. He's got the concoction channeled up, and he's doing some good AoE damage with the Radiance here, but Team Secret have already lost 2 here, and this Alchemist's going to be careful. He's got the Aegis, but he's going to immediately lose it. Saves.
Has a full heart.
Yeah, and saves the ulti now for his respawn. Immediately pops it with the Heart of Tarrasque. He might be 1v5ing or 2v5ing. He's got some help. Puppy's like, I got you, bro. And he's going to scare Team NIP away with the Heart of
sad,
Tarrasque.
actually. That's so sad. You kill his entire support cast, and you're like, well, this sucks. Can't kill this guy.
I mean, they understood where Alk was on the map and that they could actually punish this. That was heads up from NIP.
Ignoring his net worth, they're only down by 1K, so they can very well take fights.
Yep.
Actually, they're up by 1. They're up by 2K. I did that wrong math there.
5v4, they have a gold advantage. Barely, but they do. Back in the mid lane, they're going to continue to fight here. They want to go on Alchemist.
Stuns himself.
Yeah, if they can chain stun him and get him low here. The Rolling Thunder going to come in to bail him out,
Oh my god, the Prophet ult.
That is brutal. Dahak tries to bail them out with an ulti, but it's just not
He's trying
enough.
to TP behind on Puppey.
Yep.
Forcing the
Puppey.
issue even further. Has a mech on a position 5 Nature's Prophet 16 minutes into the game. And
high ground we
oddly
go.
enough, Yapsor is the lowest net worth on Secret. Take a mental screenshot
Yeah.
of that one because that does not happen very often.
Did strangely happen last game as well, but that's because Puppey was illuminating, Coddle blasting every single wave.
Even then showing the diversity, versatility of this team.
Yeah, because we often talk, Yapsor, oh, he's this greedy 4. He loves to, you know, steal kills and get lots of farm, but that's not every game.
No, wait, Puppey's the second highest net worth on all of Secret.
Okay. I mean, Zai is playing incredibly selflessly, as is Nisha. Nisha's pretty much playing a 3 position / 3.5, so Puppey just, I mean, he's, what, just in every fight getting kills, I guess? Because I feel like I've seen Puppey die a number of times.
I'm getting some
Well,
Beast
what's
Coast
on the
vibes
ground?
from Secret here, where you just have one guy way at the top, and then everyone else is about the same right in the middle.
Well, Nisha going to get pulled back in. There's a vacuum follow-up. The Ice Path's going to get it before the Rolling Thunder, and with the charge there, they're going to be able to chain stun Nisha with the ensnare, and Matu unable to save his buddy there. He just wants to get back to safety.
Weren't Secret the ones that actually knocked out Beast Coast, or at that time, or was?
You mean the TI?
Yeah, TI. Weren't they the ones that knocked them out? Wasn't Secret?
It could have been.
Yeah, I think
Secret were in the
took notes
lower
while
bracket.
while that happened because Infamous Gaming that's what it was, right? Yeah, I couldn't think of the name. As we see, NIP looking to run it back. I think they realize this doesn't get any better.
Yeah, they're just going to keep on fighting, even though, you know, hey, Tanner's about to have a Desolator. That's going to give him some actual burst damage. That's going to maybe give him a shot at killing the Yauk. It feels like they need like a Spirit Vessel to stop all that health regen from the Chemical Rage and the Heart of Tarask. Not sure if they're anywhere near a Spirit Vessel on anyone, but
They don't have the best catch on the side of Secret, but here it comes.
Oh, Sleep, Vacuum, Ice Path, NIP. Have they got the damage to follow this one up? It's going to be tested here. The Astral Step going to go through, wiping through everyone, but the damage just isn't there. Team Secret sustaining through it, or with the Guardian Greaves. They're just able to fight their way through it. Matu not even close to going down. He's just brought down the Spirit Breaker, and Team Secret get completely caught in the wombo of all combos and shrug it off.
That's demoralizing.
Yes.
You got to respect that they went for it.
Yeah.
And you know what their draft was meant to do, but we presented that concern that they might just tank it with the heroes they have, and that's one thing about this Alchemist pick that is really nice in theory against what NIP has brought to the table. And I'd say going as expected for Secret, but
even if Naga had more net worth and another item or two, that fight I feel like doesn't look too different.
Alc dropped to about 85% health there.
Yeah. I think the lowest I saw was like maybe one of the supports was on like a 3rd or something.
And then they mech'd.
Yes.
Desolator on your 5 position Nature's Prophet. That's actually their mid Nature's Prophet based on the network distribution. And we see Dahak trying to make something happen here. And he's just going to try to TP out.
Sleep.
Honestly,
Oh,
it could have been worse. Yeah. Barely got out before Rubik finished his TP.
He's
and
207. He's definitely one of the players that's looked really impressive on this NIP team. A big reason why they were able to qualify for the major.
It's funny because Secret just really does make other teams look like pub stacks, because how often in pubs do you see a Naga Siren that's 2-0-7 and just loses the game?
That's, I think, what you have to remember. This NIP team qualified to the ESL 1 major before it got cancelled over teams like Nigma, like Liquid, like Alliance.
Yeah, they're no
beat
joke.
Some tough competition.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They obviously have 2 stand-ins, but that's the thing, right? It's not even like they're playing bad. It's not like they look bad. It's not like they are bad. They just, in comparison to Secret, I guess everyone is bad. Secret, or Matama Man gets gone on in the bottom lane, but to no avail, it seems.
I don't think
hurt.
they're ever going to have the damage in. Oh, the punch.
As his body lands on the sleeping opponents.
What's the play here? They do manage to get the Darkseer wall off to make an Alchemist of their own. They're going to fight Alchemist with Alchemist is the plan, but the problem is Matu just being tickled by his illusion. They're going to lose the Darkseer first. Nisha bouncing around. They snowball onto the high ground. Actually pulled the Rolling Thunder into the snowball. A cute little play from Team Secret. I didn't actually know you could do that. And
I did not know either. So
yeah.
I did learn something this game.
That was kind of cool. I don't think it has normally much application, but worked just fine there. Well, It's the end for Team NIP. 25k gold lead. They're going to vacuum. Well, not vacuum. They're going to pull in Tanner, who is just trying to get the hell out of there. Buyback from the Spirit Breaker. Similar to last game. We'll see NIP fight to the bitter end, but 22 minutes in, their base in shambles.
Yeah, Secret just playing their lineup to perfection. NIP doing their best to stave them off, but you're down by 27k at 22 minutes in the game. That is, as far as I can tell, more than 1,000 net worth per minute differential, and Secret once again handing a whooping.
A Deso now as well. Puppy's like, dude, I already got one of those. Don't need another. GG is called from PPD. And with that, Team Secret have secured their second 2-0 victory here in the ESL 1 Los Angeles League. Very convincingly. Who will be able to test this team? It feels like the answer right now is no one. I don't know who.
Like from VP or
VP? I mean, who can beat Secret? Like,
okay, you just said no one, so that's
okay.
Yeah,
I got you now. That was unintended puns.
I'm just kidding around. Just like you said at the start of the series, I thoroughly enjoy watching stomps like this because it just looks like one team that is being like both teams have a game plan and one team simply executes it at a higher level than the other. And I think even despite everything that happened in this game, a lot of promising things for NIP. I didn't mind their drafts. I didn't mind their play. And as a team, they have a lot to grow from, and I look forward to seeing them in the future. And Secret, just a privilege to watch all the time.
Yeah, no one doubts the skill of the NIP players. These are guys who are like top 50 to top 100 on the leaderboards for the most part. Even PPD, you mentioned, one of the most high-skill 5-position players. Yet, despite what looked like fairly even drafts, or NIP at least with a draft that can win Dota, the game doesn't even look close.
Nope, but enjoyable to watch nonetheless.
Yep. Enjoyable. Dota and Team Secret have managed to cinch their second 2-0. We're going to head back to Cap, Grant, and Blitzed to wrap up today's games.
No one can. Oh, I was about to say something weird.
What up?
Hi.
We're back. Hey, it's the end of the game, end of the series. It's the Game Fuel post-match.
It is indeed, and let's break it down. How do we break this down? It was a new strategy, and I appreciate that from NIP. They lost kind of playing it straight up in that first game. The second game, they do. We're gonna run at you. We're just gonna run in your face. We're gonna try to buy time for our Naga Siren, but the problem is, as BSJ says, they just out-efficiency you. So if you're having 3 people always gank the same lane, those other 2 lanes are going to be open. And Secret will, I think that's the biggest thing. They just out-efficiency you.
I think this NIP that lost today would beat a lot of teams.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
think they were
100%.
They're good. There's good spell casting. I think their drafts are, for the most part, solid. I think if they continue to grow at this pace, though, who knows like where they actually end up on. But I do think this is just Secret playing in really good form.
Out of their freaking mind, yeah.
It's definitely felt like a series that Ninjas in Pajamas can learn from really easily. Not from like their own mistakes necessarily, but from what Secret really does well.
To punish.
You know, you got to play in that game. You made a lot of plays. I mean, they were actively fighting nonstop. They were finding kills. They even like managed to take down the Alchemist at least once.
And they were honestly, they were really close on that second time. If they got in there, like that extends the game at least 5 to 10 minutes. And you extend a game for a Naga Siren, all of a sudden your win percentages go way up. But I think he ended up living with like 15 HP, and you're just like, oh, so close.
If only you had that like extra 10%, whether it's execution or maybe just a slightly better laning phase, whatever it was. Ninjas Pajamas do end up falling short, but with a pretty respectable performance.
Yeah.
Given who their opponent is.
I also saw like Puppy have like a Deso or something, by the way. Like shout outs to Puppy's Nature's Prophet.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Puppy right away because we actually have the man himself on the phone with us. Puppy, you there?
Yes.
What up?
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-series. How are you guys feeling right now? That series against Ninjas in Pajamas, you guys played real clean.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the meta a little bit or something like that. Overall, I just want to play Carry Fury, and so it's all good.
Yeah, no, it worked out for you. Going forward in this, how does it feel, by the way, to be playing that online Dota again? I know for a while you guys weren't, and now you're kind of forced to. You enjoy it, or do you kind of wish you were playing on LAN again?
Oh, we like LANs, man.
Yeah.
We for sure like LANs. Hands down.
Yeah.
Is that just because you're a boot camp team? Like, I've heard a lot that you guys usually play separated quite a bit, and then you show up, you boot camp hard for a LAN, and then go into it.
We rarely do long boot camps overall. It's just that we just like to go into the atmosphere of tournaments and then maybe lose some games or maybe win some. But basically, like that people are showing you something that's good. Here, it feels like online. It always felt like you don't really know if this is good or not. Just people playing the way they're playing, and you could just be in a loop of 2 months in a row being all crap, and that's that's what might happen. But in a LAN tournament, there's always a winner and pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, are there any heroes are there any heroes you want to play yourself in the 5 role? Now that you're seeing you're a little bit ahead of all these other teams, it's just Furion. You're gonna just play Furion every game.
Carry Furion.
All right.
How about some off-lane Spirit Breaker? I heard Zai was trying to make that work.
Yeah, and then Seb stole all of his ideas. He was so mad. And then the next game he played Tusk, also position 3, and he got even more mad.
Why did he get mad at that?
Because, everybody's going to say it, Seb did it, Simpsons did it.
So he's got to think of the new idea after to keep it fresh?
I mean, now he has to, not play it somehow because that's what he's doing.
All right, Puppy, thank you so much for taking the time and having this series interview with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good one. Good, quick, to the point.
That's what Puppy does.
It sounds like for Puppy, he knows they're better. Obviously, he doesn't want to say it, so we'll say it. A secret, by far the team to beat. I've got a question. Are they going to lose a series or even a game in this tournament?
I don't think they'll drop one in the groups.
Okay.
But I could see them lose later on in the tournament.
Well, let's see who they're going to be facing up in the group, shall we? And maybe that'll give us a better idea.
Let's look at that. Look at that. Secret and Navi at the top, and then you got OG and VP at the top. My goodness. The two, old school CIS squads that everyone used to love, and back on top. Meanwhile, for me, I think the biggest one is Gambit. I don't know. I thought they were really good, especially with GPK and Dream, like that duo with one of them coming back and stuff, and they look outclassed every game, honestly. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's not like they had to play against OG or Nigma yet, right?
Yeah.
They got to play against they played what? They played Cyber Legacy or something like that, and they played Spirit. No, they played VP and Spirit.
No. They played
VP and not Spirit. They played.
It was Viking GG in the
Viking
first.
GG. That's what it was, and they got rolled.
They got rolled 2 20-minute games by Lycans, and I was like, man, FNG. I keep praising him, but the fact is, you gotta learn the meta, or else you're gonna fall behind, and you don't want to be a captain who falls behind, especially at the very beginning of a league.
No, sir.
And then on the other side, Liquid, just straight up for me.
Yep.
I think they are definitely better than that. And Team Spirit, I was watching their games. I know they're at 1-1 right in the middle. I actually liked how they play. I might put them above Chicken Fighters now. I think Ergon is looking pretty good. Even though he had that Ember game where he lost and he was 0-0-0, I actually see a lot of promise in Team Spirit. That's my watch out. They could be up there with NIP.
Okay, I'm still siding with Chicken Fighters just because of the strength of the opponents that Team Spirit faced.
That's fair.
Unique seems a little bit lower down than most others. Alliance, they looked real good today against Liquid, and it'll be interesting to see how much they improve. Just as this is a long group stage, right? And I think that's to the advantage of a team like that.
I would say so. You got to hold on to your horses, even though it feels like we've seen a lot of Dota, which we have. We haven't seen a lot of Dota from the same teams already, which is pretty crazy. The highest score right now is 2-0. We have, I believe, 5 more games for every single team, 5 more series.
Yes, sir.
Blitz, who's your team to look out for?
Hopefully Liquid.
Hopefully they're on the
Besides them.
I think Chicken Fighters is actually a lot better than I expected.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I think they're not far from being a much better team. And I think Cyber Legacy, when I have seen them, I feel like they have impressed. I think, you know how Seb, when they did their winners interview, he's like, what team are you looking forward to playing? And he's like, I think Nigma will bounce back. He's like, it is foolish to sleep on Kuro. They're always going to figure out a way to get it done.
They're going to come back for their revenge.
Yeah, everyone will flame them and, salt on them, but they'll figure out a way to get better. And I think that Cyber Legacy's games against them were really promising. So for me, in those those 2 teams from each group, I think have underdog chances to do much better than they've shown.
I'll agree with that. I think we all like honestly Cyber Legacy. We bring them up, but yeah, I think we've all liked them. We're like, all right, keep it up.
Grant, what was your favorite moment of the day?
Favorite moment of the day? Probably that last game, just watching people run each other. I do enjoy, like I keep saying, I enjoy Peter. He tried out 2 different strategies, which is helpful for all the other teams in their group. Like, well, guess we can't beat them running at him. Guess we can't beat them out farming him. Now you're going to have to find out what can you beat him with. So probably just secrets, outright domination I enjoyed.
Outright domination, good Dota and all. I think that's what we've been seeing so far here at ESL 1 LA Online. Hopefully we'll get to see even more of that as the tournament continues. But for today, we're going to come to a close. We have lots more Dota. 2 weeks, in fact, worth of Dota coming your way. Please join us tomorrow. That's where we'll see you nice and early in the morning.
Chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night. Chasing the night.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down, watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with, make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had none. Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness